Volume 7. Chapter 601, Happily Fighting Together. Chapter 601, Happily Fighting Together. Those from Feng who were about to leave a moment before stopped. They were gloating over Feng and his friend's misfortune. They wanted to see them get crushed. You perfectly knew that they were here and you lied to us. Prepare to suffer from our flames of fury, shouted one of them to Tang Yu furiously. The Deshu clan was one of the four spheres of influence of Mi Chang. They were obviously extremely aggressive. Feng glanced at Tang Yu in a strange way. A moment before, she had protected him and now she was in trouble with him. Tang Yu nodded at him. Feng immediately understood what she meant. He then glanced at Yunfei Yang. Those people were only vanguards. They had just been looking for Feng so they could encircle him. Then they would signal for their stronger cultivators. If Feng waited for those strong cultivators to arrive, he would be in trouble. Strength. Always strength, thought Feng. He was hoping that the effect of the potions he had drunk would quickly fade. He wanted to have his pure chi back. The situation would be a lot better if he had all of his pure chi at that moment. Feng's sleeve shook and his gourd appeared. He then raised his head and downed a gourd of hot unit. Glue glue glue. Hot unit kept flowing into his stomach. Feng had downed it one gulp. His face instantly turned red. The crowd was surprised. That guy was drinking hot unit as if he had been drinking tonic. He then threw the gourd away in his storage and started burping. That alcohol was delicious. Immediately after, he raised his head and looked at those who were circling above him. I killed that girl because she wanted to kill me. Now you want to kill me, so I won't be merciful. In a flash, he opened his mouth widely and abruptly started spitting out some fireballs which dashed to the skies. Boom boom boom. Terrifying fireballs started invading the atmosphere. Those people in the sky were caught off guard. The ferocious wild beast silhouettes kept fluttering, but those fireballs were extremely fast and not easy to dodge. Some beasts were bound to be hit. Roar! A fireball reached one of the beasts which roared violently. In a flash, its entire body was surrounded by flames. The strong cultivator on the beast then jumped in the air and stood there. The beast was roaring furiously as it was burnt to death. What a terrifying fire! Thought that person while staring at his beast turning into ashes. He was shaking. If he had been too slow, he would have died as well. That fire was extraordinary. Die! Shouted Feng furiously. He then jumped off the ground and made the strength of the Harukas rotate 500 times in his fist. He then immediately threw himself at another person with his fist leading. That person groaned loudly and jumped off the beast he was riding. He was about to welcome Feng with his spear. Kacha! The spear broke into pieces, without resistance, when it collided with the strength of the Harukas. Feng's fist didn't stop moving forwards. A loud crashing sound spread in the air. When Feng's fist crashed onto that person's body, he immediately died. While Feng and Yunfei Yang were fighting, he was condensing some pure chi and flying through the air. He was going very slowly, but it seemed like he was borrowing the strength of the earth and the sky for each step he made. His steps definitely contained a monstrous force. Apart from them, Tang Yu was also fighting. She was moving swiftly through the air, just like a butterfly. Her fist was dancing in the sky. She looked neither slow nor fast, just agile. One of the victims she punched had their blood vessels visibly destroyed. He immediately died. The members of the Deshu clan hadn't thought that Feng would attack first. Besides, Feng and his two friends were all extremely strong, especially that beautiful woman. She was moving like a butterfly in the sky, but now at full speed. She had a monumental physical strength in her fist that was probably some insane skill. In any case, each time she punched someone, they died. It was apocalyptic in the sky at that moment. It was a massacre. People on the ground were all astonished. The great competition of Shuiyu hadn't started yet and they were already fighting against monstrously strong cultivators. Jun Mo she wasn't happy at all, but he was happy to see those evil people get crushed. It would have been horrible for them to lose Feng and the two others. Tang Yu, you are the strongest between us. We must kill all these people, otherwise, when the strong cultivators arrive to support them we will be in serious trouble. Explained Yunfei Yang to Tang Yu. Tang Yu obviously knew that. She then shouted furiously, 1,000 dream clones. In a flash, Tang Yu's clones appeared in the atmosphere and blotted out the sky. She was everywhere, just like in a dream. 1,000 clones. Just like in a dream. Boom boom boom. Her clones kept punching everybody and horrible shrieks kept spreading everywhere in the air. The crowd on the ground could see cadavers unceasingly falling from the sky. It was a rain of corpses. They were astonished that Tang Yuyu's 1,000 Dream Clone skill was so incredible. It was one of the best skills of the Tang clan. The clones all looked perfectly real, and the bodies were in fact real. They weren't shadows or anything of that sort, they were real clones. How strong, thought Lin Feng. Tang Yuyu was the third strongest cultivator of Dragon Mountain. When she was furious, a field could become littered with millions of corpses. Let alone the people she was killing now were extremely strong. Be careful, said Yun Fei Yang to Lin Feng. Several whistling sounds were approaching Lin Feng, but he didn't panic. He only turned around and bombarded the atmosphere with his fist. He wasn't scared of fighting against those ferocious wild beasts with his strength of the Harukas. Boom boom boom. A terrifying physical strength then attacked Lin Feng and crashed onto his body. Surprisingly, that attack made his pure chi flow even faster through his meridians. Lin Feng didn't find the attack painful, on the contrary, that pain was extremely pleasant. Do it again, said Lin Feng with a proud smile on his face. He then moved forwards with the wind, his fist bombarded the atmosphere once again. A ferocious, wild beast then roared violently. It was severely injured by Lin Feng's punch. Die. The person on the beast then used his spear to attack Lin Feng, which moved at full speed towards him. It contained some monstrously strong energies. Lin Feng didn't dare resist this one with his bare fist. He inclined himself aside to dodge it, but his top got lacerated and his chest was suddenly exposed. However, Lin Feng caught the spear while it was flying through the sky and firmly held onto it. He then looked at the one who had sent it and spat out another fireball. A terrifying and scorching hot fireball then immediately ignited the enemy's body. Ah! That fire was terrifying. His entire body was burning. He was releasing pure chi to make the fire shrug off, but it didn't work, the pure chi was getting burned too. Quickly, his horrible shrieks became less and less as he burned to death, turning into ashes. I wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng had such mysterious skills. He can drink hot unit and then spit out monstrous fireballs? Thought some people on the ground while watching the fight. With those fireballs, Lin Feng was a danger to them as well. Most of them wouldn't be able to stop those fireballs. In the distance, whistling sounds were spreading. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes in which cold lights were twinkling. Lin Feng took out another gourd filled with hot unit and downed it in a flash. He initially had 100 hot unit bottles, but a gourd could contain more than a bottle. Having one gourd left meant that he only had maybe a dozen bottles left. What a greedy boy. I still have some, drink as much as you want, said Tang Yuyu while looking at Lin Feng drinking all that hot unit. It seemed like Lin Feng loved drinking that liquor. Tang Yuyu threw her ring at Lin Feng, he caught it and looked inside. There were, as expected, many bottles of alcohol. It was filled with alcohol actually. Tang Yuyu seemingly didn't leave her residence without alcohol. She had too much on her. I only drink hot unit, explained Lin Feng while laughing. He grabbed all the bottles of hot unit and put them in his own ring. He then returned the ring back to Tang Yuyu. We should leave now, said Lin Feng while throwing away the gourd he had just downed. He then moved back down to where the ground fell, grabbed Xiaoya, and flew away. Tang Yuyu and Yun Fei Yang nodded in agreement and followed him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602, Terrifying Fire. Chapter 602, Terrifying Fire. The members of the Dishu clan were not resigned to let Lin Feng and his friends escape. Their ferocious, wild beasts were in hot pursuit. You killed my people and think you will be able to escape? Shouted someone furiously. That person's voice rolled in the atmosphere, hurting their eardrums. Lin Feng and the three others landed on the ground knowing that their pursuers had caught up with them. A cloud of dust arose around them as they landed. Lin Feng shouted, Tang Yuyu, kill that cultivator of the 7th Xianxi layer first and then we will kill the others together. All right, said Tang Yuyu nodding. The four of them were ready. Lin Feng took a gourd of hot unit and downed it to the last drop. His pure chi seemed like it was boiling, it was flowing in his veins at full speed. While drinking and fighting, Lin Feng's pure chi was gradually coming back to normal. The hot unit was progressively making the effects of the potions vanish. Die! Shouted Tang Yuyu when she saw someone riding a beast attack her by surprise. She transformed into an illusion and attacked that person with her fist. It seemed like a multitude of fists had appeared in the atmosphere. That cultivator of the 7th Xianxi layer was astonished. His pure chi started whistling in the air, but would it suffice against Tang Yuyu's fist? Of course not, his pure chi was immediately destroyed and then vanished. Tang Yuyu's fist crashed onto that person's chest, making him shake from head to foot. His blood vessels exploded, he groaned as he died with his eyes wide open. One attack. The beautiful Tang Yuyu only needed one punch to kill a man of the 7th Xianxi layer, even though she was several years younger than him. She was fast as lightning, her punches deadly. With her incredible abilities she only needed one punch. Lin Feng admired Tang Yuyu and felt safe with her. He made another step and moved like the wind, he raised his fist around which appeared a terrifying fire. This time, he wasn't using his strength of the Harukas, he was using his scorching hot pure Qi Sun fire. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His pure Qi Sun fire also contained some killer energy. 3rd Xianxi layer and you think you can fight against me with pure Qi, said the opponent when he sensed Lin Feng's pure Qi Sun fire. That person also raised his fist towards Lin Feng. Their fists were about to collide. Very subtly, Lin Feng's fist changed course from his fist towards the man's chest. Ha! That person was surprised. Lin Feng didn't mind receiving his punch just so he could punch him too? The man with the 6th Xianxi layer was convinced that he wouldn't get hurt if Lin Feng punched him. He was willing to take Lin Feng's challenge. There was no suspense about to it. Boom! Boom boom! 2 muffled sounds spreads in the air consecutively. The enemy's fist landed on Lin Feng's body, but Lin Feng hadn't died. He was, however, shaking violently. But immediately, a monstrous flame ignited on Lin Feng's body. It didn't seem like the opponent's fist was attacking Lin Feng, it seemed like his fist was drowning in fire. Boom! A terrifying fire followed Lin Feng's arm and suddenly crashed onto that person's body, he sensed a monstrous pain spread all over. He lowered his head and saw a hole in his chest where a fire had just started. Very quickly, his entire body was covered with flames. Ah-ha! A blood-curdling shriek spread in the air and that person died. Lin Feng was standing there surrounded by flames. He was becoming stronger and stronger. His entire body was diffusing some fire-red lights, he looked like a fire deity. His pure Qi is back to normal, thought Yunfei Yang, who was behind Lin Feng. A moment before, Lin Feng had gambled actually. He had bet that his pure Qi would get back the strength of the 4th Xianxi layer during the attack and it had worked. And yet, it seemed like it was still increasing. Lin Feng moved and in a flash many bottles of hot unit appeared, they were those that Tang Yuyu had just given to him. Kacha kacha. In a flash, all of them broke and a waterfall of hot unit liquor appeared in the air. Lin Feng opened his mouth and started inhaling with his mouth in an insane way. He was sucking in all the alcohol present in the air, he wasn't wasting a single drop of it. His mouth looked like an endless black hole. Boom boom boom. When the alcohol landed in his stomach, his blood and pure Qi felt like they were burning. Everything was boiling in his body. Stop him, kill him! Shouted one of the people of the Deshu clan when he saw that Lin Feng's terrifying fire continued growing stronger and stronger. Come! Said Lin Feng while taking a deep breath. Flames kept flickering all over his body. Kill him, kill him, kill him! All of those people were shouting while throwing themselves at Lin Feng. But at that moment, a monstrous energy spread in the air. All those flames turned into a monstrous fire dragon which started moving towards all those people riding their ferocious, wild beasts. Whether it be human beings or ferocious, wild beasts, they would all burn under that fire if it reached them. They couldn't extinguish that fire, they were immediately turned into ashes. How pleasant! Lin Feng's eyes were filled with sharp lights. His entire body was surrounded by a terrifying fire. The sun was shining upon his body and the sunlight was in fusion with him. Lin Feng's Qi was becoming stronger and it felt extremely pleasant. He had the feeling that his cultivation had been sealed for a while, as if he had been handicapped. At that moment he had entirely recovered, he felt alive again. The sun was shining upon his body, warm and comforting. The light he was diffusing were dazzling. Kacha! A sound spread in the atmosphere as if something had broken. Lin Feng was smiling resplendently. Initially, he couldn't break through to the next Qianxi layer because his pure Qi had been constricted by the effects of the potions he had drunk. Now, his pure Qi had been stimulated a lot, breaking through to the next cultivation layer was absolutely normal. Lin Feng could feel that this time he had broken through to the next cultivation differently than previous times. He had almost died recently and his pure Qi had been restrained in the mountains. He had then meditated and understood a lot of things. And now he had understood that his fire had changed too. In the past, he couldn't use his fire to defeat cultivators of the 5th Xianxi layer, or at least, it wasn't easy. But now he could kill them with ease using his fire. His Cosmos Burning Sun skill had changed. His pure Qi Sun fire had changed too. Lin Feng was overjoyed because his pure qi had finally entirely recovered. It was such a wonderful thing. Behind him, there was Tang Yu. She looked astonished. "It's him," she said. Tang Yu had finally understood that this Lin Feng was the Lin Feng she had met originally. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, One Sword Killer Attack. Chapter 603, One Sword Killer Attack. When Tang Yu saw Lin Feng's incredible fire, she knew that it was Lin Feng's skill because it could attract sunlight. That skill was probably a Tian level skill. It seems like I'm not the only one who underestimated him. His country did the same while he was rising, thought Tang Yu. All the members of the Dishu clan were fixedly staring at Lin Feng. How come he was becoming stronger and stronger? "Let's go," said Lin Feng loudly. Even though fire was still burning around his body, he didn't want to keep fighting. He moved back to Xiaoye and grabbed her. Tang Yu and Yunfei Yan were a bit surprised but understood why Lin Feng wanted to leave things that way. Even though they were strong, staying there would still be too dangerous. The opponents were only of the 6th and 7th Xianqi layer, but there were stronger ones to come. Besides, Tang Yu had heard a lot about the Dishu clan of Mi Chang. She knew that they had some cultivators of the Tianqi layer. The cultivators they had just defeated were only the tip of the iceberg. Those people were just vanguards sent to find them. The really strong ones were sure to follow. Lin Feng used his pure qi to rise up in the air. He was surrounded by the light of his pure qi. Lin Feng was moving very fast even though he was carrying Xiaoye. Those ferocious, wild beasts couldn't catch up to him that easily. Tang Yu was just as fast, actually faster than Lin Feng and Yunfei Yan, but she didn't want to leave without waiting for them, so she kept their pace. Even while escaping they weren't too worried, they appeared to be moving gracefully. The people of the Dishu clan moved back to gather with the other strong cultivators. They didn't feel like separating their group. Those from Dragon Mountain had been extremely far from the battle. They caught up to see fireballs and hear several horrible shrieks ensue. After that, the people from the Dishu clan moved back. They were probably informing the stronger cultivators of their clan of what had just happened. Jun Mo she frowned. Lin Feng had killed Miss Dishu, he hadn't anticipated that. Besides, now those people were leaving to inform their superiors. Lin Feng was going to be in a great deal of danger. Maybe I should help them, thought Jun Mo she. He thought about it some more and then he began running. His body turned into an arrow which streaked through the sky. He looked like a beam of light. 3 cultivators of the Dishu clan looked relieved. They were also riding ferocious, wild beasts. They were about to fly back to their companions when a beam of light appeared in front of them along with terrifying deadly energy. "Stay here," said Jun Mo she indifferently. He punched towards that person and his fist crashed onto his chest. The opponent shook violently from head to foot, his internal organs and bones had all broken into pieces. Boom! Jun Mo she then used that person as a step and jumped on the beast's back, which roared violently. He then continued moving forwards at full speed. How audacious! Thought the other two when they saw that someone else was attacking them. Their facial expressions looked ice-cold and were filled with murder. "You two stay here as well," said Jun Mo she, again indifferently. He raised both his hands and released a monstrous pure qi in a flash. A terrifying qi of earth and sky suddenly mixed with his pure qi and attacked the 2 beasts they were riding. Their entire bodies were ripped apart and their wings cut off. Air cut kill! People from Dragon Mountain were all astonished. That air cut kill was monstrously powerful. Slash! As expected, those 2 air cut kill attacks immediately lacerated the air. It seemed like the atmosphere had separated the sky from the ground. Those 2 beasts had no chance to survive. How strong! Thought everybody shivering. Jun Mo she was the best cultivator of Dragon Mountain. Of course he was extremely strong. According to the rumors, Jun Mo she had never used his spirit during battles. He didn't need to use it because he was too strong. Nobody knew what his spirit was. Jun Mo she killed those 3 and then gazed into the distance. He began flying again towards Lin Feng and the others. Those from Dragon Mountain started moving as well, their silhouettes were flickering one after the other. There was now a crowd following the action, all of them were wondering what was going to happen this time. Maybe one of the participants of the competition would die before it even began. If someone was watching from overhead, they would see a large line from Lin Feng back to the Dragon Mountain people. There was a succession of cultivators running one after the other. The wind was picking up with all the cultivators' influence. The distance Lin Feng and company ran was vast, but then You can't escape. Behind Lin Feng, some people from the Deshu clan were shouting they hadn't been chasing them at full speed because Lin Feng and his friends' pure chi couldn't be infinite. Eventually they could wear them down. They didn't have to hurry, they just had to keep an eye on them, that was enough. It had been a long time since someone had dared infuriate the Deshu clan in Michang. But this time, they surprisingly had killed Miss Deshu. They really wanted to die. Who said we were escaping? Said Lin Feng while releasing his terrifying fire again. With the wind, his fire became even more intense and dazzling. The sunlight was shining upon his body, it was incredible. CRRR. CRRR. Everybody stopped flying in the sky. It seemed like Tang Yuyu, Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang's hearts were all interconnected, they stopped at exactly the same time. They also turned around at the same time and confronted those who had been running after them. Tang Yuyu, Yunfei Yang, we don't have time, so don't blame for being rude. Tang Yuyu, take him. Yunfei Yang, help me protect Xiaoya. Said Lin Feng, surrounded by flames. Tang Yuyu was going to fight against their leader, that's what Lin Feng was asking. He was monstrously strong, he had broken through to the 8th Xian Qi layer. Lin Feng couldn't defeat him, however, Tang Yuyu had also broken through to the 8th Xian Qi layer. The others were composed of one cultivator of the 7th Xian Qi layer and a bunch of cultivators of the 5th and 6th Xian Qi layers. No problem. Said Yunfei Yang. Tang Yuyu made a step forwards, releasing some terrifying battle energy. The cultivator of the 8th Xian Qi layer groaned coldly as he moved to challenge her. He was going to fight against Tang Yuyu. You've been running after us for a while, it's now time to end this all. Said Lin Feng coldly. He moved and a roaring sound spread through air, it was his purple spirit. It then turned into a boundless lake and blotted out the sky, swallowing everybody. 9 Palace Dragon Formation. Shouted Lin Feng furiously. In a flash, the purple light invaded the whole region and the illusion imprisoned the beasts and the cultivators on their backs. They were all in different rooms. Let's crush it together. Said someone in the illusion. A terrifying chi emerged in the illusion. Lin Feng couldn't imprison so many strong cultivators in his illusion. Sword! Shouted Lin Feng. A fire sword appeared in his hand, the flames coming off it were just as resplendent as Lin Feng's. Boom boom boom. A terrifying chi invaded the entire atmosphere. Those who had just been imprisoned in the illusion rose up in the air. Die! When they came out of the illusion they saw Lin Feng waiting for them. Their hearts started pounding. Lin Feng's sword was so dazzling that they couldn't open their eyes. It was a mixture of a deadly sword and a great radiant sword. It was also filled with sword determination. When he raised the sword they all died. Those who had been too fast and had thrown themselves at Lin Feng were first. They couldn't stop such a terrifying sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604, Willing to Fight. Chapter 604, Willing to Fight. Sword determination, fire determination. They all became much stronger. I wonder what level they are now. Thought Lin Feng when he realized his determination was so powerful. With one sword attack filled with fire and deadly energy, he had been able to kill all those people. Including a cultivator of the 7th Xian Qi layer. Back. Lin Feng moved his hand and recalled his purple spirit back into his body. Then the formation disappeared and the few people of Deshu clan reappeared. You want me to die, so I return the favor. Lin Feng made a step forward and raised his sword towards the sky. The sunshine shone upon it and his body. All around him people could sense that the temperature had increased. Oh no, some people's facial expressions drastically changed. That sword also contained deadly energy. Lacerate. Lin Feng jumped into the middle of their group, the sun was reflecting red off of his sword. Die. Someone attacked Lin Feng from behind, his speed was incredible. Lin Feng immediately felt oppressed. Although he was surprised, he made the strength of the Harukas rotate 5,000 times in his back. Then a muffled sound spread in the air, that person's hand crashed onto Lin Feng's back, but Lin Feng was still standing steadily. A black physical strength was flowing in his back. He turned around to see the person attacking him had eyes filled with murder, his heart continued pounding. Die. Lin Feng imbued fire chu into his left fist and punched that person's chest. That person's chest quickly burnt and a black hole appeared. That person was terrified. Go. Lin Feng shook his hand, and in a flash, that person burnt down to ashes. Lin Feng was still holding his fire sword as he turned around. He moved like the wind, raising his sword to the west and created a setting sun sword. It didn't look as resplendent and hot as a radiant sword, but it was as red as blood. It was filled with death. Yunfei Yang was watching Lin Feng, alone with his sword. He was lacerating everything and everyone around him. With each step someone else died. All those cultivators of the 6th Xianxi layer were getting slaughtered and had no way to block him. Lin Feng knew how to fuse with the earth for a long time already, and now that he could use sword determination, he was indomitable. Apart from that power, he also had his terrifying pure chi fire, which was next to impossible to extinguish. "So that's your real strength," said Yunfei Yang in a low voice while watching Lin Feng. That Lin Feng was the same as he was before. Natural, free, unrestrained, proud, his sword was annihilating everything and everyone. If anyone dared offend him, he would kill them and nobody would be let off. In that cold and cruel world, Lin Feng had to be a real killer. In this world he learnt and practiced cultivation with a passion. His heart was becoming wider as he became more open-minded. He was understanding the world in which he was living better through each experience. Even though he was becoming a better person, when facing such people he had to be an altruist. He had to be cruel and cold to murder them. "Let's go." Lin Feng was terrifying as he slaughtered cultivators of the 6th Xianxi layer. He only had the strength of the 5th Xianxi layer, but he could slaughter those cultivators with ease. One attack sufficed. They couldn't escape from him and they couldn't stop him. They didn't realize they had challenged a death god. Those people were dying one after the other without the hope to escape. "Go? Go where?" said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. They had been chasing him, but now they wanted to escape. It was too late. Lin Feng made a step and pure chi whistled in the air. He was quick, the strength of the Harukas and his fire were mixing together. His fist crashed onto the one who had just said he wanted to leave. Like the others, he immediately burnt along with the ferocious wild beast he was riding. "Stop!" shouted someone loudly and furiously in the distance. That voice made Lin Feng's head shake. He looked into the distance and saw a group of people surfing in the air. He froze. Those people were extremely fast. It was only a second, but they were next to him. Lin Feng hadn't been escaping before, he was just trying to find another place to fight and kill all those people. Unfortunately, in this short time, he hadn't killed all of them. One of them was left and the strong cultivators of the Deshu clan had already arrived, which put Lin Feng in a difficult situation. "The strong cultivators of my clan are here now. They will definitely kill you," said the one Lin Feng was about to kill. He was sneering at Lin Feng. He and his companions had come to encircle Lin Feng, but all the others had died. Now, he was the last one left. His silhouette flickered, his ferocious wild beast beat its wings and moved away. "Even if I'm going to die, I can promise you that you will die before me," said Lin Feng, raising his sword, which he held with both hands. His sword was pointing to the sky. All around it, the atmosphere completely changed. It was suddenly filled with sword chi, sword energy, and sword determination. "Die!" Both of his hands descended, his sword twinkled and a magnificent bright trail appeared behind his sword. The one who was trying to run towards his companions raised his head and hopelessness invaded his eyes. The sword descended swiftly and that person died. Lin Feng had cut that person and his beast into two. "Bastard!" shouted someone furiously. A shadow was moving towards Lin Feng at full speed. Boom! That shadow was emitting rumbling sounds, it was annihilating everything in the air on its way to Lin Feng. That person wasn't far from Lin Feng at all. That person wasn't the only one, many other silhouettes were following. They were all riding ferocious, wild beasts, but these guys' chi was much stronger than those Lin Feng had just fought against. The weakest people in that group had broken through to the 6th and 7th Xianxi layers, and there were a few dozen of them. There were a few cultivators of the 8th Xianxi layer. As far as the leader of the group was concerned, he had broken through to the 9th Xianxi layer. He was looking at Lin Feng in a despising way. However young that person was, he looked enigmatic and unfathomable. He must have only been about 30 years old. The people of the Deshu clan really had amazing cultivators. Because Lin Feng had killed Miss Deshu, they had to kill Lin Feng and his friends. The leader looked at all the corpses and then stared at Lin Feng. "Very well, it's been a long time since anyone dared offend the Deshu clan. You are brave and audacious." That person's eyes looked ice cold. He wasn't going to let Lin Feng off. Lin Feng, Tang Yu and Yunfei Yang were standing together waiting for them to act. How horrible. How were they going to cope with all those strong cultivators? In the distance several silhouettes were flickering. Jun Moshi and some others were rushing over. When they saw the cultivators in the sky, they were speechless. What a monstrous group of people. You three, cripple your own cultivation. I don't need to attack you myself. Of course, if you don't cripple your own cultivation, I will attack you. I won't just cripple your cultivation, the result will be much scarier," said that person. He despised Lin Feng and his friends. He wanted them to cripple their own cultivation and then he would bring them back to the Dishu clan as he had been told. Lin Feng was holding sword obliquely and he raised his head. "We will never cripple our cultivation, but if you want to fight, let's fight," said Lin Feng resolutely. If he had nowhere to go, then he could only fight to the death. He hadn't thought that such a thing would happen to him in Michang, but nothing could be changed. He remained fearless and without regret. If he fought and died during a battle, he didn't care. Tang Yu looked absolutely emotionless as well, but it was clear that she wasn't going to cripple her own cultivation either. She would never do such a thing. "You are all pretty good, I see," said the 30-year-old man while releasing some terrifying qi which oppressed Lin Feng and his friends. Some of the people from Dragon Mountain got excited while some others frowned. Jun Mo Shi looked calm and solemn as he walked forward slowly. Then, he rose up in the air. "If you want to fight, don't forget me," said Jun Mo Shi. "And me," said Jian Chen, whose body rose up in the air like a sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, Shingong. Chapter 605, Shingong. Jun Mo Shi, Tang Yu and Jian Chen were running the fastest. They all guessed that he was the real Lin Feng after watching the battle. Although the events leading to Lin Feng's disappearance were very mysterious, he had not died. He snuck his way back into the competition using another alias and some mysterious skill. There was a group of people from Dragon Mountain following those three. They were surprised to see Jun Mo Shi, Tang Yu and Jian Chen helping Lin Feng against the terrifying Dishu clan. The group from the Dishu clan were also surprised. They wanted to fight. But, they were more than willing to grant them their deaths. "Would anyone else like to go against us?" asked the leader of the Dishu clan group. He was glancing at the people from Dragon Mountain coldly. Cheng Meng Xin smiled resplendently and looked at Lin Feng. She found him funny, as well as interesting. She had known that this Lin Feng was the real Lin Feng since Lan Zhao had gone to see Lin Feng that night. What she didn't know was that Lin Feng was so strong. He had broken through to the 5th Shen Qi layer and could easily kill cultivators of the 6th Shen Qi layer. "Even Jun Mo Shi is going to fight, could anything happen?" said Cheng Meng Xin with a resplendent smile on her face. "We have come from Dragon Mountain to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu. If you kill us, who will bear the responsibility?" "Ha!" The leader of the group of people from the Dishu clan frowned and his facial expression slightly changed. They had come from Dragon Mountain to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu? Lin Feng was surprised to see their leaders change in mood. What would he be responsible for? Was there someone protecting the participants of the great competition of Shuiyu? Someone strong enough to discourage the Dishu clan? "You may be participating at the great competition of Shuiyu, but you killed my sister," said the leader of the group, sounding glum. "She was rude and aggressive. If I hadn't killed her, she would have killed me. Should I accept such a thing?" said Lin Feng with a cold smile on his face. He. Cheng Meng Xin smiled and said, "No matter what, you can sort the problem out after the competition. If you try to before Shingong will be furious. If something happens to the participants before the competition, no matter who you are, the Dishu clan or anyone else." "Shingong?" Lin Feng was surprised along with several others. What or who was Shingong? From Cheng Meng Xin's tone of speech, one could guess that Shingong was stronger than the Dishu clan. Even they were scared to offend Shingong. When the leader of their group heard her, his facial expression drastically changed. He didn't seem as determined to kill as before. If they were all going to participate at the great competition, it meant that they were real heroes. The Dishu clan couldn't afford killing them, otherwise, Shingong would be furious. "Even if we can't kill you all, we can kill the one who murdered Miss Dishu." "Nothing will happen," said a voice in the distance. That person's voice came from very far away. The leader of the group of people from the Dishu clan was speechless. "Who's that?" Everybody was glancing right and left but couldn't see anyone. There was no Qi either. There was a voice but nobody else. Distant communication. Jun Mo Shi frowned. Someone was talking to them from a very far distance, more than 50 kilometers. It meant that that person had broken through to the Tian Qi layer. It was a strong cultivator of the Dishu clan. The leader of the group smiled. Finally, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "You're the one who killed my little sister, right?" "Indeed," replied Lin Feng resolutely. "I am the one who killed her." Why are you saying that you had? Said Yunfei Yang at that moment. He just arrived on Jun Emoshi's side and handed Xiaoya over to Jun Emoshi. On their side, they could be sure that nothing would happen to Jun Emoshi, especially since Shingon was there. They wouldn't dare attack the strongest person from Dragon Mountain, a cultivator considered as one of the two strongest participants at the competition. Lin Feng glanced at Yunfei Yang surprised. Yunfei Yang had quickly released some monstrous qi. He was fearless. Even if Yunfei Yang was in danger, he didn't hesitate to kill those who threatened him. Let's say we both killed her, said Lin Feng while smiling at Yunfei Yang. Immediately after, they looked at the leader of the group. They didn't look scared at all. Even though Lin Feng looked sick with his mask, there was a special aura around his face. Very good. You two will come back with me to the Dishu clan, said the leader. He then transformed into a beam of light moving towards Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang. You will not take anyone from Dragon Mountain with you, shouted Jun Emoshi furiously. He had turned into an illusion and collided with the leader of the group in the air. Boom! A muffled sound spread in the air. Their fists had collided. Immediately after, the crowd saw two silhouettes flicker over and over again. They were both dashing through the sky. They were so fast that the crowd could barely follow them with their eyes. So fast. They were so fast. People couldn't even see them. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere kept vibrating and their silhouettes constantly looked like beams of light. As they fought, strong winds were forming in the air. Lin Feng walked to Xiaoya and grabbed her hand. He then raised his head and watched the two fighters. He felt touched. Jun Emoshi was fighting for him. Slash slash slash. A black hand was moving towards Lin Feng. Tang Yu jumped and raised her fist, destroying that black hand. Give us those two, shouted the leader of the group furiously. Tang Yu looked solemn. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind and she looked particularly cold. No need, said Chung Meng Xin. She then jumped into the air. She also wanted to protect Lin Feng. She even smiled at him and said, I'm helping you again, you must remember me. She then added a particularly seductive smile. Tang Yu was on Lin Feng's right and Chung Meng Xin was on his left. One was blazing hot like fire and the other was as cold as ice, but the qi they started releasing was of the same level. A terribly oppressive force emerged in the air and all the cultivators of the Dishu clan immediately threw themselves at Lin Feng. They wanted to kidnap Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang. That's enough, said someone at that moment. Everybody stopped surprised. The atmosphere became quite apocalyptic and a terrifying qi rolled in the air from the distance as a face appeared. That's enough. The Dishu clan made a mistake first. Miss Dishu offended people and respected no rules. She chased people from Dragon Mountain to kill them and had instead been killed. You can avenge her but not before the competition. I will not tolerate anything like that. Now all of you go back. That person was talking darkly. He was giving everybody an order that nobody could argue. Jun Emoshi and the leader of the group stopped fighting. They all understood something. That voice had to do something with Shingon. The members of the Dishu clan were stupefied. Even though they really wanted to kill those people they couldn't, they didn't dare say anything superfluous either. They only nodded and said, we made a mistake, sorry. We're going to leave immediately. The person who spoke turned around and glanced at Jun Emoshi. Very early tomorrow morning, go to Duotian mountain chain for the great competition of Shuiyu. Then, the atmosphere vibrated as everything became normal again. That person left a lasting impression. Early tomorrow morning. Duotian. For the great competition of Shuiyu. In the entire region, that person's voice was resonating. He had said it loud enough for everybody to hear him. The competition was finally going to start. What a terrifying soul qi, thought Lin Feng while looking at that person. What were the mysteries of Mi Chang? How come there were so many strong cultivators here? Besides, what were Hua Shingon? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, Duotian Mountain Chain. Chapter 606, Duotian Mountain Chain. Everybody in Mi Chang knew that tomorrow they had to go to Duotian for the great competition of Shuiyu. It was finally starting. It seems like the competition is organized by a third party because the other empires don't know the precise starting time either. No wonder, thought Lin Feng. There were 4 empires at the great competition of Shuiyu, however, those few words didn't suffice to explain it all. That Shingon didn't allow anyone to ruin the competition in any way. Nobody could kill the participants, not even the Dishu clan. One sentence had them with their tails between their legs. Even the cultivator of the Tianqi layer of the Dishu clan hadn't said anything more. Nobody could disobey Shingon. The leader of the group of people from the Dishu clan glanced at Lin Feng and the others and was wanting to say something. He didn't want to disobey Shingon's orders. After the great competition of Shuiyu, if you are still alive we will meet again. He said coldly and then left. Every members of the Dishu clan looked ice cold. This time, Lin Feng and his friends had been lucky. Shingon had saved them this time, but after the competition the Dishu clan wouldn't let them off. They had killed Miss Dishu and so many others from their Dishu clan. This time they weren't able to get their revenge, and had lost so many strong cultivators trying. They wouldn't forget about this, they would get their revenge even if it meant waiting. Lin Feng watched as they all disappeared, one after the other. Lin Feng could finally take a breath and relax. There wouldn't be any more problems until the competition now. The first challenge was a huge free-for-all fight. People who were extremely cruel and dangerous would lurk on every side. Besides, there were even some from Dragon Mountain and countries under its jurisdiction who wanted to try and kill him. Only after the death of a certain number of people would he be able to move on to the second round. Lin Feng looked at Jun Emoshi, Tang Yu, Changmeng Xan and Jinshan and nodded to them gratefully. They had been ready to fight for him. If Shingon hadn't appeared, the Dishu clan wouldn't have let him off and Lin Feng would have had no choice but to use his evil swords again. Alright. Let's forget about what happened today and instead get ready for the competition. Let's go to Duo Tian, said Jun Emoshi as if nothing had happened and as if he hadn't helped Lin Feng at all. Everybody nodded. The most important thing for them was the great competition of Shuiyu. Tomorrow the great competition of Shuiyu would finally start, and they had been waiting for that moment for so long. Many were terribly excited and high-spirited thinking about it. If they survived and seized all the opportunities, they would progress and become extremely strong cultivators. Jun Emoshi took out a memory jade and looked inside. A map of Michang then appeared in his head and he found the Duo Tian mountain chain on it. He put the memory jade away and said, "Let's go." Jun Emoshi's silhouette then flickered and whistling sounds spread in the air. The other people from Dragon Mountain then followed him closely. They had never been to Michang before so they didn't know where the mountain chain was. They had to follow Jun Emoshi otherwise they would get lost. Lin Feng grabbed Xiaoya's hand, looked at Yunfei Yang and said, "Let's go." Yunfei Yang nodded and they left together. Dragon Mountain's large group of cultivators were flying towards Duo Tian. On Lin Feng's left in the air, there were people from Dragon Mountain. Some middle-aged man from Tianfeng looked at Lin Feng, smiled and said, "You haven't died, you're lucky but tomorrow the competition will start." "I'm sure you won't have such luck then. Too bad for you, you're so old that you can't even participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. Otherwise you could have seen killing me personally." "Ha ha ha," said Lin Feng mockingly, infuriating that person. Lin Feng was making fun of the man because he couldn't do anything to him. Even though that person's cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's, he was already too old. Lin Feng was still young and famous, handsome and strong. In the future, he would be even stronger. The middle-aged man was making fun of Lin Feng without thinking. At the same age as him, Lin Feng would be infinitely stronger than he was. Killing people as strong as the middle-aged man would probably be extremely easy for Lin Feng. Lin Feng was humiliating him. "What? It does not matter because my 7 envoys will kill you first at the great competition of Shuiyu. Get ready to die during the first round," said the middle-aged man coldly. He then rolled up his sleeves and flew further. "You're always acting recklessly," said someone else coldly. It was Di Long. He had stopped talking a lot since what happened with Duan Wu Dao. However, he needed something to comfort him so he was using Lin Feng to humiliate and insult. Since he had lost his dignity when facing Duan Wu Dao he was trying to get it back by insulting others. Lin Feng turned his head and smiled at Di Long in an indifferent way. He didn't say anything though, he just smiled for a second and then turned his head again. Di Long was speechless and pulled a long face. He just remained silent again. Silence was even worse than insults. Lin Feng was humiliating him again by ignoring him. "Don't think that you are strong because your cultivation level increased. It means nothing. You didn't die because you're lucky, it could only have been because other people protected you. During the first round of the great competition of Shuiyu, you will die." After saying that, Di Long also flew faster and passed in front of Lin Feng. "It seems like many people want to kill you," said Yunfei Yan while laughing and looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. Some of the people from Shuiyu wanted him to die. Then those people from Tianfeng had attacked him by surprise in the middle of the night. He didn't understand the situation very clearly, but he knew that now, there were still some people who wanted him dead. Good, he precisely wanted to kill them too. Apart from the people from Dragon Mountain, there were those from the 3 other empires and even people from Michang who were rushing over to Duotian. The great competition of Shuiyu was about to start. Everybody from everywhere wanted to see it. In the middle of the Duotian mountain chain, there were 8 mountains. Those 8 mountains were very strange because their peaks were larger than their base, as if they had been turned upside down by someone. Or some deities. It was a most famous place in Duotian. Duotian mountain chain, in the air a silhouette descended from the sky like a god. That person's chi was monstrously powerful. It was Di Ling, possessor of the firmament blood. Come out! Shouted Di Ling. Immediately another silhouette appeared at the top of another of the 8 mountains. It was Duan Wu Dao from Shuiyu. You arrived early. An evil chi emerged in the sky as well as some black clouds. A black chi was surrounding a gigantic coffin and had surrounded another of the mountains. A loud noise emerged in the air and a silhouette came out of the coffin. It was obviously Shui Sha from Black Wings. On another mountain there was the chi of a dead tree. Ku Yao Tong appeared. The chi of a sword then whistled in the air and 7 lights appeared. The sound of a zither had also spread in the air. Qi Qing Jianling Xiao and Liu Qin Yu Xiao Xiao also arrived. On the 7th mountain, there was UMO. The 7 geniuses had arrived first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, Before the Start. Chapter 607, Before the Start. The 7 geniuses had all claimed their mountains. Jun Mo, she was the only one who hadn't arrived. In the air, many silhouettes flickered. These cultivators wanted to go to the top of those mountains, but since there were those scary geniuses there already, they wouldn't. They were at first surprised but immediately gave up the idea. Instead, they just sat on some stones. Around the mountain chain, many silhouettes were coming. They were the people from Dragon Mountain. They were running in the air and looking at the mountains. Those mountains were like huge stone pillars. The gaps between them were like huge precipices. From those mountains one could enjoy magnificent sights. However, between those mountains the ground was extremely flat and extremely vast. It looked like a palace with a mysterious chi. Even though that mountain chain was famous in Michang, people from Michang had never gone to the palace between the mountains. It seemed like a mysterious place. Perhaps that Shingon, whatever it was, could go there. That Shingon was something or someone too mysterious. What a vast mountain chain, thought Lin Feng. The sight was incredible. Looking up, it looked like another world. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the 8 mountains and the 7 people on them. Lin Feng turned to Jun Emoshi and said, "There's one mountain for you too." Jun Emoshi looked at the mountain, shook his head and said, "It's fine if we go to any mountain." He then jumped onto a normal mountain which looked like a stone pillar. Lin Feng smiled, held Xiaoya's hand and jumped on the same mountain as Jun Emoshi. Then Yunfei Yang, Jianshan, Tang Yu and Qing Meng Xan also followed them. People from Tianfeng chose another mountain. Since they were in Duotian, they didn't need to stay with people from other countries. Even though they were under the jurisdiction of Dragon Mountain, they liked nobody else. As far as they were concerned, everyone else were their enemies. They were too inclusive. The other people with them were just going to be a nuisance on their way during the great competition of Shuiyu. More people meant more competition. Even people from Dragon Mountain were enemies in their eyes. Maybe during the great competition of Shuiyu they would even have to kill people from Dragon Mountain. There were more and more people in Duotian. Even though the great competition of Shuiyu was going to start the day after, people were still rushing there because they were impatient. Everyone wanted a good seat. There are 81 stone pillar-like mountains in total which are in a 9x9 formation. All the mountains will be so filled with people that some will have to go down to observe, thought the crowd. There would be too many people. In less than 1 hour, there were already a few thousand there and mountain tops were being invaded. Except for where the mountain tops claimed by the strongest cultivators were. Concerning the 7 huge mountains, nobody was going to try. There was still a free one too, but nobody was stepping on it. Who knew what the consequences would be after that? No, there will be fights. Because people can't go down there, said Jun Emoshi to the person who had just said that if there wasn't enough space on mountaintops, people would have to go down. However, they couldn't go down into that mysterious valley, so the only solution would be to fight to get some space. Get lost. What makes you think you can be here? Jun Emoshi had just finished talking when someone had begun fighting. The crowd turned around and saw some people arguing at the top of a mountain. Surprisingly, there were some familiar faces, the Yu clan from Shuiyu. Yu Jian and Yu Qin were there too. We're here for the same thing, right? We want to see great battles. Why couldn't we watch the great competition of Shuiyu together? Wouldn't that be great and comfortable? Said that person while pulling a long face but not losing their temper. PFFFF, you came to watch the competition. We came because 2 people of our Yu clan are going to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu. Nothing gives you the right to sit with us. Piss off. Said Yu Lu Shuwei while making a step forwards and releasing a monstrous amount of qi. They're going to join the great competition of Shuiyu? Some people were wordless. They looked at the 2 young people of the Yu clan. As expected, those 2 young men were extremely strong. Then, that person and the others who were with him left. Yu Lu Shuwei looked proud of himself. 2 of the young men of their clan were going to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu. What pride, what an honor, what glory! Yu Jian, Yu Qin, there will be many strong cultivators at the competition, so you have to stay together and fight against them together. You will have no problem if you fight that way. During the second round, give all you can and then you will be able to make it to the third round. If you manage to stand on the fighting stage during the third round, that is already amazing. When we go back to Shuiyu, you 2 will be the next most important people after the prince, Duan Wudao. Said Yu Lu Shuwei to motivate his 2 young juniors. Yu Jian and Yu Qin nodded. They knew that they weren't that strong in comparison with other participants, but they were too. If they were careful enough, nothing would happen to them. They hoped that they would manage to survive the first round. You really think too highly of them. They are a joke. Said Tang Wuyao in a cold and detached way. He landed on their mountain and mocked them. Wu Qing was with him. Don't forget that Wu Qing is the 3rd high official, Yu Jian and Yu Qin only ranked 5th. That's the end of the ranking of the list. Humph, since when does the ranking list mean anything? You will see after the competition. Said Yu Lu Shuwei coldly. If they face Tian Ming, they will have no chance. Said someone else, which surprised Tang Wuyao and Yu Lu Shuwei. They turned around and saw Yu Qingshan looking extremely aggressive. Yu Tianming looked at them indifferently and said, nodding, if I face them, they will have no chance at all. They will never be able to win against me. So arrogant. Said Wu Qing while groaning coldly like an animal. Too bad Lin Feng has disappeared. I wanted to fight against him. He had sufficient strength to fight against me, but I'd never thought highly of you guys. Lin Feng was going places. Said Yu Tianming. Lin Feng was surprised. Disappeared? He wasn't going to disappoint neither Yu Tianming nor Yu Qingshan. Back then, Yu Qingshan had still hoped that Yu Tianming would fight against Lin Feng for Duan Xanye. Yu Tianming wasn't going to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu with the hope of becoming famous in Shuiyu. He didn't care about that. He wanted to become a monstrously strong cultivator in the entire empire. That was his goal. In the future, he would despise Shuiyu. Lin Feng was like that too. Besides, Lin Feng had to finish amongst the top 9 cultivators of the competition. As if Yu Jian had sensed that Lin Feng was looking at them, he turned his head. What are you looking at, you weak piece of trash? You're just extremely lucky to have made it so far and to be able to participate to the competition. Said Yu Jian, his eyes looked like swords. Yu Tianming and Wu Qing were humiliating him and he didn't like it. Good thing Lin Feng was there so he could get angry back at them. Unfortunately, you won't be as lucky. Said Lin Feng with a cold smile on his face that he then stopped looking at Yu Jian. Yu Jian was stupefied, but he released some deadly energy to show him his place. That Lin Feng really wanted to die. No need to argue with such people. Now, we need to rest and restore our vitality and energy. In one day, we will need it. Said Yun Fei Yan while smiling indifferently. He then immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. You're right. Said Lin Feng while nodding. He also sat down cross-legged and entered into a trance. He ignored everything in his surroundings and his blood started flowing like a calm river. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, The Magical Seeds. Chapter 608, The Magical Seeds. It was early in the morning and the atmosphere was gray. Some people were walking up already to break the eerie silence. The entire mountain chain was filled with people. Only 7 of the 8 strange mountains were occupied. People couldn't help but look at those 7 geniuses. They were real geniuses. It was possible to see that from only looking at their chi. Besides them, there were many other cultivators on those 81 mountains which looked like stone pillars. They were either chatting or sitting cross-legged or standing proudly. Apart from those 8 mountains and 81 stone pillars, the other mountains surrounding the area were filled with people who looked like little insects in the far distance. There were too many people. Many hung off the slopes of the mountains. They would still be able to see the vast area that way, especially the flat area at the feet of the mountains. Everyone had guessed that the first round was going to start down there. Lin Feng opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt particularly well, like a newborn. He raised his head and looked at the sky. It was getting bright. It was finally going to start. Jun Emoshi, Tang Yu, Zhang Meng Xan and Yun Fei Yang also looked excited. They had been waiting for this day for such a long time. The great competition of Shuiyu, that wonderful event, was going to start and they had the chance to participate in it. There were only a few others with Jun Emoshi on his mountain. Yet, nobody dared to take the final 8th strange mountain that was unoccupied. The sun gradually unveiled the entire area. Everybody looked at the sky. They couldn't wait for the competition to start. They couldn't believe it was about to start. Suddenly a hurricane appeared in the air. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. In the flat area at the bottom of the mountains, a silhouette appeared. It was an old man whose skin was as white as snow. His hair was snowy white. He looked very particular. After the first glance one could never forget his odd appearance. That person then stood in the air above that flat area and looked at the crowd. People had the impression that time had stopped when the old man looked at them. He was particularly intimidating. He belongs to Shingong. People from Michang had immediately guessed that he was a strong cultivator from Shingong. Let me introduce myself. I am an envoy of Shingong. My name is Shui Wu Chang. I will be the one in charge of the first round of the great competition of Shuiyu. When he had began speaking, everybody had started whispering. Shingong? What was Shingong? Most people had never heard of Shingong. Was it a sphere of influence in Shuiyu? It seemed like Shingong was quite famous in Shuiyu. Now, the 4 empires have chosen some outstanding disciples to participate at the competition of Shuiyu. All of those geniuses will stand in front of me so that I can see you, said Shui Wu Chang. In a flash, he rose high up in the air and moved to the east. People from Dragon Mountain, come next to me, said Jun Emoshi. In a flash, a myriad of silhouettes flickered and they gathered behind and next to Jun Emoshi. Xiaoya, please be careful and take care of yourself, said Lin Feng. Xiaoya nodded and said, Bro, don't worry about me, just take care of yourself and be careful. All right. I'm off, said Lin Feng. His body emitted whistling sounds while he rose up in the air. In a flash, he was in the middle of all the other people from Dragon Mountain. At the same time, the 7 geniuses at the top of the mountains also started rising up in the air and moving towards their respective groups in the south, north, east and west. The geniuses from all the other countries and empires also meticulously joined their groups. The crowd raised their heads and looked at the geniuses. They were 144. They were the most outstanding geniuses of Shuiyu. They were all very young and were going to play important roles in the future of the Shuiyu. Finally, the cruel competition was going to start. Some geniuses would die, but for others it would be a great opportunity. After the competition, some of them would be able to reach beyond the clouds. Shui Wu Chang glanced at them, nodded and said, 144, very good. Please give your best during the competition. It can determine your future. Good luck, said the old man. They had to give their best. The competition would determine their future. Those words were resonating in people's heads. It wasn't an ordinary competition. All right. First, let me tell you the rules. Under your feet there is a precipice, and down there is the demonic area. If you go there, no matter how high your real cultivation level is, your cultivation level will fall down to the first Qianqi layer. Your spirit, soul, physical strength and skills will also be restrained. You won't be able to use them. You will only be able to use basic magical powers, said Shui Wu Chang slowly. The crowd was stunned. Their cultivation level would only be the first Qianqi layer down there. And they wouldn't be able to use their skills or other things. That was really too cruel. Indeed. It's exactly the way you think it is. Inside, you will all be of the same level. No matter how high your cultivation level is, the competition is fair so everyone will have a chance. What we value most during the competition are those with high natural abilities. Everybody will be of the same level. Those who were weak were excited to hear that. They obviously had faith in their natural abilities, but the cultivation level was important. This way they wouldn't get killed by the strongest cultivators directly at the beginning. Alright, let me give you all some seeds. These seeds will teach you skills which you will be able to use in the precipice. Besides that, hay will have many more benefits. Everybody give your best. Those seeds have extremely beneficial effects on your health. You will be pleasantly surprised, said Shui Wuchang, and then stretched his hand in which appeared magnificent and bright seeds. He threw one of them to everybody. The crowd remained there motionless and the seeds all landed between their eyebrows. In a flash, all the geniuses had a shiny seed between their eyebrows. All right. Jump into the precipice now. It's been waiting for you for 10 years. The opportunity is rare, cherish it. Dangers and benefits coexist, remember that, give your best and you will seize all those great opportunities, explained Shui Wuchang indifferently. Everybody was excited. The great competition of Shuiyu was about to start. Would it be dangerous or would it be a great opportunity? It depended on each person. Demonic area, here I am, said Duan Wu Dao while jumping into that precipice and disappearing inside. Di Ling, Shui Sha, Lin Xiao, and all the others all jumped into the precipice. All these geniuses' silhouettes were flickering and jumping into the precipice. Very quickly, Shui Wuchang was the only one left in the air. 144 geniuses had ended up inside. They were going to show what they were capable of. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609, The Temple. Chapter 609, The Temple. After everybody jumped into the evil area, Xiaoya found herself alone on a huge mountain. Now that everybody had left, she felt quite lonely there. Jun Mo Shi and the others had already left. She was now looking down at the evil area. In the crowd, there were two people talking. They looked extremely strange and were wearing ancient bronze masks. Pijun, can you see Lin Feng? Asked one of them who looked extremely strong and robust. A moment before, amongst the 144 silhouettes, they hadn't seen Lin Feng. They couldn't have been mistaken, they were sure about that. However, Lin Feng's rise in Shuiyu had been majestic. Pijun and Han Man knew that he had left for Dragon Mountain. They had always paid attention to the news concerning Lin Feng. However, at this moment they couldn't see Lin Feng. No idea, said Pijun while frowning. He felt quite bad. If Lin Feng wasn't at the great competition of Shuiyu, it meant that he had been in an accident or something else had happened to him. With his temperament, he would have never missed the competition, said Pijun while looking at Han Man. They both looked extremely anxious. What you mean is that, said Han Man, he didn't dare think about it. Are you looking for Lin Feng? Said a little and gentle voice at that moment. Han Man and Pijun turned their heads and looked at little girl. Indeed, do you know him? He's like our brother, said Han Man to Xiaoya hastily. Maybe, what does your Lin Feng look like? Asked Xiaoya. Younger than 20 years old, handsome, amazing natural abilities. He uses swords and fire, he likes to put on white clothes, said Han Man hastily. When Xiaoya heard him, she smiled. Lin Feng's face had changed so they couldn't recognize him anymore. My big brother is inside already, it's just that you cannot recognize him right now, said Xiaoya while giggling. Big brother? Han Man and Pijun were stupefied looking at her in a strange way. Yes, nodded Xiaoya, my name is Xiaoya, Lin Feng, the one you're looking for became my big brother. Why didn't we see him then? Hush, whispered Xiaoya in a low voice. He offended too many people, so he has to hide. I see. Han Man and Pijun glanced at each other and took a deep breath. They were suddenly relieved, nothing had happened to Lin Feng. Xiaoya was a little girl, she couldn't lie to them about such serious things. Besides that, everybody was speechless watching the cultivators down in the precipice. Everybody's heart were palpitating. They saw the mysterious chi down in the precipice dissipate and everything became clear. It was a vast area with rivers, mountains, and ancient temples. The 144 geniuses in the precipice also appeared in various places. Suddenly, those who were immobile began turning around. The observers could clearly understand why the geniuses were acting that way. However, there was a wave of light down there and nobody knew what it was. Look, it's my big brother there, said Xiaoya while showing Lin Feng to Pijun and Han Man. There was a silhouette by a river down there. It was Lin Feng looking around. Lin Feng was stupefied. From the moment he had entered into the precipice he had sensed that his entire strength and pure chi were absolutely oppressed, even the strength of the Harukas. At that moment, Lin Feng only had the strength of the first Qianxi layer. Down in the precipice, there was no exception. Everybody had their strength and pure qi oppressed. Lin Feng raised his head and saw that apart from mountains and rivers, there were stars. He looked at them and realized that there were 143 of them. They were 144 when they entered, and Lin Feng could now only see 143 stars. It clearly meant that the star which was missing was himself. Ha! At that moment, Lin Feng was speechless. A star disappeared. A star had disappeared without reason, and Lin Feng had clearly seen it. Again! Thought Lin Feng. At that moment, there were only 141 starlights left. Nobody killed them. Those starlights didn't collide with anything else. Lin Feng thought that they couldn't have gotten killed. They had only just arrived in the precipice. They couldn't have gotten killed in less than 1 second, it would have been too quick. Splash, splash, splash. The splashing sounds of water were resonating in the atmosphere. Lin Feng frowned and looked at the river next to him. Boom! Water was splashing in a terrifying way. There were gigantic waves on the water that were moving towards him. Lin Feng was caught off guard. He immediately jumped backwards. Even though his strength was restricted, he still had acute perceptions. Boom boom! A trunk was immediately destroyed by something. Lin Feng stopped and stared at the silhouette coming towards him. It was a ferocious wild beast. It looked like a fake flood dragon with fish scales all over its body. It looked really hideous. In the evil area, apart from cultivators, there are ferocious wild beasts as well, thought Lin Feng while looking at it. He immediately turned around and left. Lin Feng could see that a star was getting near him too, but he didn't feel like fighting against other people so soon. His silhouette flickered and he appeared in another place. He looked around at the illusion and the stars. At that moment, not far from Lin Feng, a star suddenly disappeared without any reason. Did a beast do that? Lin Feng frowned and walked towards the place where the star had just disappeared. He wanted to find out why people were disappearing suddenly. Lin Feng arrived next to that place and was absolutely astonished. There was an ancient temple in front of him. It seemed half real, yet half fake. Its doors were firmly closed. On the temple, written in huge letters, Temple. Temple? Lin Feng was a bit surprised to see that such a place could be called a temple. A moment before, those people had disappeared because they had just entered a temple. Lin Feng assumed that there was something inside. It seemed like a sword. It was extremely strange. What is that place? Thought Lin Feng. He decided to wait outside and wait for someone to come out. After a short time, the door of the temple opened itself and someone came out. Lin Feng was surprised. That person was Yu Jian. At the moment when they entered the evil area, they had lost their comrades. Therefore, Yu Jian wasn't with Yu Qin anymore. They couldn't find each other. Yu Jian was also speechless when he saw Lin Feng, but he immediately narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. What a coincidence! Yu Jian slowly walked towards Lin Feng. In his hand he had a sword and he was smiling in an ice-cold way. Lin Feng frowned but didn't retreat. He was just looking at him and standing. In the evil area, everybody had the strength of the first Qianxi layer, without any exception. You piece of trash! You should have died earlier. Now I'll take care of you. Yu Jian made a step forwards and released his deadly energies. That sword looked particularly sharp. Lin Feng's heart started pounding. It's a sword skill. Lin Feng was astonished. He finally had an idea of what was in that temple. There were skills and techniques. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610, How to Use the Seeds. Chapter 610, How to Use the Seeds. What a fast sword! Thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng trampled his feet on the ground and moved backwards. Slash! The cold light of the sword moved in the air and a starlight appeared in front of Lin Feng. His sword then moved obliquely in the air towards Lin Feng and had reached him. His top was lacerated. The move had been too subtle and quick. Then Lin Feng saw blood appear on his chest where his clothes had been torn apart. As expected, the strength of my corporeal body is also constricted. His corporeal body also only has the strength of the first Qianxi layer. Guessed Lin Feng. That evil area was really terrifying. Its only rule was to constrict everybody. The only strength which existed in there was the one provided by the evil area. You still want to try me? Said Yu Jian while smiling. His sword appeared again, twinkled and started shaking uninterruptedly. Yu Jian seemed like he was very far from Lin Feng but had in a flash appeared near him. Lin Feng was fixedly staring at him. He wanted to understand the angle at which the sword was coming to him. Humph! Yu Jian moved his sword and in a flash, it was about to reach him. Yu Jian and Lin Feng had the same level at that moment, they were both of the first Qian Qi layer. The problem was that Yu Jian had a skill and Lin Feng didn't. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling and kept staring at the sword. He condensed a tiny amount of pure qi into his hand. He then slapped that sword aside and then stretched his right hand, condensed pure qi again and grabbed the sword. He held it firmly. Blood started flowing in Lin Feng's hand and Yu Jian's sword kept shaking violently. Lin Feng's facial muscles kept twisting and he was shouting violently. Get lost! He moved his right hand back. In a flash, the sword moved as well as Yu Jian's body. He looked like he was going to fall. Lin Feng didn't knit his eyebrows at all, instead, he took advantage of the fact that Yu Jian looked like he was going to fall down and immediately attacked him. Get lost! Lin Feng then immediately punched him violently and blood splashed out of Yu Jian's mouth. His punch had even managed to project him backwards. However, Yu Jian's fighting abilities weren't affected. Lin Feng didn't wait for him to strike back though, he immediately moved in the direction of the temple. By the time Yu Jian understood what was going on, the door of the temple was closing itself and Lin Feng was already inside. Yu Jian looked glum while fixedly staring at the temple. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had managed to escape from him. Yu Jian obviously knew that if he just had a wonderful opportunity to kill Lin Feng. Outside of the evil area, the people of the Yu clan were looking at that move in an ice-cold way. He hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng. Xiaoya, Han Man and Pajun however, felt extremely relieved. Under such circumstances where their strength was constricted, courage, insight and willpower were the most important factor. And it seemed that when it came to those qualities, Lin Feng was much stronger than Yu Jian. In the temple, Lin Feng's pure qi was flowing and his hand was slowly healing. He was carefully observing his surroundings. In front of Lin Feng, in the air there was a sword in suspension. There were several swords and there were stars twinkling on those swords. They looked like the seeds Shui Wuchang had sealed between their eyebrows, they were exactly the same. Those small swords hide something. Probably some sword skills, thought Lin Feng. Yu Jian had gone in without anything and had come back out with a sword skill. It was probably the first sword that he had obtained. There were 6 other small swords, the first sword Lin Feng could see had 1 starlight twinkling on it while the last one had 7 starlights twinkling on it, that confirmed Lin Feng's theory. Come down. Shui Wuchang had said that those seeds would give everyone a great opportunity. Relying on those seeds they would be able to choose skills which would provide them with unconceivable advantages. They just had to remain brave and courageous and the effects of the seeds would be incredible, they would be astonished. Shui Wuchang's words were resonating in Lin Feng's head which surprised him. Those seeds could provide them with unimaginable advantages. Could it be that the seeds and the swords have to be of the same level in order to get them? Thought Lin Feng. He had many different thoughts. Indeed, it had to be that way. Shui Wuchang had given everybody 1 seed before entering the evil area, there were 144 seeds, possibly, those cultivators had to kill other geniuses to obtain seeds and obtain better skills and magical powers. So you have to kill other people to get the best things. What an evil rule. Thought Lin Feng whose pupils shrank. He had to kill people to steal seeds to obtain better skills. Everybody would try to hunt him to obtain his seed. Editor's note, no pun intended, surprised face. Lin Feng could guess that he was in one temple of many, maybe the others would have more techniques. Seeds could actually drive these geniuses insane, they would be ready to do anything to get seeds. What a cruel game. Thought Lin Feng whose eyes were twinkling. No wonder that Yu Jian's deadly energies were so thick, he wanted to kill people to obtain seeds and then obtain better skills. Lin Feng needed to learn a skill very quickly and then steal seeds from other people as quickly as possible as well. Even though I can obtain treasures by using seeds, it's only the first seed right now. And it is an unavoidable step, otherwise I will never be able to go and kill other people. On the contrary, they will chase me down with their new skills. Thought Lin Feng without hesitation. In a flash, the seed he had between his eyebrows twinkled as well as the starlight of the first sword. Between Lin Feng's seed and the sword then appeared a bridge. In his brain also appeared a sword, it appeared slowly. It seemed to be coming from far away and abruptly it appeared in front of him and then penetrated into his brain. Lin Feng's forehead was there covered with cold sweat. What a powerful sword, thought Lin Feng surprised. It was similar to the sword that Yu Jian had just used. As expected, he had taken the first sword. However, Yu Jian hadn't understood the fundamental essence of that sword. He couldn't control it that well. With 1 seed, I could get only that sword. Whispered Lin Feng, but that sword was already very good. A green sword slowly descended in front of Lin Feng, he stretched his head and put it in his back. Then he sat down cross-legged and visualized that sword. He had already used the seed to get the sword. He could go out if he wanted, just like Eugene had done. But instead he preferred staying inside and learning first. If Eugene managed to properly understand the sword, he would be able to kill Lin Feng very easily. The best thing Lin Feng could do was to stay in the temple and understand the sword. Sharpening the sword wouldn't interfere with the cutting of firewood. He needed to practice the skill before using it. Meanwhile, others outside could become much stronger while he took his time. That sword kept revolving in Lin Feng's brain. His understanding of that sword skill was becoming deeper and deeper, as if it had been carved into Lin Feng's brain. After a long time, Lin Feng opened his eyes, and between his eyebrows, the sword was brighter than before. Lin Feng abruptly stood up and stretched one finger, which was as sharp as a sword. It seemed extremely slow, but it actually crashed onto a wall of the temple. In a flash, and a hole appeared. One day. Surprisingly, it took me 1 day to learn that skill. No wonder that Eugene hadn't managed to understand it all that well, whispered Lin Feng. Suddenly, a light beam spread in the temple. Lin Feng turned around and discovered that the door of the temple was open. He was stupefied. As expected, the door had just opened itself. One could practice cultivation in the temple for only 1 day, otherwise people could have hidden in it indefinitely. 1 day was the limit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611, A Disaster for the U-Clan. Chapter 611, A Disaster for the U-Clan. It seems like I have to go out, thought Lin Feng when he saw that the door was open. He couldn't see what was happening outside, but he was hoping that the temple wasn't being encircled by his enemies. Lin Feng grabbed hold of the sword he had obtained and left the temple. He checked to the left and right. He was being extremely careful. There was nobody outside, which relieved Lin Feng. He continued to glance around. But after a while, Lin Feng saw some starlight, 2 of them and then 3. As expected. Lin Feng was surprised. After 1 day, nobody wasted any time. People continued to hunt others to steal starlight seeds. There, at that moment, Lin Feng was stupefied. There were 5 starlights. Someone had 5 starlight seeds, which meant that he had killed 4 people already. Besides, Lin Feng just realized that there was something strange. Everybody was trying to avoid him. All the starlights were moving away from him. People who had that many starlight seeds were very strong. Ha! Lin Feng was surprised. At that moment, there was a star approaching him. There were 2 people, one of them had 1 starlight seed and the other had 2. Do they want to kill me? Thought Lin Feng. He then started to calmly walk away. As expected, when Lin Feng changed direction, the other 2 moved in the same direction as him. They were rushing in his direction and gaining speed. Lin Feng's pace didn't change. He was moving neither slowly nor quickly at that moment, but those 2 people continued to move closer. Finally, he arrived somewhere and stopped. He then turned around and saw the people arriving. Eugene and Eugene. Eugene already had 2 starlight seeds. He had killed someone and stolen another starlight seed. After 1 day in there, you finally came out, said Eugene with a cold smile on his face. He had been waiting for Lin Feng to leave. After seeing only 1 starlight leaving the temple, Eugene understood that it must be Lin Feng. On the way, Eugene managed to join him. You want to kill me that badly, said Lin Feng indifferently while looking at Eugene. You should have died much sooner. You're really lucky to have made it so far, but I have an extra seed now. With its advantage, you are already a dead man, said Eugene while smiling coldly. A sword then appeared in his hand. Moron. You've only been hiding in the temple for 1 day. That wasn't very smart, said Eugene mockingly, and then added, I learnt the same skill as you with my seed and then an agility technique with the other one. Eugene learnt a hand skill with his seed. You're nothing. How could you hope to compete with us? Lin Feng reached back and unsheathed the sword from his back, which emitted a cold gleam. Humph. We learnt the same sword skill and I now have an agility technique. Get ready to die, shouted Eugene furiously. He then jumped forwards, attacking Lin Feng abruptly. His sword was dazzling. Lin Feng took a step, his sword twinkled, the same sword as Eugene. They both looked exactly the same. I'm going to get another seed, said Eugene happily. He then moved with incredible speed and in a flash his sword arrived in front of Lin Feng. But at that moment Lin Feng's sword, which was in the distance, moved like an illusion, slow and quick at the same time. Psssshh, a sound spread through the air and a sword penetrated through flesh. Lin Feng and Eugene were facing each other. Eugene's sword was in front of Lin Feng's chest and even pierced his clothes, but it was unable to move farther. However, Lin Feng's sword had already pierced Yu Jian's throat. That sword seemed to be slow, but in a flash, it had pierced into his throat. He had learnt an agility technique which had helped him improve his speed, but his sword skill wasn't at the same level as Lin Feng, who had truly understood the skill. Same sword skill indeed, but our way of practicing is different, said Lin Feng indifferently. He then pushed Yu Jian's sword aside using his finger. Yu Jian's eyes were wide open, he was fixedly staring at Lin Feng, he refused to close his eyes. Lin Feng's sword had been incredible, to the extent that Yu Jian was still seeing an illusion. Lin Feng was a moron? But why was he able to comprehend the skill much better than Yu Jian? And in the outside world, wasn't it the same? Because you're about to die, let me tell you something, I am Lin Feng from Shuiyu, said Lin Feng coldly, which astonished Yu Jian. He started shaking even more. Lin Feng, it was the real Lin Feng. Then Lin Feng's sword moved more and he started shaking intensely. The two seeds between Yu Jian's eyebrows immediately appeared between Lin Feng's eyebrows. It was incredibly intriguing. Lin Feng had killed him and gained 2 starlight seeds. Yu Jian had already used his 2 seeds to learn skills, but after dying, they were usable again. Lin Feng could use them again to learn another skill. When Yu Qin saw Yu Jian collapse, he was shocked as he stared at Lin Feng. It was the real Lin Feng. He had just thought that it was a nobody with a strong body, but in fact it was Lin Feng, the real one. It was the Lin Feng he had always wanted to eliminate. Lin Feng had disappeared, but he hadn't died. He instead transformed and appeared with a new face. He hadn't even bothered to change his name, yet nobody had guessed that he was the same person. You asked people from Tianfeng to come and kill me, you nearly caused my death. Initially, I didn't intend to kill you, but you've always continued to push me. How foolish, said Lin Feng while slowly walking towards Yu Qin. Yu Qin kept moving backwards, he was terrified. Lin Feng originally was a nobody in Shuiyu and then rose and became a famous figure. Everybody had been astonished by Lin Feng's cultivation speed. He used to be trash, but step by step, he had become so strong that it scared everyone, making them seem like trash for being so afraid. So just like Yu Qin, many people wanted to eradicate him. However, Lin Feng was still alive and he was in front of Yu Qin. Run! Fought Yu Qin at that moment. He was terrified by Lin Feng and, of course, didn't dare fight against him. He turned around and started running like mad. Surprisingly, he didn't even consider trying to avenge Yu Jian's death. You know, running is useless now, said Lin Feng. He made a step forwards, raised his sword which seemed to be extremely distant, but in a flash, it abruptly appeared in front of Yu Qin. It was releasing a suffocating pressure. Yu Qin wasn't even able to move for much longer until he crashed into the ground and the starlight seed between his eyebrows appeared on Lin Feng. Lin Feng already had 4 starlight seeds and could learn 3 new skills. He didn't go back to the temple though, he needed to get more seeds to learn the better skills. He wanted to learn the sword skill which required 7 seeds. Outside of the evil area, Yu Shui was furious and his face had become extremely red. The 2 geniuses of the Yu clan had died. They were both killed by the same person. Yu Shui had hoped that those 2 geniuses would make it, at least, to the second round, but in the end they died. He would be going back to Shuiyu with nothing. When Yu Qingshan, on Yu Shui's side, saw that Yu Qin and Yu Jian had died, he remained calm. There were many benefits to gain in the evil area, but not everybody could seize those opportunities. Yu Jian and Lin Feng had had the same sword skill and the same cultivation level, but there had still been a huge difference in power. But the great competition of Shuiyu belonged to real warriors, to the real geniuses. Even though there was an initial 144 geniuses, lots of them would die. Suddenly, Yu Shui turned his head and looked at Xiaoya on another mountain. Sharp lights were twinkling in his eyes. Lin Feng had come together with that girl. Lin Feng had killed his sons, so the Yu clan would make him pay the price for it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612, Encountering UMO. Chapter 612, Encountering UMO. Yu Shui's silhouette flickered and he threw himself towards Xiaoya while releasing his qi. That powerful qi terrified Han Man and Xiaoya, who turned around and immediately saw Yu Shui attacking them. How shameless! Shouted Han Man furiously. He grabbed Xiaoya's hand and moved backwards, but Yu Shui acted as if he hadn't heard him and kept moving forwards. His fist was still aiming at them. Stop! Shouted a furious voice which crashed through the air and oppressed the entire mountain chain and especially Yu Shui. Yu Shui felt like a meteor had crashed into his body and he groaned in pain. He immediately fell to the ground and struggled to remain conscious. He pulled a long face and raised his head. He saw Shui Wuchang in the air, who was fixedly staring at him with killing intent. Yu Lu Shui was terrified. The great competition of Shuiyu is a competition in which those geniuses fight and risk their lives. You are an insignificant outsider. If we allowed insignificant people to shamelessly attack people out here, how could the geniuses concentrate their efforts on the competition? If you want to avenge your people, you can do it after the competition. But if you even glance at them again during the competition, I will kill you on the spot. A terrifying energy had invaded the mountains. Everybody could clearly sense it, which made them shiver. Nobody dared to make a single move. What a buffoon, you really made a spectacle of yourself, said Yu Shan while looking at Yu Lu Shui. Yu Lu Shui groaned and coughed even more blood. His face looked hideous. The geniuses of his clan had been killed and he couldn't even avenge them. Han Man, bro, are you alright? Said Pajun at that moment. Even though Yu Lu Shui hadn't managed to attack him properly, his chi had still reached Han Man and injured him. I'm okay, said Han Man while wiping some blood from his mouth. He was fixedly staring at Yu Lu Shui under his bronze mask and then looked at the evil area again. After Lin Feng killed Yu Jian and Yu Qin, he had 4 starlight seeds. He looked around and found out that there were more people coming towards him. Everyone had seen that there were 3 people in the area, but shortly after there was only 1 person left with 4 starlights. He had obviously killed the other 2 people. The killer hadn't taken the time to go to a temple and learn an amazing skill, so the best time to attack him was now. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled and he immediately started to move towards the temple. However, 4 people started rushing to block his path. 2 of them had 1 starlight seed and the others had 2 each. He couldn't deal with them all by himself. When they saw Lin Feng continue moving towards them, they threw themselves towards him. If they could obtain his seeds, they would reap a huge benefit. They had to stop Lin Feng from entering the temple, otherwise he would enter the temple and become a much stronger opponent. He would be very difficult to defeat after that. Lin Feng obviously knew what these people were thinking. However, defeating the people who had only 1 skill learnt was the best strategy. Very quickly, Lin Feng could see people closing in, but he didn't stop. He rushed forward at full speed. The maximum speed of the first Qian Shi layer was, of course, not the same as when he was in the outside world. Stop! Someone bombarded the atmosphere with their fist. It was filled with deadly energy. Lin Feng saw many fists start to form in the air and move towards him. They were forming a perfect line in the air. What a monstrous punch! Thought Lin Feng. His silhouette flickered and he unsheathed his sword. At that moment, Lin Feng had already forgotten the punches. He was focusing on his sword, which emitted a whistling sound. The sword collided with the punch and a fierce deadly energy was released into the atmosphere. That person had much better comprehension of his skills than Yu Jian. Die, dot. Lin Feng shouted furiously and his sword pierced the atmosphere. It cut through the fists in the air and continued moving, ignoring the resistance of the atmosphere, moving forwards with indomitable will. PSSSHHH. Another sound spread in the atmosphere. This time it wasn't deadly energy which had been pierced but the person who unleashed it. Boom! The fist, however, hadn't stopped for even a second as it crashed onto Lin Feng's body, causing him to fly backwards. His sword pierced the enemy's throat and created a scene filled with blood as another starlight seed appeared between Lin Feng's eyebrows. At that moment, Lin Feng had 5 starlight seeds. Around him, many people were paying close attention to his movements. What a terrifying sword! 1 attack and he was killed. People outside were also stupefied. They were all sent into the evil area with the same level and no skills. It was to see who had greater comprehension abilities. This was actually an extremely fair way to compete. Those who had higher cultivation levels were inherently stronger than those with lower cultivation levels. If they retained their cultivation level in the evil area, the strong would have killed the weak in the blink of an eye. However, those who had an extremely powerful comprehension would have a greater advantage in a fair fight, and Lin Feng was one of those people. Therefore, under such circumstances, he could easily handle people who relied solely on their cultivation. Lin Feng stood up and looked around. The other 3 people were closing in. Besides, some more people were starting to change direction towards them. They all wanted to steal his seeds. Go! Thought Lin Feng as he rushed in another direction. He couldn't afford to be surrounded, otherwise, he would really die. In that evil area, one could see other people's position with a glance, so he couldn't afford to be careless. A temple. At that moment, Lin Feng had created some distance between them and was the north area close to a temple. Lin Feng's eyes were distant as he contemplated his options. If he went in, he would be able to use his 4 seeds to obtain a powerful skill, but after that he would have no seeds left and would have to kill even more people to obtain better skills. Lin Feng was irresolute at that moment. More people would arrive as time progressed. What he initially wanted was to kill enough people to obtain the better skills right away. Now, he had to decide on a different plan. But while Lin Feng was considering the situation, he narrowed his eyes and suddenly, 5 starlights appeared. There was already someone at the temple. What a coincidence, that person was coming out. That person immediately jumped out and appeared at the top of the temple. When he saw Lin Feng, he looked excited. Lin Feng had 5 starlight seeds. If he stole them, he would be able to use another 5 seeds. It seemed like this time the heavens were on his side. Lin Feng stopped walking and looked at that silhouette. It was one of the 8 most outstanding geniuses, UMO from the Firmament Empire. During that short time, the people from behind were starting to catch up when they saw UMO leaving the temple and his 5 starlights shining brightly. They all stopped and didn't dare approach. Everybody revered and worshipped the 8 most outstanding disciples of the competition. Besides, at that moment, UMO had 5 starlight seeds after exiting the temple, which meant that he had probably obtained a monstrous ability. I must leave. Lin Feng didn't want to fight against UMO either. He was using only 1 seed and UMO was using 5 seeds. Besides, UMO was one of the 8 geniuses of the competition. He probably mastered skills at an incredible speed. Lin Feng wasn't strong enough to fight against him with only a single skill. Lin Feng then moved in the other direction, but UMO just smiled coldly. "Where are you going?" said UMO at that moment while turning into a hurricane and moving at full speed. UMO had killed 1 person and rushed to a temple. He acquired a monstrous agility technique, then he used that agility technique to kill 2 other people. One of them had a single seed and the other had 2 seeds. Then UMO had used those 3 seeds to obtain a monstrously strong skill, a fist skill. "Come back!" shouted UMO furiously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, Ambition. Chapter 613, Ambition. Lin Feng's clothes had been shredded. UMO gathered pure chi into his fist and struck towards Lin Feng's body. Where Lin Feng was, a terrifying whirlpool appeared which seemed like it was going to swallow him. Boom! Lin Feng slammed his foot to the ground. He wanted to retreat, but he only saw UMO give an evil laugh. He then threw himself at Lin Feng with lightning-quick speed. "Sword!" shouted Lin Feng. A light twinkled. Lin Feng abruptly turned around and raised his sword to the west. That terrifying sword was neither too slow nor too fast, it just continued to move forwards. Die! Lin Feng looked murderous. It seemed like Lin Feng wasn't near UMO, however. Lin Feng's sword seemed like it could defy the physical laws as it immediately appeared in front of UMO. It was aimed at his throat. Lin Feng's sword was extremely fast. UMO quickly dodged and raised his hand to block as terrifying pure chi started undulating around him. A subtle sound emerged as Lin Feng's sword penetrated into his hand, which made UMO's proud face suddenly drop. Lin Feng's sword was incredible. It had ignored the laws of physics. If UMO hadn't reacted quickly, that sword wouldn't have penetrated his hand but his throat instead. Die! Die, die, UMO shouted die once, but it echoed through the sky. He was furious and his long hair started violently fluttering in the air. He was releasing a terrifying energy. He unleashed a punch and a vortex appeared next to Lin Feng again. It wanted to swallow him. Lin Feng groaned and was once again projected backwards. While Lin Feng moved backwards, blood splashed from UMO's hand again as he heavily stepped on the ground and suddenly disappeared from sight. Agility technique, thought Lin Feng stupefied. UMO had learnt an incredible agility technique which enabled him to move extremely quickly. Lin Feng raised his sword and instead of moving backwards, he rushed forwards. However, he only saw UMO appear briefly in front of him and vanish once again. Lin Feng's sword was only fast enough to pass through an afterimage, while UMO threw himself at Lin Feng's back while shouting furiously. A terrifying fist was aiming at the back of Lin Feng's head. If Lin Feng didn't move quickly, his skull would be crushed. Boom! Gotcha! UMO's hand didn't reach Lin Feng's head like expected. Instead, it was greeted by a punch from Lin Feng's other arm. However, the power of the punch traveled through the fist and snapped Lin Feng's arm in half. Gotcha! Pure chi continued up his arm, doing more damage to the bones as it passed. Lin Feng gnashed his teeth and glared UMO with killing intent. You injured me. UMO was glaring at Lin Feng and continued moving forwards to put more pressure on Lin Feng's fist. Die! Shouted UMO. UMO shook his fist and in a flash, Lin Feng was surrounded by a vortex again. Lin Feng's facial expression was ruthless and he was still firmly holding his sword with his other hand. In his head, there was only his sword, nothing else. Boom! Boom! Another series of sounds emerged in the air. UMO continued moving forwards and putting pressure on Lin Feng. He looked like he had gone crazy. Lin Feng was firmly holding his sword, but at that moment, he was shocked. As if someone couldn't wait for him to die quick enough, he suddenly felt a powerful chi surge from behind him. Lin Feng quickly jumped and moved aside. He then felt a wind breeze past his body, and immediately a rumbling sound filled his ears as wind was blasted in every direction. Tang Yu. When Lin Feng saw that Tang Yu was attacking Umo, he was astonished. She was now fighting against Umo. Umo was also stupefied. Tang Yu had 4 starlight seeds already. She wasn't going to be easy to defeat either. Umo suddenly pulled a long face. He looked particularly glum. In the evil area, their cultivation levels were all the same. What a pity. The most important thing was to obtain as many starlight seeds as possible to get the treasures. That was the only thing which could make the difference inside the evil area. Let's go, said Tang Yu to Lin Feng. She then slowly moved backwards. Lin Feng coldly looked at Umo and left with Tang Yu. Umo looked at them leave. Fighting against them at the same time wouldn't be that easy. He had no choice. Fuck off. Stop looking at me, said Umo as he rushed towards someone who had moved too close to the fight. Everybody started shaking. It didn't look good for that person. Tang Yu and Lin Feng had left, and that person was now closest to Umo. That person then immediately started running, but Umo moved like a hurricane and in a flash arrived next to him. Then Umo's hand suddenly clamped onto the person's neck. A subtle sound emerged in the air, and in the blink of an eye, new starlight seed appeared between Umo's eyebrows. Most of the others who had been watching had already left. They had been careful, prudent and smart. They had understood that they couldn't waste time watching. They had to use their time to hunt others to become stronger. Those who weren't seizing the early advantages in the beginning were dying one after the other. Those who were still alive were becoming stronger and stronger. Killing the strongest ones had become almost invincible, so the weakest had no chance of winning. They had to adopt a defensive strategy and quickly retreat from all danger. Lin Feng and Tang Yu were on a dune at that moment. They could see all around them. The wind was blowing on Tang Yu's hair, making it float on the wind. Her white skin looked particularly cold at that moment. Thank you, said Lin Feng. Tang Yu had saved his life. He wouldn't have been able to escape otherwise. Junmo, she said that people from Dragon Mountain have to stick together. I hope that more of us will be able to move on to the next round. Besides, you are talented. It would be a pity if you died in the first round. Get ready to use the seeds you have right now, said Tang Yu while turning her head to him. She looked elegant and beautiful. Lin Feng had given her a very good first impression. He was extremely brave and courageous, as well as a strong and talented cultivator from Shuiyu. She appreciated him and didn't want him to die in the first round. At that moment, he had 4 seeds which he hadn't used. If he had, he would have been able to fight back against Umo. Besides, Lin Feng had also injured Umo with his sword while being at a disadvantage. Don't worry. I am going to wait, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. He really wanted better treasures. He wanted to wait. We were 144 cultivators when we came in. Now 40 people are dead already. In a short while, the first round will be over. Maybe if you get to a temple, you will become much stronger, but many people have died already. The first round will be over soon. It is just a matter of time. It also means that we won't have a chance to kill many more people. After all, you're not the only one with multiple starlight seeds. Therefore, we need to get stronger as soon as possible to gather more seeds. That is what Shui Wuchang meant when he talked about the benefits, said Tang Yu. Lin Feng was very ambitious, but the problem was that the 8 most outstanding geniuses were very dangerous. Of course, people would all adopt different strategies. Some of them thought that using seeds immediately was the best way, then they could immediately kill to gather more seeds. That was one strategy. It's very possible that others want your seeds and are paying attention to you, said Tang Yu after remaining silent for a short while. Lin Feng already had 5 seeds and wasn't going to the temple. Many people would target him. Therefore, I cannot afford to waste time, said Lin Feng. He was fixedly staring at Tang Yu and added, will you help me? Help you? Whispered Tang Yu. She was a bit surprised. Yes, help me. I know that I may sound selfish, but I don't want to miss out these opportunities. I know you don't either. Considering the transparent nature of this place and your strength, people will try to avoid you at all costs, and there's not much you can do alone. Therefore, if we work together, we can kill people and acquire seeds which wouldn't be possible for either of us by ourselves. We should use this opportunity to seize an advantage, said Lin Feng firmly. This was a rare opportunity. Lin Feng, just like Tang Yu, didn't want to let it slip. Lin Feng needed strength, so he didn't hesitate when asking Tang Yu for help. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614, Killing Together. Chapter 614, Killing Together. Tang Yuyu remained silently staring at Lin Feng. He was asking her to help him. He was asking her to give up a part of her freedom. She would certainly miss out on some seeds if they worked together. Why would I help you when I could instead take your seeds from you? Asked Tang Yuyu, surprised. Her cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's. If she could obtain some great skills, wouldn't she be stronger than him? We are two different people, one of us must compromise. If it's not you then it's me, but in any case one of us must compromise, otherwise we won't progress. At this time I need strength more than you do. It is only because of this that you think that I am selfish, which might be true to some extent. But if you help me I can give you 2 pure healing pills. I think that you would be happy to have them, said Lin Feng, looking determined. His cultivation level was indeed very low. If he missed the opportunities of the evil area he would be too weak to combat the other geniuses. In the evil area, some already had 6 or 7 starlight seeds. They were probably the 8 most outstanding geniuses. Besides, the number of people who had only 3 or 4 seeds was reducing quickly. Lin Feng was convinced that those people were going to be killed by the others. Lin Feng had to become stronger, otherwise everybody would rush to kill him. Pure healing pills. Tang Yuyu was surprised. Lin Feng also had such treasures. Pure healing pills enabled cultivators to entirely refill their pure chi reserves. That kind of pill was extremely useful, especially during the competition. If there was a cultivation difference between 2 cultivators, a pure healing pill could make the difference. After remaining silent for a short while, Tang Yuyu said, "Alright, what do you want me to do exactly?" When Lin Feng heard Tang Yuyu, he smiled resplendently. Tang Yuyu was accepting his request. Lin Feng took out 2 pills and gave them to Tang Yuyu. She looked pleasantly surprised. "Are you not afraid that I'll betray you now that you gave me these? You just saved my life. Those 2 pills are nothing compared to what you have done for me, just see it as a sign of my gratitude. Even if you take them and leave me I will not blame you," said Lin Feng with a warm smile on his face. Tang Yuyu's beautiful eyes were twinkling as she immediately put the pills away. Lin Feng was funny and interesting. There are 2 people at the top of some dunes, one of them has 3 seeds and the other only has 1. We should kill the one with 3 seeds first, said Lin Feng. Tang Yuyu nodded and they started walking through some dunes. In the evil area, even though everyone only had the strength of the first Qin Chi layer, they could still control pure Chi, use it to fly through the sky. However, not many people dared to because they didn't want to waste pure Chi, it was too dangerous. Lin Feng started running quickly at full speed. Somebody could sense that Lin Feng was coming towards him and he raised his head. He obviously didn't want to fight because he had started running away. Lin Feng suddenly jumped closed in the space between that person. They all had the strength of the first Qin Chi layer, so chasing other cultivators wasn't easy at all. Therefore, it was easier to escape. And in case it was impossible, you could always hide in temples and waste some time. Lin Feng looked extremely resolute. He jumped forwards. His pure Chi emitted whistling sounds as he rose up in the air like an arrow. He was flying in the air above a dune, which seemed to increase his speed. Chasing people while flying was much easier. He then noticed a gray silhouette not far from him. Someone from Tiangfeng. When Lin Feng saw that person, he smiled devilishly. That person was the one of the 7 envoys. That person rose his head and saw Lin Feng. He was surprised. Not only had he found Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had 5 starlight seeds already. "Didn't you want to kill me in the first place? Why are you escaping now?" said Lin Feng before landing on the ground. He was looking at him in a cruel way. He despised him. That person shook his fist and it turned golden. It was particularly dazzling and his chi was quite strong. Then he threw himself at Lin Feng, leading with his fist. That fist contained some Buddha chi. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to be compatible with that person's evil chi. It was very strange. A cold light twinkled. Lin Feng unsheathed his sword and immediately attacked that person's fist. His golden Buddha fist seemed extremely solid and indestructible. Clang! A metallic sound spread in the air. Lin Feng jumped backwards and smiled. "You are so weak." That person had just exchanged his 3 seeds for a skill, a golden Shakyamuni fist skill. Even though he hadn't practiced it for a long time, he was already able to make his fist turn into a real golden Shakyamuni fist, which meant that almost nothing could destroy him. Therefore, he had stopped chasing people. His sole purpose was to protect himself. That's why he was hiding in the middle of some dunes. He had first killed 2 people, then he had acquired this skill and thought it was enough. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng was paying attention to him, and even less that he would waste his pure chi to chase him and run in the air. You really are a coward. I used only one seed and you tried to run away from me. People from Tianfeng are all weaklings and cowards, you chicken. You have no guts at all. Just like the envoys I killed in Shuiyu, you are also a mere piece of trash. Said Lin Feng indifferently. That person was astonished. Lin Feng had killed some of the envoys in the past? You are Lin Feng? Indeed I am. On that night, you sent so many people to kill me, but I killed all of them and I am still alive. Said Lin Feng mockingly. The other looked furious. Surprisingly, this Lin Feng was the real one. They had all been fooled by his appearance. You didn't die then, but now I will kill you. Said the envoy while jumping forwards. His two hands turned golden, they were dazzling while looking extremely solid. Lin Feng's sword looked like a poisonous dragon incessantly attacking that person's fist, but it was useless. His sword couldn't cut through those fists. No wonder you were just hiding here, that skill is only enough to protect yourself. Said Lin Feng. The envoy had just joined his hands and could protect himself. When he was blocking Lin Feng's sword, he had managed to grab it and hold onto it firmly. Lin Feng smiled coldly and tried to move his sword back. Before that man realized, Lin Feng had managed to pull his sword back and put it in front of the envoy's throat. Golden Shakyamuni body! Shouted that person whose facial expression drastically changed. His entire body was dazzling. He transformed into a golden statue. That skill looked particularly inappropriate and inharmonious on such a person. Who? However, at that moment, the envoy was caught off guard. He turned his head and saw a beautiful silhouette run towards him. Immediately after, her fists broke through the golden statue. CRRRR. His entire body was breaking. Lin Feng's sword then pierced through his throat. He was shaking violently, he looked astonished as he collapsed. Die. Lin Feng shook his sword in that person's throat and in a flash, 3 starlight seeds appeared between Lin Feng's eyebrows. Now Lin Feng had 8 starlight seeds and could use 7 of them. Thank you. Said Lin Feng while smiling at Tang Yu, but she didn't look so reassured. She pointed at a place down the hill and said, don't talk too fast. Lin Feng turned his head and immediately looked down the dune. There were many stars twinkling down there. Those people had been staring at them. At that moment, Lin Feng's 8 stars obviously attracted everybody. Let's go. Said Lin Feng when he saw that many people were running towards them. Tang Yu started running with him at full speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615, The Evil Temple. Chapter 615, The Evil Temple. There were many people running up the dune together, but strangely they weren't fighting each other. There were 2 people at the top of the dune. One of them had 12 starlight seeds. Stealing that person's seeds would have been incredibly great. There was another person with 8 starlight seeds, and it seemed that they hadn't used 7 of them yet, which meant he hadn't obtained any great skills yet. Many people in the area noticed that and rushed over to the dune. It seemed like the first round could finish any time on that dune. Lin Feng and Tang Yu were running frantically. Finally they arrived at the very top of the dune. It was a huge and vast flat area. Surprisingly, at the top there was a temple out of which a mysterious and mystical chi was emerging. Lin Feng looked at the temple. It seemed like there was a Haruka there. It looked kind and evil at the same time. It was difficult to distinguish if it was evil or good. Maybe that the envoy obtained his golden Shakyamuni skill from that temple. Lin Feng and Tang Yu glanced at each other and then gazed into the distance. More and more people were running up the dune. They were getting closer and closer to the top. Do you want to go to that temple? Asked Tang Yu to Lin Feng. Lin Feng already had 8 seeds and had used only 1 of them. He could probably obtain some monstrous skill at that moment and become much stronger. Lin Feng looked irresolute. It had been so difficult to obtain those 7 seeds. What he wanted the most was the sword skill from the sword temple, but people were chasing them at that moment. If he wanted to obtain the sword skill, he definitely had to fly through the sky and use too much pure chi. Others would then join in chasing him then. It would be horrible if Lin Feng ended up dying. If he entered the temple in front of him, he might obtain a great skill, but he might not have the opportunity to go to the sword temple again. Lin Feng was fixedly staring at that temple with the statue looking both evil and good at the same time. It seemed like the nature of the statue kept changing every second. Lin Feng, however, had a familiar impression. Wasn't his Haruka strength skill also good and evil? Maybe that it was a sign that he had to get in. Can you come in with me? Asked Lin Feng. Tang Yu looked pensive for a few seconds and replied, "The doors might not shut because I don't have any more seeds to bargain with. But we might as well try." Lin Feng nodded. They needed the door of the temple to remain closed, otherwise they wouldn't be protected. "Let's go in," said Lin Feng. They then immediately entered the temple without another hesitation. Tang Yu entered with him, and as hoped, the door of the temple closed itself. In a flash, some stars disappeared at the top of the mountain, surprising the people that were running up the dunes. Was there a temple at the top of the dune? A lot of them began leaving. Lin Feng had 8 seeds and would probably obtain a monstrously powerful skill. After coming out, they wouldn't be the ones to kill him. Instead, he would kill them. Of course, some people stayed and waited. They consisted of a group of 5 people. Those people only had 1 seed between their eyebrows. They had managed to survive only because they had stayed together the whole time. That was a smart strategy, they kept helping each other. If they had decided to kill each other initially, they might not have survived the confrontation after. They decided to wait for those 2. One of them had 8 starlight seeds and another had 4. If their group had managed to kill them and obtain their seeds, they wouldn't be scared of anyone else anymore. Even though the seeds would only belong to one of them, they still wanted to try. Maybe they would be the one to succeed. At that moment, Lin Feng and Tang Yu were in the temple. It was as big as the sword temple. There were no swords in suspension, however, only the statue. That gigantic statue wasn't facing them, they could see it from the side only because it had 2 faces facing leftwards and rightwards. One evil and one good side. Looking in 2 different directions. "It's a Haruka statue," whispered Tang Yu. She sounded very surprised. How come there was such an ancient statue in there? Evil was evil, good was good. How had they managed to merge together in antiquity? Lin Feng was astonished, it was a real Haruka statue. Did that temple have anything to do with the Haruka skill he had? Lin Feng looked at the hands of the statue. On its left hand there were 3 good benevolent statues sitting. On its right hand there were 3 malevolent statues. On these statues there were also stars, from 1 star to 6 stars. The benevolent statue only has 1 to 3 stars while the malevolent ones have 4 to 6 stars. Is good less powerful than evil? Tang Yu looked surprised. That statue was extremely mysterious. Since the benevolent-looking statues had less stars than the malevolent-looking ones, did it mean that the malevolent skills were more powerful than the others? It seems like the one who built the temple didn't respect good as much as evil, whispered Tang Yu. But Lin Feng didn't hear her, he was staring at the one statue in the middle. It was half good, half evil, and had 7 stars on it. That was probably the most powerful one. 7 seeds. Are you going to use them all? Asked Tang Yu. She sounded excited and curious. Was Lin Feng going to spend all of his seeds to learn the most powerful skill, or was he going to spend a few on several skills? Was he going to get a kind one, an evil one, or the harmonious one? Of course, I will get this one, said Lin Feng while pointing at the one in the very middle. Lin Feng had the strength of the Haruka, of course he would get the most powerful one. He had to get the authentic one, half evil and half good. Perhaps this statue would help him in the future with his strength of the Haruka. Tang Yu looked at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way and immediately walked towards the statue. She then said, "I know you wanted to go to another temple, but now you can relax. I won't bother you while you learn the skill." "All right," said Lin Feng, nodding. He shook his head and his 7 starlight seeds connected with those of the half-evil half-good statue. Bridges appeared between his seeds and those of the statue. Swiftly, Lin Feng had the impression that his head was going to explode. Some memories had entered his brain which made him shake and move back a step. Lin Feng tried to stand steadily but gave up and sat down cross-legged. As expected, a skill which required 7 stars was much more powerful than a skill which needed only 1. Those memories were extremely brutal. At that moment, a vast starry sky appeared in Lin Feng's brain. It was gigantic. A dazzling golden light started twinkling all around his body. The aura of the Buddhas were shining all around him and illuminating the entire atmosphere of the temple. On one side in the space there was a magnificent light, and on the other side there was a black evil light which couldn't be pierced by the beautiful and dazzling light. Those statues seemed like they had come from ancient times, as if good and evil had been fighting since the beginning of time. It seemed like the mouth of the good statue was moving. Texts written in Sanskrit started flowing, they were written in beautiful golden letters and they were moving towards the dark light. However, the evil statue remained fearless and remained standing there indifferently. An evil energy kept flowing and rolling in the atmosphere. The beautiful golden texts in Sanskrit kept colliding with that evil energy and then disappearing as if they had never existed. Even though Lin Feng's eyes were closed, his facial expression kept changing. The images in his brain were incredible, astonishing. His heart kept pounding violently and he couldn't calm down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616, The Beginning of an Era. Chapter 616, The Beginning of an Era. All around, evil and good were competing. The endless golden light of good was illuminating the evil darkness which was corroding the aura of the Buddha. They had been there for millions of years and the space around them was being destroyed through the struggle. Evil and good kept colliding, and yet, neither disappeared. Instead, a balance between good and evil started to appear. The black evil lights kept flowing in the air, the golden light couldn't destroy it. In Lin Feng's brain, the balance between good and evil had started to stabilize. Haruka strength rotation skill. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. That was probably the skill he had thought about. He had already seen and learnt the skill, but this time, good and evil kept changing and evolving. In the end, good and evil merged together. Maybe that his skill came from the memories of an extremely strong cultivator from an ancient time. All skills had a strong cultivator at their origin, they were the ones creating them. Extremely strong cultivators could learn skills but also create skills for other people. They then could become Zun cultivators. Lin Feng was visualizing the skill which kept changing. He was sure that the Haruka's strength skill came from an extremely strong cultivator. However, while good and evil were fighting, Lin Feng's heart was pounding. He was realizing how monstrously strong some cultivators could be in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Those extremely strong cultivators, who had reached the clouds, had created skills combining good and evil and then transmitted them from generation to generation using this Buddha statue. If such a strong cultivator had still existed, they could annihilate anything. There was good, evil, and what else? Was there really such a thing as good and evil? Were those concepts related to a mysterious level of enlightenment? Lin Feng was asking himself many questions. People in his previous life were atheists, but he was realizing that people in the continent of the Nine Clouds knew all under heaven. Good and evil were at the origin of life. Maybe that after reaching a specific cultivation level, cultivators could be exceptionally enlightened. At that moment, Lin Feng was surrounded by a light. The strength of the Harukas was rotating around him, the good golden light and the evil black light were rotating together all around him. His muscles, bones and visceral organs were transforming and absorbing that strength. What on earth is that skill? Tang Yuyu was astonished watching Lin Feng. Those ancient evil and good chi were terrifying and rotating at full speed around Lin Feng. What secrets was the Haruka statue hiding? If Lin Feng doesn't die, he will become monstrously strong. He will be a monster like Duan Wu Dao or Di Ling in the future, thought Tang Yuyu. She hadn't known Lin Feng for a long time, but each time she met him she was surprised. Last time, he had burnt monstrous quantities of liquor, then he had attracted sunlight and now he was practicing a Haruka skill. She was witnessing the rise of a real genius. The strength of the Haruka kept rotating around him. Lin Feng was visualizing the evolution and changes of the liquids. It seemed like he was witnessing the beginning of a new transnational era. Lin Feng had absolutely no perception of time anymore. In the evil area, some buzzing sounds were spreading everywhere and piercing through people's eardrums, the entire area was vibrating. At the same time outside of the evil area, many people were watching the competition. It seemed like some marks and fissures were appearing throughout the evil area. People's faces had quickly changed, they were astonished. What was going on down there? Several people raised their heads and looked at Shui Wuchang. By this time in the evil area, 50 or 60 people had already died. For a region like Shuiyu, that was a huge number already. Those 50 or 60 people were all incredible geniuses, but they had died. They were chosen to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu and had become stepping stones for the first round. They had died and their seeds had been taken by their murderers, making them even stronger. Those who had only 3 seeds were being chased, their lives and seeds would be taken. Shui Wuchang looked calm and serene. He was just staring at the evil area. He was looking forward to seeing the evil area turn upside down just as much as he was also looking forward to seeing the second round. As the evil area was getting destroyed, he was wondering which genius was the one who was causing it. He was particularly surprised considering that all the cultivators only had the strength of the first Qian Qi layer inside. In order to destroy it like that, the cultivator necessarily had 7 seeds and had been able to learn that specific skill. Boom boom boom. Most of the participants stopped moving as the evil area kept trembling. What was happening? The group of people on the dune were particularly shocked, they could sense the vibrations even more than the others. Kacha. It seemed like something was about to explode. They raised their heads and saw a layer surrounding the atmosphere. There was a pallid light that seemed like it was going to burst out. Boom, dot. Boom, boom. Terrifying explosion sounds started emerging in the air. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful chi started rolling in the atmosphere. The crowd looked around and realized that they couldn't see stars anymore. They were wondering where they were. My cultivation is back. My cultivation is back to normal too, said some people in the evil area, realizing that their chi was back to normal. They suddenly felt so happy and so comfortable. Yeah, right, the strongest cultivators now have their cultivation back to normal too. Who can stop them now? Said some of the weakest cultivators. They were suddenly feeling hopeless and terrified. In the evil area, everybody's cultivation level was oppressed, so it was better for them. They didn't have to make too many efforts to survive, but now the strongest cultivators would be able to slaughter them. Just like they had guessed, the restrictions of the evil area had disappeared. Some people rose up in the air and flew slowly into the sky. They had immediately started looking for people to chase and kill, they wanted more seeds. Unfortunately, they couldn't see starlights anymore. Otherwise, it would have been very easy to slaughter the remaining cultivators. Many of them were terrified when they saw the silhouettes rise up in the air. Some of them even started running away in order to find a place where to hide. Even some of the strong cultivators began to hide. They couldn't let other people know how many seeds they had, otherwise they would be killed. You can kill those people, I'm no longer interested, said someone waiting on that dune who was really weak. Then his silhouette flickered and he started leaving. Where are you going? Shouted an ice-cold voice. An oppressive chi surrounded that person and a fist bombarded his head, he died in a flash and his murderer took his seeds. Let's go, said someone else. The others were escaping as well, but the enemies looked at them and surprisingly didn't chase them. Immediately after, they glanced at each other and smiled coldly. They understood what it meant. Chasing them would have been worthless. They would have only obtained a few seeds. The people who were in the temple had 12 seeds, they were worth the wait. Boom! A rumbling sound spread in the air, the door of the temple slowly opened itself and a young man appeared. He looked sick but clean. He was slowly walking out of the temple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617, Indestructible Golden Body. Chapter 617, Indestructible Golden Body. They came out. The crowd was excited and looking at the person exiting the temple. Tang Yu also came out. At that moment she looked calm and serene. She wasn't releasing any chi, she was only looking at Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the three people in front of him, they were all of the 7th Shen Shi layer. 5th Shen Shi layer. When the three people saw that Lin Feng had only broken through to the 5th Shen Shi layer, they looked even greedier. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 5th Shen Shi layer, nothing more. They felt very lucky. Surprisingly, Lin Feng already had 8 starlight seeds, they looked forward to stealing them. Ha! At that moment, the three of them were confused. They noticed Tang Yu, she wasn't doing anything even though her cultivation level was much higher than Lin Feng's. She had broken through to the very top of the 7th Shen Shi layer. Why wasn't Tang Yu protecting him? Why was he the one protecting her? 4 seeds, Lin Feng calmly glanced at them and counted the enemy's stars out loud, which surprised them. Lin Feng was counting the seeds the opponents had. Could it be that Lin Feng wanted to steal their seeds? Lin Feng made a step and slowly started walking towards them. However, Tang Yu remained at her initial position and didn't move at all. Everybody smiled coldly when they saw that. Lin Feng was really conceited to think he could rely on a skill he had exchanged against 7 seeds and defeat them. Besides, the enemies outnumbered them, he really wanted to die. Those 8 seeds are mine, said one of them whose silhouette flickered, and in just a moment appeared in front of Lin Feng. His eyes were twinkling. He then raised his fist and bombarded the space in Lin Feng's direction. The 2 others were looking at him and smiling coldly. They glanced at each other and in a flash, they appeared on both his left and right. At the same time, they threw themselves at Lin Feng. Of course, the first one to kill Lin Feng would be happy to get his seeds. Boom! The first one was still attacking Lin Feng as his fists crashed onto Lin Feng's body. But he was astonished, he cleared his head and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked calm and solemn, like a golden Shakyamuni. Translator's note: the Shakyamuni is a Buddha represented in the form of a golden statue. The enemy didn't have the feeling that he had hit a human being but instead an extremely solid statue. That's the skill from the temple? That person was surprised as it was inconceivable. That person's cultivation was higher than Lin Feng's by 2 cultivation layers. However, when he punched Lin Feng with all his strength, it seemed like it had done nothing to Lin Feng at all. It was as if his strength of the 7th Xian Qi layer had been negligible. That opponent seemed like an ant trying to shake a tree. Lin Feng's body was clearly as strong as that of a Buddha's warrior attendant. It had the strength of the Vajra. Translator's note: Vajra means diamond in Sanskrit, and Vajrayana is a branch of Buddhism, diamond school of Buddhism. Die. That person looked hideous. He condensed a massive amount of pure qi in his fist and punched Lin Feng again. In that fist he had concentrated all his pure qi. It was twinkling all around him and Lin Feng, illuminating the atmosphere. However, that pure qi just slid off Lin Feng's body and dispersed itself before vanishing. Lin Feng remained standing his ground. What the hell? How's that possible? Seeds, said Lin Feng calmly and indifferently. He then slowly raised his hand, which was surrounded by a golden light. The enemy's face was alarmed. He raised his hand to block Lin Feng's hand, but he just heard a cracking sound. The bones in his arm were completely crushed. He hadn't been able to withstand a single attack and instead emitted a horrible shriek. Following the onslaught, Lin Feng slapped his head, which exploded easily. It took only a breath for that person to die. How scary, thought Tang Yuyu, who was still standing behind Lin Feng. She continued staring at him. What kind of skill had Lin Feng learned to be that strong? He was surrounded by a golden aura and looked just like a Buddha. The other 2 that remained were terrified, their hearts were pounding. They had the feeling they were suffocating from their own palpitations. How terrifying. How come Lin Feng had become so strong in the temple? Opportunities. Those were the kind of opportunities which cultivators could seize during the competition. All the extremely strong cultivators had made a mistake. After getting a few seeds, they had immediately exchanged them for skills and treasures. Then they continued to kill a few cultivators and again exchange for lower level skills. Why hadn't anyone done like Lin Feng? First gather 7 seeds and then get into a temple to obtain their ultimate treasures. It's your turn, said Lin Feng, turning to the other 2 cultivators. He made a step towards one of them and that person's heart started pounding brutally. He didn't look greedy anymore, only terrified. Let's go. Those 2 people didn't want to steal Lin Feng's seeds anymore. They just wanted to escape alive. Where? Said Lin Feng indifferently. A hand emerged out of his mouth. It was a gigantic golden hand. That hand was emitting whistling sounds in the air as it enveloped one of their bodies. Get lost, said that person while releasing some pure qi. He then raised his 2 hands towards Lin Feng's hands. Bzzzzzzz. It seemed like an ancient bell had been hit. The moment that person's hands collided with the gigantic golden hand, he sensed a strength invading his entire arms. His bones were crushed in the blink of an eye. He couldn't stop that gigantic hand as it continued moving forwards. Boom! That person had no time left to try anything. His body started shaking uncontrollably as blood splashed everywhere. Some more buzzing sounds spread in the air as his body was projected away. What the hell is with that physical strength? Thought that person, astonished. He was trying to fly away in the air. Lin Feng looked like a Buddha statue still. The strength of the Buddha, indestructible golden body, said a calm voice which resonated in his ears. Then another hand came attacking and grabbed his entire body. He was being shaken violently and was terrified. Bzzzzz. Some words in Sanskrit then spread in the air. That gigantic golden hand threw him away again. He crashed into the ground and sat there seemingly calm. He wasn't breathing anymore. On Lin Feng's head, more precisely between his 2 eyebrows, 2 more seeds appeared. Indestructible golden body, whispered the other one. Lin Feng looked calm and serene from beginning to end. It seemed like he wasn't worried at all. He had just managed to kill 2 cultivators of the 7th Xian Qi layer. Only one was left. Let me off, I beg you, begged the remaining cultivator. If you do, I will be your slave. You wanted to steal my seeds, should I let you off? Asked Lin Feng, looking as calm as before, but also a bit cold. That person started moaning with grief. He understood that Lin Feng wouldn't let him off. He was hopeless. I want to know, what skill did you get in the temple? Is it a D-level skill of high quality or a Tian level skill? How come you've become so strong? I didn't get any skill inside, I just obtained some memories from the antiquity. explained Lin Feng, but his opponent couldn't understand what he meant. Lin Feng jumped forwards and his Buddha hands riddled that person who died in the blink of an eye. 3 cultivators of the 7th Xian Shi layer had died. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, Killing Down the Hill. Chapter 618, Killing Down the Hill. What Lin Feng had obtained in the temple actually was a set of memories, good and evil ones from an ancient time. If Lin Feng hadn't learned how to use the strength of the Haruka in the past, even with his power of understanding, he would have needed much longer to understand these memories. However, he had been able to learn from them swiftly and had even destroyed the restrictions of the evil area. People had retrieved their original cultivation levels. After observing the memories, he had made the strength of the Haruka rotate in his body and could now have it rotate 6,000 times. This meant that his corporeal body had the strength of the 6th Xian Shi layer. It also meant that Lin Feng could just stand there without doing anything to protect himself. If an ordinary cultivator of the 6th Xian Shi layer hit him, then nothing would happen to Lin Feng. He wouldn't even budge more than a single millimeter. The strength of the Haruka coupled with the memories he had acquired in the temple, Lin Feng's entire body had transformed into a Buddha. With his indestructible golden body, he could easily defeat opponents of the 7th Xian Shi layer. Studying those memories had given Lin Feng an enormous advantage. Lin Feng already had 12 seeds between his eyebrows and could already use 4 of them to learn a new skill. "Let's go," said Lin Feng to Tang Yu. Lin Feng jumped up into the air and started flying at full speed without trying to hide. He had already realized that the exterior had changed, everyone's cultivation levels had gone back to normal. Because no one could be found by their stars anymore, hunting other participants was very difficult. Lin Feng needed more seeds to go back to the first temple where he had been craving the ultimate sword skill. The sword temple had some incredible sword skills. Lin Feng had guessed that all the temples contained different skills. Tang Yu was closely following him at full speed. Several people noticed Lin Feng's many seeds, they wanted to steal them from him. When the crowd saw those seeds between Lin Feng's eyebrows and that he had only broken through to the 5th Xian Shi layer, they were in disbelief. If they managed to kill him, they would obtain 12 seeds, how wonderful would that be? 12 seeds would enable them to obtain the very best skill in one temple and a very decent skill in a second temple. Lin Feng was already going to the second temple. "Where are you going?" said a cold voice as Lin Feng was passing. A sword light twinkled and then suddenly moved towards Lin Feng. "Get lost." Lin Feng opened his mouth and a terrifying energy emerged out of it. Some golden words in Sanskrit started flowing out of his mouth. Boom! When the Sanskrit words collided with the sword was surrounded by a golden light. Then Lin Feng jumped forwards and raised his fist. Another seed soon after appeared between his eyebrows. Lin Feng still needed 2 more seeds, he wanted to spend 7 seeds in the sword temple to get the best skill. "I need 2 more. Lin Feng jumped and rose up into the air again. His body was surrounded by a golden aura which drew many people's attention. 13 seeds. The crowd was astonished, what a huge number. Some of them decided that they definitely had to kill Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng glanced at the crowd too. He was looking down at them. He had to get more seeds from them. How audacious. Who's that? How arrogant. Thought the crowd while looking at Lin Feng. He was just running in the sky and not even trying to hide. Everybody could see him and he was looking back at them, how arrogant. Only the 8 most outstanding geniuses could do such things. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and finally saw someone. That person was from Tian Feng, he could get his revenge. 2 seeds, perfect, that's exactly what I need. Lin Feng jumped towards that person without hesitation. He was acting without wasting time. That person from Tian Feng watched as Lin Feng landed in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Lin Feng's cultivation level wasn't that high, so how come he had managed to obtain so many seeds? Between his eyebrows, there were so many dazzling starlight seeds. "You won't go to the nirvana, instead you will go to hell and then," said that person slowly and mockingly. Lin Feng's seeds had to end up between his eyebrows. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng. That person wasn't even done talking when Lin Feng interrupted him. In a flash, a gigantic golden hand appeared and flew in his direction. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive. What a terrifying magical power. Thought that person whose face turned deathly pale. How could Lin Feng be so strong? It was just a moment but he was already attacking at full speed. He raised his hand and condensed some pure qi. However, the golden hand that appeared in front of it was overwhelming, comparing the 2 strengths seemed particularly ridiculous. Boom boom boom. The hand crashed onto the enemy's body and his bones broke into pieces. He immediately issued a horrible shriek and blood started gushing all around. Die, said Lin Feng again. In a flash, he hit him again and that person had died. He now had 15 starlight seeds, which meant he finally had 7 seeds to get the skill he wanted. Lin Feng, we can't stay here too long. We must hurry, said Tang Yuyu, whose face was changing drastically. Lin Feng had been too aggressive, wild, and careless a moment before. He had flown through the air and everybody had seen him. Now, people were trying to encircle him all around, they were trying to find where he went. He had only broken through to the 5th Xin Shi layer, he was so weak in comparison with them. I see that you've been well since we parted, said a cold voice at that moment. A silhouette ran towards them from the horizon. Umo laughed mockingly when he saw Lin Feng. Boom! That person was precisely Umo. His fist was aiming at Lin Feng and he was flying at full speed. How aggressive! Lin Feng's pupils looked colder and colder. Umo had retrieved his cultivation level, so he feared nobody. Lin Feng and Tang Yu were definitely going to die if they tried to fight against him, especially Lin Feng. Lin Feng had put his sword against his throat before, what a bastard. Now, he had to die in this evil area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619, Haruka Body Transformation. Chapter 619, Haruka Body Transformation. When Lin Feng and Tang Yu saw Umo, they stopped and calmly stood analyzing the situation. At the same time Umo's arrival, others were rushing over still. But when they saw Umo they all stopped and stayed far away from him. They didn't dare get too close. Maybe Umo would go crazy and kill them too. They would lose their seeds. Mysteriously, they didn't know how strong he was. They did know he was one of the most outstanding young cultivators of the 4 empires of Shuiyu, and he had a strange 8 trigrams eye spirit. You all want to take advantage of the weak, I see, said Lin Feng while glancing around. They didn't dare get close, they were all glaring at him like a tiger watching his prey. Lin Feng had 15 seeds. Acquiring 15 stars, having only to kill one person would be an amazing opportunity. With 15 seeds, they would be able to go a temple and obtain some incredible treasures. How could they control their greed? Get lost, all of you, said Lin Feng calmly. Those people were first alarmed and then smiled coldly. Lin Feng was quite audacious and arrogant. He surprisingly dared them to get lost. If Umo hadn't been there they would have taught Lin Feng a good lesson already. Nobody moved. They despised Lin Feng. Umo didn't hurry to attack either. So many people were around, so he was trying to think about a way to obtain as many seeds as possible in this situation. There were Lin Feng's seeds but also those of all the others around. If he managed to obtain all those seeds, he would be able to learn the best skills of 3 or 4 temples. How tempting! Nobody would ever be able to stop him after that. Greed, he was greedy because he wanted to become stronger. And he was becoming greedier and greedier each second. He wouldn't only take Lin Feng's seeds but those of everyone else as well. When he saw that the crowd wasn't moving any, Lin Feng's eyes twinkled with cold lights. He then whispered something, some mysterious mantra in Sanskrit, and some golden texts written in Sanskrit were coming out of his mouth and floating in the air. More and more prayers continued to appear like that in the air. A golden light was revolving around Lin Feng's body. It seemed like many shadow hands were appearing. 1,000 Buddha hands, die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The infinity of small Sanskrit letters in the air turned into golden hands and moved in all directions. They were so fast that people didn't have time to react. Boom, boom, boom. 1,000 Buddha hands killed some people instantly. The weakest cultivators couldn't stop the attack and their blood had splashed everywhere. The strongest ones managed to stop the attack but had the feeling that the bones in their arms were broken. That 1,000 Buddha hands attack was monstrously powerful and contained terrifying physical strength. Not to mention it was as fast as lightning. You, help me! Shouted Lin Feng. Tang Yu reacted immediately. 1,000 dream shadows! Shouted Tang Yu, and 1,000 clones appeared in the air. Boom! Boom! All her clones kept attacking and so many people collapsed, they were dead. Back! Quickly! Many people were trying to escape at that moment, but those who had just been attacked by Lin Feng couldn't move back. And Tang Yu's clones were extremely fast, they moved around like hurricanes and surrounded the remainders. When Tang Yu moved back to her initial position, 5 or 6 people had already collapsed and she had 10 seeds between her eyebrows. Lin Feng had shouted her name and asked for help, but Tang Yu perfectly understood that Lin Feng had just been nice. He had given her those people. He had just injured them with his golden Buddha hands and purposely left them alive. Lin Feng glanced at Tang Yuyu and then at the remaining enemies coldly, which made their hearts start palpitating. They had underestimated Lin Feng. Those 1,000 Buddha hands contained a physical strength of the 7th Xianqi layer. How terrifying! With that speed and that strength, they didn't have the time to react. That's what he obtained in the temple. The crowd was astonished. They were greedy and had neglected the fact that Lin Feng could have obtained an incredible skill in the temple. Yu Mo's eyes were twinkling. The stronger Lin Feng was, the more excited Yu Mo was. So that was the real power of the skills he could find in the temples. 15 plus 10, that's 25, said Yu Mo while counting Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu's skills. Then a magnificent smile appeared on his face. He had the impression that he already possessed those 25 seeds. They're all mine! Exclaimed Yu Mo, while releasing some terrifying, whistling, pure qi. His hair and clothes were chaotically fluttering in the wind. He jumped forwards and disappeared from his initial position. But Lin Feng's eyes were filled with sharp lights. Yu Mo appeared in front of him in a flash. Wind! Lin Feng then moved like the wind and disappeared from his original position. At the same time, golden lights were twinkling all around his body. Do you think you can escape? Mocked Yu Mo coldly. His pupils slowly turned white and gray and had the form of the 8 divinatory trigrams. Lin Feng had the impression that the atmosphere was distorted. He was caught off guard. He had the impression that he was walking in a swamp. He had fallen to a hallucination. Come back! Shouted Yu Mo while raising his hands. Waves of pure qi rolled in the atmosphere and surrounded Lin Feng, slowing him down drastically. That was a skill that Yu Mo had obtained from a temple, which coupled with his 2 trigram eyes. They complemented each other very well. Die! In a flash, Yu Mo appeared in front of Lin Feng and his 2 hands tore through the space between them. His hands hadn't reached Lin Feng yet, but he could already sense that Yu Mo's pure qi could break his bones and tear his flesh apart. Indestructible golden body! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Some words written in Sanskrit emerged out of his mouth, and he raised his hand. Then a gigantic Buddha hand moved towards Yu Mo. Boom! Both attacks collided and the golden Buddha hand was destroyed. It then turned into countless small golden stars. Yu Mo's hands were not hindered, they were still moving towards Lin Feng. Die! However, at the same time, an ice-cold voice pierced through Yu Mo's ears. A hand filled with deadly energies was moving towards his back. It was Tang Yuyu. Get lost! Shouted Yu Mo furiously. A distortion immediately appeared in the space behind him and 8 trigrams appeared. Tang Yuyu was blocked. Boom! Yu Mo's hands and Lin Feng's body collided as some crackling sounds spread in the air again. His golden body was breaking apart. Destroy! Lin Feng's body was projected backwards. A terrifying and painful, scorching hot energy had spread in through Yu Mo's hands at the moment he had hit Lin Feng. Yu Mo frowned and condensed some pure qi, but the fire was particularly hot. He wasn't able to make it go away immediately. Boom! A terrifying qi emerged out of Yu Mo's body and surrounded the flames. Then he turned around and his fist rocketed towards Tang Yuyu's body, which projected her flying backwards. Lin Feng was standing in the air and blood was flowing out of his mouth. He was fixedly staring at Yu Mo. Yu Mo had already broken through to the very top of the 8th Xianqi layer. He was monstrously strong, as expected from one of the 8 most outstanding young disciples of Xueyu. Even though Lin Feng's strength of the Haruka could rotate 6,000 times, and even though he had an indestructible golden body, he still couldn't rival with Yu Mo. Haruka's strength, Haruka body transformation, said Lin Feng looking calm and solemn. The strength of the Haruka started rotating in his body at full speed. It kept changing and evolving. Lin Feng's body was sometimes golden, sometimes pitch black. Sometimes he looked benevolent, other times malevolent. He seemed to be both good and evil. Haruka body transformation. Will Lin Feng survive, or will Yu Mo obtain the seeds of power and conquer the world? Find out next time on PMG. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620, Get Back into the Temple. Chapter 620, Get Back into the Temple. Good and evil had been fighting and fluctuating unceasingly in those memories from the Haruka statue at the temple. There were many things in the memories to understand for those with a great power of comprehension. There were monstrous advantages for those who rediscovered them. It wasn't a specific skill or technique, because skills and techniques had a maximum limit in terms of power. But those memories, the stronger a cultivator was, the stronger that magical power was. Lin Feng had extremely high natural abilities and had an incredible power of understanding. His spirit aided him in understanding things even more. The strength of the Haruka kept flowing through his entire body. Sometimes he looked like a Shakyamuni, while other times like a demon. At that moment, Lin Feng was half good and half evil. "Very good," said Umo, looking excited. He then disappeared from his original position again, looking particularly bestial. His 8 trigrams eyes were spinning. Lin Feng then entered into a distorted part of the atmosphere again. "Break!" shouted a voice, and then some rumbling sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng's body turned into a Haruka that seemed it was as solid as a mountain. The distorted atmosphere couldn't affect him anymore. He chanted some mantras quietly in Sanskrit. Immediately after, 1,000 Buddha hands appeared and moved towards Umo. "Gigantic and simple, 8 trigrams blood formation," shouted Umo coldly. The chi of his spirit started invading the atmosphere, and in his back appeared a gigantic ashen white 8 trigrams spirit. It looked just like his eyes. "Die!" shouted Umo. He then stretched out and his eye spirits floated into the air. In just a breath it had enveloped Lin Feng's body. Even though he had a Haruka body, he couldn't move. The 8 trigrams kept spinning around Lin Feng's body. The golden and black lights around his body were weakening. How scary! Lin Feng was speechless. That 8 trigrams blood formation was terrifying. Even though there was no blood yet, Lin Feng could understand why it was called that. Lin Feng had a Haruka body and still couldn't move. If he had an ordinary body, he would have already died. His bones and flesh would have been wrecked in the 8 trigrams. Lin Feng moved his hands and several Haruka fists attacked the 8 trigrams blood formation. The formation shook, but it wasn't enough to break it. It continued to imprison him. Tang Yuyu's facial expression went rigid when she saw Lin Feng in danger. She jumped and started pummeling towards Umo with her fists filled with deadly energy, but Umo was stronger than her by 1 cultivation layer. He wasn't scared of her at all. His ashy white 8 trigrams eyes kept revolving, and then Tang Yuyu was imprisoned. Tang Yuyu suddenly looked solemn, as if she had no other choice. Some spirit chi appeared around her, and from her back appeared a myriad of illusions. 1,000 shadows, she said with a melodious voice. In a flash, a myriad of clones appeared. They weren't fake though, these were all her real body. The sky was covered by her. Those clones were all filled with incredible physical strength. Her original body was in the middle of the developing chaos. "Destroy," said Tang Yuyu, and immediately 1,000 fists moved towards Umo at full speed. It seemed like she wanted to bury him under all those hands. If those hands bombarded his body, no matter how strong he was, Umo would die. Umo's expression changed dramatically. Tang Yuyu was also extremely strong. All those hands were real and filled with deadly energy, there were no illusions. 8 trigrams, shouted Umo furiously. In a flash, 8 trigrams appeared on his body, his spirit seemed like it was going to explode. His body transformed into a vortex filled with 8 trigrams. Suddenly, Tang Yuyu's original body disappeared in the vortex. The other clones weren't influenced by Tang Yuyu when she disappeared. They were still encircling Umo. It was at this time that Lin Feng shouted, "Let's go." It's important to remember that those clones were all real, none were fake. Without hesitation, Lin Feng took this opportunity to bombard the 8 trigrams vortex with physical strength. And this time he managed to break the formation. Lin Feng moved like the wind off into the distance at the speed of sound. He had managed to maintain the body of the Haruka through that endeavor. "Annihilate!" shouted Umo furiously when he heard that Lin Feng wanted to escape. He was furious. His 8 trigrams vortex started spinning again and kept swallowing Tang Yuyu's clones, but those clones didn't give up and kept encircling him. They didn't let him have a moment to chase down Lin Feng. "Tang Yuyu, it's alright. Protect yourself now," shouted Lin Feng, who disappeared into the distance. Then, one of Tang Yuyu's bodies started moving at full speed away from Umo. She already possessed 10 seeds, so she could get some amazing rewards from a temple. A hurricane was emitting whistling sounds from behind. Lin Feng felt frustrated. His cultivation level was too low. When would he be as strong as the cultivator to whom the memories of the Haruka belonged? When would he be able to turn into an authentic annihilating machine, or into an authentic Haruka? If that ever happened, he would crush people like Umo as if he were an insect. With the body of the Shakyamuni or of the Haruka, he would actually become indestructible. Nobody in the world would stop him. 15 seeds, on the path, someone saw Lin Feng's seeds and rose up in the air. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 5th Xin Qi layer, he would be extremely easy to defeat. Editor's note, they're all sheeples, I swear. Lin Feng was furious when he saw that someone was attacking him again. Die! Shouted Lin Feng while raising both his hands. One was golden like the hands of the Shakyamuni and the other was black like that of the Haruka. Good and evil were bombarding the atmosphere together, some rumbling sounds spread in the air. That person was not prepared for Lin Feng's attack. Boom! Immediately after, a buzzing sound spread in the air, as if it had been a death bell. The enemy was punched by those fists and a new seed appeared between Lin Feng's eyebrows. Those who were watching from the distance were astonished when they saw Lin Feng. They decided not to get any closer to him and challenge him again. They were all stunned by fear. Lin Feng had attacked with his 2 fists and had exterminated a cultivator of the 7th Xin Qi layer. Almost unfazed, he was still moving at full speed and emitting whistling sounds. It was a short time after when he finally found the sword temple. There's nobody inside, great, thought Lin Feng as he rushed over to the temple. The worst scenario would have been like the first time when he wanted to get in but the door had been closed. Lin Feng would have come for nothing. If he were to remain outside waiting for the temple, others might challenge him and manage to defeat him. 60 or 70 people had already died so far during the first round. The first round would end any time now. He had to hurry if he wanted to reap his rewards. Silhouettes were approaching not far from the temple. They were glancing left and right for someone. Stop! Shouted a voice furiously, which made them shiver. Immediately after, Lin Feng entered the temple and disappeared from their field of vision. Bzzz, buzzing sounds spread in the air as the doors closed themselves. The small group was astonished, they had been tricked to stop. One shout had been enough to make them stop. And now they had to find another temple, They gnashed their teeth and left, leaving Lin Feng to the temple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621, The End of the First Round. Chapter 621, The End of the First Round. Lin Feng didn't stop when he entered the temple. He immediately went to the 7th sword and bridges appeared between 7 of his seeds and the 7 seeds of the sword. With a flash, the mysteries of that sword started leaking into his head. Bzzz, that sword was emitting buzzing sounds, an incredible chi was moving in a swift and fierce way all around. Lin Feng's clothes and hair were fluttering violently like a flag in a strong wind. Boom boom. Lin Feng felt assaulted, he had the feeling that his brain was shaking violently. In his head appeared a vast and wild place that was seemingly endless. But then a sword descended from the highest of heavens. That sword contained a monstrous sword chi which was extremely oppressive. Lin Feng fixated on the sword and had the feeling that his entire body was trembling. Boom! Lin Feng's brain started shaking again. That sword landed on the ground and slightly penetrated into it. A vortex of sword chi appeared and it seemed like everything else started dwindling in the foreground. The universe, the earth, and the ground seemed like they had disappeared. There was only one thing in the world, that sword. Just like in the Haruka temple, Lin Feng wasn't obtaining a skill or a technique. He was obtaining a memory, and in that memory there was only a vast and wild area. At the same moment outside the temple, the evil area started shaking again. Shui Wuchang remained in the air as the crowd was still standing in the same place. They were all watching as the scene changed again. Finally, it was shaking again. Was this the end? Last time that evil area had shaken there had been a great deal of changes. And then they were cut off from seeing what was happening. This time, everybody wanted to know what the results were. It was assumed that many people had died already and just as many had seized great opportunities. They were all extremely curious but they had no choice but to wait. Perhaps even Shui Wuchang didn't know what was happening. Sharp lights were twinkling in Shui Wuchang's eyes. He was fixated on the events in the evil area while talking to himself. The third temple opened. So the first round is finally over. I wonder who opened them, thought Shui Wuchang. Actually, going into the temples didn't count in itself. They couldn't be considered as opened when people had just taken the first skills. They were considered as opened only after 7 seeds had been exchanged for the greatest prize. Each time 7 were used the area would shake. Bzzzzz. A gigantic amount of chi started flowing in the atmosphere. The crowd only saw an enormous cloud of dust, it looked like the Judgment Day on the planet. Everybody was astonished, their eyes were wide open. They could only watch what was happening. The hurricane then dispersed and to everyone's disbelief, a flat area appeared. Some of the people were battling, others were practicing cultivation, but the ground was littered with corpses. The mysterious and mystical evil area had disappeared with the hurricane. Nothing was left. How intriguing and enigmatic, thought the crowd while shivering. They calmed down again and looked at those who were still alive. So many people had died during the first round and they were lying on the yellow ground. Now, there were maybe 60 or 70 people who were still alive. So about half of the initial candidates had died. How terrifying. So many incredible geniuses had been killed. All those geniuses that had died had, in the past, been dazzling cultivators respected by everybody. They had come excited, impatient, happy. They had hoped to become dazzling cultivators in the region or even the continent. But in the end, they had died and their bodies were already being devoured by worms. They had died away from home and hadn't said any farewells to their relatives. Alright, the first round of the great competition of Shuiyu is over. Everybody can stop fighting, said Shui Wuchang. His voice rolled everywhere in the air so that everybody could hear him. Fighters immediately moved away from each other and stopped fighting. Back in the evil area, the temples had disappeared. The seeds cultivators had between their eyebrows also vanished. Fighting was now meaningless. Everyone looked left and right and saw that a certain number of participants were still alive. People at the top of the mountains were being particularly attentive. They were looking for the favorites they had come to see. Notably, those people who were members of wealthy and noble families and sects. Many of their faces became rigid as they couldn't find their disciples. They must have died. They were feeling like Yu Lu Shui, who had seen everything when his disciples died. They were also his real sons Yu Jian and Yu Qin, both killed by Lin Feng. Yu Lu Shui was looking for Lin Feng at this time to see if he was still alive. Quickly, he found Lin Feng sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He looked calm and serene as he was cultivating. Yu Lu Shui was staring at Lin Feng coldly. But Han Man, Xiaoya and Pajun were smiling in a magnificent way. Lin Feng was safe. Yu Lu Shui, since you lost your two disciples, you have nothing to do here anymore. You should back to Shuiyu. Ha ha ha, laughed Yu Qingshan mockingly. Yu Tianming was safe and sound. Yu Tianming was still alive, just like Wu Qing. The people of the Wanshou sect were laughing too. Finally, the dangers of the first round were over. Wu Qing is extremely strong, he will definitely finish amongst the best ones in the final rankings, said someone next to Tang Wuyao, which made him even more proud. Wu Qing deserves to be called the most dazzling disciple of our sect, I feel honored. For the Wanshou sect, seeing Wu Qing down there was an incredible honor. Even though the Wanshou sect had the reputation to be extremely strong in Shuiyu, they were absolutely unknown abroad. They were not that strong compared with others from different countries. Indeed. Back then Lin Feng resisted us and now he must be dead somewhere. What a pity. Wu Qing could have killed him himself. Yu Qingshan looked strange when he heard Lin Feng's name. His grandson. Such a genius. Was he really dead? This time, from the 144 initial participants, only 69 were left. 75 had died. More than half had died. From all of the four empires of Shuiyu, there wasn't one who had lost more participants than the others. They had all lost about a dozen to 20 disciples. The strongest geniuses, including the 8 most dazzling cultivators of Shuiyu, were safe and sound. Umo looked cold. He was glancing around and very quickly found Lin Feng. He was just sitting cross-legged and meditating. He looked so calm and serene. Umo was even more upset because he felt Lin Feng had obtained another treasure and was practicing it at this moment. However, Umo, one of the 8 most dazzling geniuses of the competition, hadn't obtained that much. I hope that I find you during the second round, thought Umo, glaring at Lin Feng. If Lin Feng fought against him during the second round, he would have no hope. Same goes for Tang Yuyu. That girl had surprisingly dared attack him. Even though she was beautiful, he really wanted to kill her. At that moment, a silhouette was slowly walking towards Lin Feng. That person was staring at Lin Feng darkly, his face was filled with murder. That person was from Dragon Mountain and had lots of influence, Di Long. Back in the evil area he had really wanted to kill Lin Feng, but when he saw that Lin Feng had become too strong he had to give up. Give up then and wait for his opportunity later. When Di Long thought about it, he suddenly moved and threw himself at Lin Feng. His body was surrounded by deadly energy, he wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill Lin Feng. And then Lin Feng died. The end. Yay! Fine, maybe he comes back in the next chapter, but only if you leave me nice comments. *MOEW If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622, Regrets. Chapter 622, Regrets. Di Long was like a spear trying to impale Lin Feng. His pure chi was whistling all around as shot forward. Oh no, it doesn't look good. Han Man, Pijun, and Xiaoya all thought when they saw that Di Long was attacking him by surprise. What a bastard! Shui Wuchang frowned. He had already told everybody that he wouldn't tolerate such things anymore. Yet, Di Long still dared attack in such a sly way. How audacious! Stop! Shouted Shui Wuchang furiously as a terribly oppressive energy spread in the air, but he was too far away from Di Long. The energy which flowed out of his mouth didn't reach Di Long. Di Long looked hideous as he attacked, but he didn't care because he was going to kill Lin Feng. Uemo looked amused and smiled when he saw that. Di Long was a funny guy and quite audacious. He surprisingly dared attack Lin Feng. Many people were watching the scene. Boom! His fist suddenly crashed onto Lin Feng's body. Strong winds spread all around as Lin Feng's clothes were ripped apart. Lin Feng groaned and slightly shook. Ha! Di Long frowned. What was going on? He had just punched Lin Feng, but he had the feeling he had just punched an iron statue. A metallic sound was resonating. His fist had done nothing to Lin Feng. Everybody was astonished. Di Long's punch had been incredibly violent, but it seemed like Lin Feng had felt nothing. He didn't appear to be hurt at all. Lin Feng, sitting cross-legged, abruptly opened his eyes. Sword energy was twinkling in his fists and sharp lights were flashing in his eyes. He abruptly turned around and stared down Di Long. Lin Feng's sword energy suddenly oppressed Di Long. He had the feeling his body was going to be cut apart. Di Long's face then changed drastically. What was going? How come Lin Feng had such a monstrous sword energy? Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously, and a monstrous sword energy rolled in the air towards Di Long. He looked terrified as Lin Feng released some monstrous pure chi which formed into an extremely sharp sword. CRRRR. CRRRR. His sword energy penetrated into Di Long's body, making him shake violently. His muscles, including his facial muscles, were unceasingly twitching. How come Lin Feng had become so strong? Boom! All of Lin Feng's sword energy penetrated into Di Long's body. Di Long's body was entirely lacerated. The crowd was astonished. How was that possible? Di Long had attacked Lin Feng by surprise, who was only of the 5th Shin Chi layer. But instead of perishing, Lin Feng had ended his life. It's because of the temple. It has to be. Many people were astonished. Lin Feng had become so strong in the temple. Peijun, Lin Feng has become so strong, said Han Man. He looked delighted and glanced at Peijun. Peijun nodded. Indeed, Lin Feng had become so much stronger than before, and only in such a short time. But in the distance, Yu Lu Shui lost his excitement. He had seen Lin Feng kill his 2 sons and hoped that Lin Feng would die there. Seeing how strong Lin Feng had become instead made him furious. 68 people. Di Long had just died, so there were 68 people left. All right. The first round of the great competition of Shuiyu is over. The second round will consist of several battles. Those who are ranked amongst the first ones will fight against the last ones and vice versa. You have to think carefully about your strategy. I'm also giving you 1 day to rest. See you tomorrow at the Flood Dragon Cave, said Shui Wuchang to the crowd, and then immediately left. Boom! A silhouette rose up in the air whose chi was monstrously strong. It was Di Long, the possessor of the firmament blood. He landed atop of a mountain as if nobody else had existed around him. Uemo looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, "You better hope not to run into me during the second round." He then rose up in the air and released a terrifying, deadly energy. Lin Feng looked at him in an ice-cold way. Uemo was, indeed, a terrifying opponent and was a real threat for Lin Feng. It seemed like he had no time to lose during the day before the second round. He had to understand the Haruka memories as well as the sword memories even more. 2 silhouettes moved towards Lin Feng. Tang Yu looked as cold and elegant as before, but something rare happened. She smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Did you get it?" "I did," said Lin Feng while nodding. He then looked at her and asked, "What about you?" "Same," said Tang Yu while smiling resplendently. They had both obtained memories from the temples. "It seems like you two obtained some amazing treasures," said Jun Emoshi with a magnificent smile beaming at them. Tang Yu and Lin Feng seemed like they had gotten real close to each other during that first round. Lin Feng and Tang Yu smiled. Then Lin Feng asked Jun Emoshi, "What about you? Did you get anything?" Well, I obtained 8 seeds, but unfortunately I didn't use them all. So I obtained various, relatively good things, said Jun Moshi while shaking his head. It seemed like he regretted that he hadn't obtained anything great, but that was expected. Almost everybody was the same as him. Lin Feng had taken huge risks to obtain 7 seeds and receive great treasures. If Tang Yu hadn't helped him, he would have surely died. All right. It seems like people from Dragon Mountain will be lucky this time, said Jun Moshi smiling. Immediately after, he rose up in the air and disappeared. See you tomorrow, said Lin Feng and Tang Yu. They then both rose up in the air as well and moved away into the distance. Lin Feng landed on a mountain. In the distance, he could see Xiaoya and 2 silhouettes. He was surprised but smiled, he was so happy. Those people wearing bronze masks looked strong with their robust qi. Lin Feng recognized his friends. How come you're here? Asked Lin Feng. They both looked delighted. As expected, it really was Lin Feng. We knew that you were going to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu, so we rushed over here to see you, explained Han Man, jumping towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched his fist and punched Han Man on the chest. You've broken through to the second Qian Qi layer, not bad. Ha ha. Han Man smiled and said, I'm still much weaker than you. Lin Feng shook his head and looked at Yu Lu Shui, who was watching him coldly. Lin Feng didn't feel at ease with Yu Lu Shui on the mountain next to him, releasing some evil qi. Lin Feng, that bastard wanted to attack Xiaoya and us when you were down there, said Han Man, staring at Yu Lu Shui. Did you see what happened inside? Asked Lin Feng. Han Man nodded and said, at the beginning we could, but something strange happened and then we couldn't. Lin Feng just realized that he had been careless when he heard what Han Man said. He had killed Yu Qin and Yu Jian and had left Xiaoya outside alone. So, it was no surprise that Yu Lu Shui had wanted to kill him. Are you looking for trouble? Asked Yu Lu Shui, jumping forwards. He was glaring at Han Man and the others. He had clearly heard Han Man call him a bastard. Asshole, remember me? I will kill you with my own hands, said Lin Feng, looking evil. Lin Feng was calling him an asshole? Just wait and see, said Lin Feng, not caring about Yu Lu Shui's surprised look. The head of the Yu clan was an ordinary cultivator of the 8th Qian Qi layer, nothing more. Lin Feng just needed to understand the memories a little bit more and he might break through to the next Qian Qi layer. Then he would be able to crush him without any difficulty. Lin Feng might have to wait until the end of the great competition of Shuiyu to kill Yu Lu Shui. Then he would go back to Shuiyu and exterminate the Yu clan and the Wanshou sect. Lin Feng then remembered those people from Tianfeng. He wouldn't forgotten about them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 623, The Sword Qi in the Cave. Chapter 623, The Sword Qi in the Cave. Everyone was leaving the mountain chain to another place in Michang, called the Flood Dragon Cave. However, some cultivators stayed to practice their cultivation. Lin Feng was one of those staying behind. After having spent some time with Han Man and Pajun, he had then handed Xiaoya over to them. They could take care of her. Lin Feng didn't want other people to see him spend too much time with Xiaoya. During the great competition of Shuiyu he was going to kill even more cultivators, and that would offend their friends and families, who would then want to take their revenge. That would endanger Xiaoya, just like before with Yu Lu Shui. If they weren't strong enough to challenge Lin Feng, they would go to Xiaoya to exact their revenge. In the middle of the night, an eerie silence invaded the mountain chain. In a cave, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed. There was pallid light all around him, it was a sharp sword energy. Lin Feng was visualizing a vast area where the ground was made of lust, and there was that sword. There was that sword and only that sword in the world. It looked like a simple, pure, and unadulterated sword. Lin Feng didn't look at anything else but that sword. He then penetrated into it, his body completely fused with that sword. It was nothing like the battle between good and evil when he was visualizing the Haruka statue in the temple. There were no incredible magical powers and incantations, there was only a very simple arid area and a sword. This memory was completely different from those of the Haruka. The Haruka's memories were constantly changing and were closely related to the impermanence of life. So Lin Feng challenged himself to understand the impermanence of life, the constant evolution of life. Without that mindset it would be difficult for him to understand the essence and nature of the Haruka. But that sword looked calm and serene, absolutely immobile. Lin Feng understood that the sword was selfish and egocentric, it didn't want anything else in its world so that its user could only pay attention to it. That sword embodied and personified the origin of the universe. Feng was still sitting cross-legged in the cave as sword energy penetrated and threatened his body. That thread of sword energy followed the sword Feng was visualizing. That sword then slowly became stronger. It didn't release any monstrous chi that dashed to the skies. Small threads of chi were just moving step by step to it and making it stronger. After what seemed to be a long time, Feng's sword energy started swallowing some lights which illuminated the cave all around. It seemed like there was a myriad of dazzling swords all around him. CRRRR. Feng's sword energy kept emitting whistling sounds that pierced into his ears. His sword was becoming stronger and stronger, the lights were extending all the way to the walls of the cave. It was extremely dazzling to behold. Some fissures were appearing on the walls of the cave where many small holes were being created. The sword chi was creating those fissures. Many more holes were appearing. Even the dust began to rise and float in the air. At the same time, outside of the cave on the 8 mountains, someone had jumped from the 8 mountains into the evil area. That person's skin was red, so they looked particularly evil in the middle of the night. That person stood there with an evil grin. They opened their mouth and took a gigantic mouthful of air. The corpses that were littered across ground flew into that person's mouth. He swallowed all the cadavers. He looked intoxicated, as if he had too much to drink. As expected, the taste of the geniuses' corpses of the great competition of Shuiyu was exquisite. Eating corpses enabled that person to increase his cultivation level. There was someone else standing at the top of one of the 8 mountains. He was observing the scene rather calmly, expressionless. He wasn't surprised by the human consumption. The technique which enables the Tiansha sect to use dead qi, isomerize it, and then turn it into pure qi is really incredible. That sorcery is incredible, but you aren't relying on your own qi though, said the one at the top of the mountain. He was smiling evilly. He had a commanding presence from the top. The other one was laughing coldly. He swallowed every single cadaver calmly. It can't turn into qi? Asked that person. He looked at Di Ling evilly. Di Ling, wait until the final battle at the great competition of Shuiyu. I will also swallow your body, then you won't say such things anymore, threatened Shueisha arrogantly. Di Long groaned coldly, turned around, and left. I will wait for you, said a voice in the distance, and then Di Ling disappeared into the darkness of the night. Shueisha stayed there though and jumped back onto a mountain. In the darkness of the mountain chain there were many dark coffins flying unceasingly. In another place of the mountain chain, someone was sitting cross-legged and in a special state of mind. A pitch-black coffin that didn't emit any chi at all was on his side. Then the coffin slowly opened itself and a skeleton came out. The skeleton immediately grabbed the cultivator and pulled him into his coffin. In the middle of the night a horrible shriek could be heard. But then the atmosphere became silent again. This wasn't the only one place, many other shrieks could be heard followed by an eerie silence. Shueisha was calmly observing everything that was happening. He was smiling in a particularly evil way. His face was extremely white. The people of the Tiansha sect were happy to be in Michang. They were eating all those cultivators practicing in the mountain chain. These cultivators were all delicious and full of nutrients. The coffins were slowly opening themselves to reveal skeletons that surprised and devoured unsuspecting cultivators. Ah! Blood splashed, a horrible shriek spread in the air which broke the silence of a cave. A skeleton had just stretched his hand out to grab a person who was practicing cultivation, but instead he had the feeling that he had grabbed the blade of a sword. His hand been cut. That sword energy was absolutely real. How was that possible? How could someone release such a terrifying sword energy? The coffin then moved back. He wanted to leave the cave, but suddenly a terrifying sword energy invaded the entire cave. Cutting sounds could be heard spreading in the air as the coffin was completely cut into pieces. A horrible shriek emerged again and the skeleton that was in the coffin was lacerated. The young man sitting cross-legged slowly opened his eyes. He looked expressionless. Then he closed his eyes again, looking absolutely unperturbed. The cave had become absolutely silent again. Outside of the cave, a coffin was precisely flying nearby and heard those shrieks. He was surprised. He signaled for 2 more coffins. They immediately turned around towards the place whence the horrible shriek had come. After a short time, they arrived next to the cave. Those 3 coffins didn't immediately enter the cave. They had decided to act slowly. The coffins slowly opened themselves and 3 silhouettes crawled out of them. They were extremely pale, livid, and skinny. They gave the saying skin and bones another meaning. Their chi was absolutely evil. Those 3 monsters glanced at each other and entered the cave altogether. They saw a young man practicing cultivation. He was sitting cross-legged. At his side there was some sword chi, but it looked intangible. But then it transformed into a curtain and enveloped the young man so nobody could get near. One of the three undead walked forwards and bobbed his head as he spat out a monstrous evil chi which moved towards the young man. CRRRR. The evil chi penetrated into the curtain of sword chi and was minced. It immediately turned into smoke and then disappeared without leaving a trace. The three undead were astonished. That curtain made of sword chi was terrifying. The three people immediately moved back to leave the cave. Even though that cultivator had only broken through to the 5th Shin Shi layer, his battling abilities were monstrous. They couldn't compete with him and risk provoking him. "Since you came, no need to leave," said Lin Feng. Immediately after he opened his eyes and a dazzling sharp sword twinkled in the atmosphere. What looked like a real sword then emerged out of his eyes and dazzled those three undead's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624, Sword Intent. Chapter 624, Sword Intent. Those three froze there. They were surprised by Lin Feng. "Your Excellency, we didn't intend to provoke or disturb you, please forgive us," said one of the undead to Lin Feng, but remained oppressed by the sword intent. Lin Feng's strength was hard to determine, but even though the three of them had also broken through to the 5th Shin Shi layer, they knew they couldn't compete with him. "You didn't mean to bother me?" Lin Feng smiled coldly. If he hadn't maintained a curtain of sword chi, they would have tried to kill him. When they sensed that Lin Feng was releasing cold chi, their faces started looking cold. "Your Excellency, some things can be forgiven and everyone will be fine," said that undead again. He wanted everybody to forget about what had just happened. "I am now awake," said Lin Feng. "Humph, why do you need to try and convince him? All our comrades are everywhere in the mountains right now. If he dares touch us he will offend all of them, then they will kill him and eat his corpse," said another one, coldly trying to scare Lin Feng away. The Tian Sha sect. As expected, those three didn't look like human beings. Back then in Celestial River, Lin Feng had already seen those people and their evil skills. After Mo San Lan had left, they hadn't been a bit lost. The Tian Sha sect had some cultivators of the Tian Shi layer. Back then, Duan Wuya had actually sealed the soul of a cultivator of the Tian Shi layer. So the undead who had just talked was trying to scare Lin Feng by officially declaring the name of his sect. "Indeed, the Tian Sha sect," repeated the third one as if Lin Feng hadn't heard. Lin Feng slowly stood up, his sword chi whistled in the air and invaded the atmosphere. "I have already met people from the Tian Sha sect in the past and killed them," said Lin Feng. In a flash, his sword chi invaded the entire cave and obstructed the exit. It was dazzling. Those three undead were astonished as their faces dramatically changed. The entire cave was filled with sword energy. It felt as if there had been millions of arrows inside. "How dare you!" said those three extremely loudly while they released some ice-cold chi. CRRRRR. CRR, his sword energy was unstoppable. Those three undead looked terrified and desperate. Boom! They started breathing heavily. The sword light was moving towards them. The walls of the cave were filled with holes created by the sword energy. As the lights closed in, their bodies disappeared. Lin Feng stretched his hand and the sword chi disappeared from the cave, but his eyes were still filled with sword lights. Sword determination. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent smile. In the vast and arid area of the sword memories, he hadn't seen a monstrously powerful sword skill, he hadn't even seen a monstrously powerful magical power either. Instead, he had been learning about the origin of swords. He had learnt about the source of sword strength and thus sword intent. Back then, without realizing, he had broken through to the first layer of sword intent. But now that he had visualized the area and that sword in the desert, he had understood so much more. He had understood incredible, deep, profound, and mysterious things. Now, he had already broken through to the third layer of sword intent. Within a second, he could release millions of dazzling light swords with the power of his thoughts. Of course, it wasn't all due to the sword memories. In the preceding weeks, Lin Feng's pure chi had been constricted. He had then also understood many things. His cultivation level had increased. He had meditated with Xiaoya in the mountains. It was then that he had visualized things and practiced meditation. He had watched the sunrise and the sunset. Even though his cultivation had been limited at that time, he had progressed a lot because of it. Lin Feng stepped out of the cave. Although it was pitch dark outside, things were extremely calm. Lin Feng could sense that there was an evil chi in the distance though. And that evil chi was getting near him. He gazed into the distance and saw some pitch black coffins radiating an evil chi. Tian Sha sect. Lin Feng was standing on a stone, looking calm. He watched as the coffins flew towards him. After a short moment, they arrived in front of him with their thick, evil qi. "You dared kill the people of my Tian Sha sect?" said a voice from the coffins. The coffins then opened themselves and several silhouettes crawled out of them. Their evil qi was terrifying and they were looking deathly pale. They were extremely skinny, like skeletons. Interestingly, their cultivation was higher than that of others their age. On the path of cultivation, not everyone had the same advantages and disadvantages. These walking corpses that still referred to themselves as humans looked truly abominable though. "Your people wanted to kill me so I killed them. I don't have time to play with you. If you want to kill me, don't blame me for being aggressive," Lin Feng challenged coldly. After that his silhouette flickered, he had turned around and started leaving. He didn't want to fight. He just stepped on a sword light and surfed in the air on it. Those people from the Tian Sha sect were astonished. They went back into the coffins which started emitting whistling sounds in the air as they began chasing Lin Feng. Lin Feng was streaking through the sky like a meteor. Not long after he moved down and arrived in front of a cave. Without hesitation, he entered that cave. The cave was extremely deep. Some small pieces of stones and specks of dust were falling onto his head. The tunnel in the cave was irregular, like it had just been dug by someone. "Who?" shouted someone furiously. A silhouette was staring at Lin Feng coldly. That person wasn't happy to hear Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked back at that person, his sick-looking face was expressionless. There was a huge ancient room in that cave where some small lights could be seen. The entrance to that ancient cave had been obstructed with time. Lin Feng realized there wasn't only one person in that cave, there were two others digging in the ground as if they had wanted to unearth something. "I'm the same as you guys," said Lin Feng indifferently. That person coldly stared at him and said, "This cave is ours. You have nothing to do here, so please leave. You just arrived. How could it be yours? Are you joking? If you found some vestiges, it would be a miracle," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. "How could a cave have an owner? They had just entered it and were still digging it." Lin Feng's words silenced the people who were still digging. They gathered together and looked at Lin Feng with what only could be described as discontent. That person suddenly wanted them to share their treasures with him or what? Was he crazy? "It's a nice place. That's why he ran so fast," said some voice from behind Lin Feng. Some evil qi had just now penetrated into the cave, everything suddenly became colder. Immediately after that voice spoke, a group of cadaveric people entered the cave. They glanced around and released some monstrously thick evil qi. That cave was surprisingly ancient. It seemed like it had a very rich history. The more ancient a cave was, the higher the chances of finding treasures. They had thought that Lin Feng wanted to escape, but instead he had left to find some treasures. "You," said the three diggers while glaring at Lin Feng. They hadn't thought that he would bring such evil people along with him. Those people were from the Tian Sha sect and were all extremely strong. The people in the cave couldn't fight against them. If they tried, they would immediately die. "Since you said it's a nice place, make them leave immediately," said Lin Feng, moving aside. He crossed his arms against his chest and leaned on the wall of the tunnel, as if he had no problem at all. "You bastards! The cave is yours," said the three people while gnashing their teeth, and then leaving. Their pure qi whistled as they started digging another hole in the cave and left. They were extremely good at digging holes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625, Bloodthirsty Sword. Chapter 625, Bloodthirsty Sword. Lin Feng was happy to see those three leave. He turned back around and coldly faced those people from the Tian Sha sect. "Since you like to stay with me, I will help you," said Lin Feng, releasing some terrifying sword energy which whistled all around the air. With his mind he could release sword light and energy that was dazzling to behold. "Ha!" Those people were astonished, confronting Lin Feng. What a terrifying sword energy! Lin Feng had probably left the strange dimension of the human earth fusion already and had penetrated into the dimension of sword intent. With his thoughts and heart he could release some monstrous whistling sword energy. And what a terrifying curtain of sword energy it was. Break! Lin Feng shook his arms and his sword energy started lacerating the space around him. It seemed like the cave was going to collapse as huge pieces of stone and rock were falling down. "What are you doing?" asked someone furiously. The massive amount of sword energy was destroying the cave. The people from the Tian Sha sect all released some pure qi in order to prevent the massive stones from crushing their bodies. "I want to bury you," said Lin Feng darkly. He then joined his hands together and whistling sword energy continued to spread in the air. It was painfully piercing those undead's eardrums. The sword energy then turned into sword light and targeted the Tian Sha sect disciples. The entire atmosphere was filled with sword light, all the exits were obstructed. It seemed like there were 1,000,000 swords there. They had no chance of dodging them, so they could only block. "Let's make a wall of corpse qi," they shouted when they saw the sword energy moving towards them. They were at a loss, they had to defend against the sword energy and the falling rocks. They released some evil corpse energy and made it turn into a wall to block the swords. "Fall!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Rumbling sounds spread in the air and the cave was trembling more and more violently. The people from the Tian Sha sect didn't try to dodge the stones anymore as massive stones were falling onto their heads. They had the feeling they were being buried alive with the entire cave collapsing on top of them. Lin Feng moved his fingers and some more rumbling sounds spread in the air. Under his feet, specks of dust rose up as he moved back. Even more stones were falling now. He locked himself in the room where the three others had looked for treasure a moment before. Lin Feng absorbed some sword light and turned into a sharp sword. He moved towards the wall of the cave like an arrow and pierced straight through it. CRRRR. CRRRR. He was moving quite slowly through the stones and rocks because he had the feeling there was an incredible pressure on his body. Soon, he felt like he could relax when he arrived in a new cave. As he entered this new cave, he found that there was a very thick sword energy emitting somewhere nearby. "I arrived," thought Lin Feng, taking a deep breath. Surprisingly, in that cave there was a large skeleton. On that skeleton there was a blood-red sword. Rumors said that after understanding sword intent you can use it on an extremely sharp sword to create a separate life inside that sword. That blood-red sword must be a monstrous weapon because it contains sword intent. Maybe that sword is reacting to my sword intent, thought Lin Feng, observing the sword. He had just used his intent to escape from those people, and to make the cave collapse. Then he used it to dig a tunnel and arrived in that room to find the sword. Was it a coincidence? Everything seemed to come from his thoughts and heart. Mi Chang was an ancient and mysterious city. Vestiges could be found if you knew where to look. The evil area had existed for such a long time, it was normal to find miracles. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't dare waste time anymore. He had to become stronger with haste. He made a step forwards and saw that the cadaver was clinging onto the blood-red sword. He took the sword and stabbed his own heart with it as if he wanted to kill himself. Those who could use that sword had to be extremely strong. The evil swords are extremely powerful and seem to be their own masters with their own lives. Their goal is to swallow me and use my body. Because I can't control them, I need a good sword that will follow me. Lin Feng slowly held the sword even more tightly, as the red color of the sword became even more intense. It was becoming shiny and seemed to be coming to life. CRRRR. The red light illuminated the skull. The rotten body that was holding the sword then turned into ashes and disappeared. At the same time, a red light appeared and followed up the sword and into Lin Feng's hand. A red blood color appeared in Lin Feng's veins and merged with his blood. The sword recognizes me as its owner, thought Lin Feng, surprised. It was a weapon with its own life. That blood sword had its own intent too and could even use telepathy. That sword was traveling in Lin Feng's body and telling him that it accepted him as a master. It really accepts me as a host, thought Lin Feng. Its red light invaded the entire atmosphere and all around Lin Feng there was only bloodthirsty killer, sword qi. The sword was shaking intensely as if stretching after sleeping for so long. Bloodthirsty sword. A memory appeared in Lin Feng's brain. A sword technique had appeared in his head, 13 bloodthirsty swords. A killer sword technique. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. That 13 bloodthirsty killer sword technique required killer energy. Had he come across this sword thanks to his murderous personality? I accept you, said Lin Feng and placed the sword on his back. It was then that the sword became calm and docile again. Lin Feng glanced around, there were no other treasures. He had only found that sword and the corpse. Lin Feng was curious how that person had died. Let's go now. Lin Feng created some incredible sword energy again to dig through the cave. The walls were extremely hard, the room he found was probably meant to be hidden. Lin Feng dug through a little bit and arrived in another opening. Rumbling sounds were spreading in the air. But it was dark so he couldn't see what was causing them. Die. A terrifying evil qi emerged and Lin Feng had the feeling his head was being crushed. That evil chi made him feel nauseous. Get lost! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A terrifying fire emerged and illuminated the dark night. Bzzzzzzzzcrrr. Flames had suddenly appeared. That person was unable to dodge Lin Feng's attack and burnt alive. His evil chi was rolling and spinning, but it couldn't extinguish the flames. The fire enveloped his entire body, creating huge flames. That person was now a human bonfire. Ah! A terrifying, horrible shriek spread in the air, breaking the silence of the night once more. Many silhouettes started flickering. The people of the Tiansha sect all gathered around that place. They watched the fire burn grimly. That Lin Feng had killed another comrade. Their look was terrifying, ice-cold. Piercingly cold. They had been waiting for Lin Feng to come out. They thought that one surprise attack would be enough. They never thought that he would kill one of them first. I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood, shouted someone in a particularly evil voice. That was a cultivator of the 7th Xian Qi layer. He then continued, with a wall made of corpse chi, we should be able to eat him. They all encircled Lin Feng as a terrifying corpse chi emerged out of their bodies, moving towards Lin Feng. It seems like I'm going to need my bloodthirsty sword, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng concentrated and some sword energy started twinkling in the air. This time it was bright red and looked particularly scary in the middle of the night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, One Sword. Chapter 626, One Sword. Blood red light was illuminating the night. It looked even more terrifying than the chi of the people from the Tiansha sect. Besides the red light, that terrifying sword possessed intent, a life of its own life. Did he obtain that blood red sword in the cave? They wondered, watching Lin Feng's bloodthirsty sword. Lin Feng didn't have a sword on his back when they previously saw him in the cave. But after he entered the cave and made it collapse with his terrifying sword chi, he now possessed it. What other reasoning could there be? Since my sword intent has become stronger, I haven't been able to use it with an authentic sword. I think now would be a good time, said Lin Feng coldly. A terrifying sword chi emerged out of his body and dashed to the skies. It contained terrifying killer, blood energy. CRRRR. CRRRR. That sword was emitting strident whistling sounds. Lin Feng raised his head and closed his eyes. His sword intent was already level 3. Given his cultivation level that was already monstrously powerful, Lin Feng wanted to give it a try. The evil chi the others emitted disappeared when it came into contact with Lin Feng's sword energy. Their chi had been lacerated by the sword energy and then dispersed in the form of strong winds. How strong, what a terrifying sword intent. He has only broken through to the 5th Xian Qi layer, how come his sword intent is so powerful? They wondered. Generally speaking, cultivators as young as Lin Feng were already considered as geniuses when they could fuse together with the earth. But Lin Feng had only broken through to the 5th Xian Qi layer and could use sword intent, which was enough to scare cultivators of the 7th Xian Qi layer. Lin Feng had extremely high natural abilities. The winds being created were blowing away the Tiansha sect disciples. They felt as helpless as leaves being blown away by the autumn wind. Let me help you in leaving this world, said Lin Feng, holding his sword obliquely with both hands. He sliced horizontally in front of him. Boom! A terrifying blood-red light rose up, sword energy started to burst in the air. It whistled as it moved straight towards the people from the Tiansha sect. The sword energy and sword chi should be sufficient to kill them. Level 3 sword intent, die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He spun around with his sword still held in both hands. It didn't look like sword light anymore but instead blade light. An arch-shaped blood-red light moved blindingly fast. CRRRR, there were no explosions sounding this time, there were no whistling sounds. There was only a calm and peaceful sword emitting soft, subtle sounds. The people from the Tiansha sect began to dodge, but then they lowered their heads and realized they had been cut in half at the waist. How terrifying. Were they going to die? CRRRR. CRRR, blood started flowing out of their waists where they had been cut. At first a venous bleed, slow and oozing. But suddenly it started gushing out violently. The scene was very gory as their blood flowed like a violent river. Their blood was falling downwards, gushing sidewards, and splashing towards Lin Feng's direction. All of their blood began directing itself towards Lin Feng. How strong! Lin Feng had been astonished. Level 3 sword intent was really scary. It seemingly could cut through everything. Those people of the Tian Sha sect had already broken through to the 7th Xin Qi layer. None of them could resist him. They weren't even able to escape. But now there was blood flying towards him. What was the reason for that? Lin Feng quickly understood what was happening. That blood was penetrating into his body and mixing with the bloodthirsty sword. The bloodthirsty sword was shiny as it started vibrating. It seemed like it was drinking the blood. It had an extremely greedy and endless craving for blood. It was a vampiric sword. A bloodthirsty sword. Bloodthirsty indeed, whispered Lin Feng. He finally understood the meaning of bloodthirsty. That sword liked to drink blood. Ah! Blood-curdling shrieks continued spreading through the night. Those from the Tian Sha sect were extremely sly and evil. Their skills and techniques were demonic, but now something even more corrupt was punishing them. Death. That was death. They used to eat other people's flesh and drink their blood. What incredible times those were. But now the table was turned. That sword had cut through them and was drinking their blood. The worst part was that they were still alive. What is going on? There were many people in the distance that heard the blood-curdling shouts. Who could be causing them? And it wasn't a single shriek. They could tell that there were multiple persons suffering. Several more coffins flew over there. Apart from the Tian Sha sect, others who were practicing cultivation were in the mountain chain and had been surprised. Their silhouettes flickered as they rushed over to see what was going on. At the top of one of the 8 mountains, Shueisha had his eyes closed and was practicing cultivation. But then he opened his eyes and frowned. Where were those shouts coming from? He stood up and gazed into the distance. He decided to go see what was happening, as his silhouette flickered into the sky. Lin Feng was still standing in the air with his bloodthirsty sword drinking their blood. The red light was oscillating and illuminating the air around him. After such a long time, it still wanted to drink more blood. Lin Feng's eyes were gradually turning red like blood, making him look like a demon. The sword and he were communicating by telepathy. Extremely strong cultivators could influence swords and sword intent. Oppositely, extremely strong swords could influence cultivators. Lin Feng was using telepathy to tell the bloodthirsty sword to become stronger and to drink more blood. Drinking blood was the same as cultivating to that sword. When Lin Feng saw all those silhouettes rushing over to him from all directions, he decided that now was a good time to run away. 2 pitch-black coffins were moving towards Lin Feng. He produced sword intent again and cut through them. A loud sound spread in the air. The coffins were disintegrated as well as the people inside them. But this time Lin Feng didn't stop. He had no time to let his sword drink their blood. He started moving at full speed through the night. Nobody else tried to impede him. Who did that? Shouted a furious voice. It spread all around the mountain chain, making everybody shiver. It was Shueisha's voice, one of the 8 most outstanding geniuses of Shueyu. The people who had been killed were from the Tian Sha sect. They had come with others from the Black Wings Empire and had died there. In the air, a silhouette appeared and looked panic-stricken. Initially, he had wanted to intercept Lin Feng when he had come out of the tunnel in the mountains. But when he saw so many people already there to intercept him, he believed that they wouldn't need his help. But now that he had seen everything, he was panicked. Do you know who did this? Shueisha asked him. It's the guy who was attacked by surprise at the end of the first round of the competition. Shueisha was surprised. He had, of course, seen that move at the end of the first round. You are doomed, said Shueisha while gazing into the distance. His face was filled with murder. Shueisha wanted his Tian Sha sect to see how amazing he was in the competition. So many people who had come to support him had died now. Lin Feng hadn't given him any face. Lin Feng had to die, he was doomed. Editor's note, a typical human body has 3-4 L of blood. Assuming you've been cut straight through the gut, you'd probably lose all of your blood in a few seconds. Is it just me or is that sword a slow eater? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627, The Discussion. Chapter 627, The Discussion. One day wasn't endless, time passed very quickly for the competitors. The Flood Dragon Cave is where the second round of the competition would take place. It was extremely wide, maybe a few dozen kilometers. There wasn't just one entrance, surprisingly, there were several. There were flood dragon statues around the entrances with their mouths acting as entrances. In total, there were 81 flood dragon statues in the form of a 9x9 formation. It was strange because there was only one exit. The exit is where the main stage was placed. After going through the flood dragon's mouths, participants would arrive before the main stage. It seemed like everything had been prepared quite well for the second round of the competition. In front of each flood dragon statue, a brouhaha was spreading. Each entrance was like a boiling cauldron of voices. So many people were in front of the mouths of the dragons chatting, they had been waiting for this day for a long time. They couldn't wait to watch the spectacle of the second round, and then the final round. Who would be the most dazzling cultivator of the great competition of Shuiyu? Besides, the candidates had already gone through the hardships of the first round and many of them had died. There was initially 144 participants, but now there were only 68. Were more people going to die? Nobody could predict anything. In the distance, there were more and more people coming. Di Ling was as unsociable as before, coming by himself. He had flown through the air and landed on the head of a flood dragon. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He didn't care about other people, so he ignored them. In his world he thought he was the only person of importance. Shueisha was there too, though he had arrived much earlier. In the same way, he landed next to Di Ling and glanced at the crowd. He was trying to see if Lin Feng was there or not. If Lin Feng came across him during the second round, he would definitely die. However, he couldn't see Lin Feng, so he must not have arrived yet. Several more people were walking towards those flood dragon statues. In the distance there were two Qixia horses walking slowly. On one of them there were two silhouettes, they were both wearing bronze masks. On the other horse, there was one cute and pretty girl. Not far from those two Qixia followed several others. They were also walking towards the flood dragon statues. Lin Feng was one of them. He wasn't far from those two Qixia horses, he looked calm, serene, and had a nice smile on his face. He had broken through to the 5th Xin Shi layer and looked like an ordinary young man. Who would think that on the night before, he had used a sword which had drunk the blood of a few dozen extremely strong cultivators of the Tiansha sect. He had destroyed them all with one sword. Editor's note: no idea where the dozens came from, you all just read it like I did and there were not even. Lin Feng looked like a little sunshine, not a fighter. At the same time he looked like someone frivolous with a good joke to tell. Lin Feng didn't talk to Han Man and Pajun, he was staying away from them as if he didn't know them. Someone was glaring at Lin Feng coldly, it was Yu Lu Shui. He obviously knew that Lin Feng was with them. Even though Yu Qin and Yu Jian were already dead, Yu Lu Shui didn't want to leave Mi Chang. He wanted to stay there and avenge his sons. He couldn't kill him right now though. He had to wait until the end of the competition. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to him. He knew that Yu Lu Shui wanted to kill him after the great competition of Shuiyu. But Lin Feng believed that he would be the one killing Yu Lu Shui in the end. A few silhouettes flickered and arrived between Lin Feng and the Qixia horses. Lin Feng was surprised, but quickly he looked normal again, as if he hadn't been surprised. "Are you from Shuiyu?" asked Yu Qingshan to Han Man. If Yu Qingshan wasn't mistaken, those horses were Qixia horses. The soldiers protecting the border of the country were using those very horses. Even though Yu Qingshan wasn't a member of the army, he had heard all of Lu Lan's stories. In fact, Yu Qingshan admired Lu Lan. Even though the army was just some of the king's pawns, they were extremely strong pawns. Their strength was acknowledged by everybody. Military members, even though they were pawns, always paid tribute and respect to their king. They were ready to sacrifice their lives for their country. "My 3 brothers are, I'm not," said Xiaoya while smiling resplendently. 3 brothers? Yu Qingshan was looking at Han Man and Pajun. There were only 2 people, he turned around to look at Lin Feng curiously. Lin Feng was a participant at the great competition of Shuiyu. If he were from Shuiyu, Yu Qingshan would definitely know him or at least would have heard about him. "You are from Shuiyu?" asked Yu Qingshan curiously. He had never heard of Lin Feng before. Lin Feng smiled wryly, Xiaoya had committed a gaffe. "Indeed," said Lin Feng calmly while looking at his grandfather. He wanted to tell him that he wasn't only from Shuiyu but was also his grandson, that they shared the same blood. Yu Qingshan recognized Yu Tianming as his grandson, but not Lin Feng. He wanted Duan Xin to become Yu Tianming's wife. Lin Feng would never accept such a thing and it made him sad that Yu Qingshan was like that. During the competition, Yu Tianming and Lin Feng might fight. It would be difficult for Lin Feng not to show his true colors then. He would have to use his skills and everything. Sometimes, Lin Feng wanted to see Yu Qingshan look remorseful. He wanted to prove to Yu Qingshan that he was more outstanding than Yu Tianming. Yu Qingshan obviously didn't know about Lin Feng's thoughts though. When he saw that Lin Feng was admitting he was from Shuiyu, he was even more surprised. "Forgive me, but I know almost all the geniuses of Shuiyu and I've never seen or heard of you." Your Excellency, what is your name? Mr. Yu, head of the Yu clan, is very famous. But you cannot possibly know everybody, said Lin Feng while smiling. Yu Qingshan was astonished. Mr. Yu, head of the Yu clan, it meant that Lin Feng knew him. He was really from Shuiyu. Alright, maybe, said Yu Qingshan while nodding. Then he shouted, Tianming, come here. Do you know that outstanding and handsome young man? He says he's from Shuiyu. Yu Tianming came over and looked at Lin Feng. He of course knew about him, he had seen him in Dragon Mountain. Lin Feng's corporeal body was monstrously strong. He had impressed everybody. Besides, Lin Feng seemed to be progressing extremely fast on the path of cultivation. In Dragon Mountain, he hadn't even broken through to the Xin Shi layer, and now he had already broken through to the 5th Xin Shi layer. For anyone else it would be impossible. Yu Tianming knew that Lin Feng had been hiding his real cultivation level. But that guy who had the same name as Lin Feng was now saying that he was from Shuiyu? Since when? Grandpa, that guy was qualified for the competition in Dragon Mountain, and his name is Lin Feng too, said Yu Tianming. Yu Qingshan was astonished. His white hair fluttered in the wind and then quickly stopped moving again. Lin Feng. Yu Qingshan was looking at Lin Feng. That young man was also called Lin Feng, but he wasn't like the Lin Feng he knew. He was, however, saying he was from Shuiyu. Indeed. I also know that Mr. Yu knows another person called Lin Feng. What a coincidence, said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. Yu Qingshan slowly calmed down again, but Yu Tianming was fixated on Lin Feng. Lin Feng, when he had appeared in Dragon Mountain, had never said that he was from Shuiyu. He also had never said anything in particular, actually. But now he was saying that he was from Shuiyu and also seemed to know a lot about the Yu clan. He even knew Lin Feng. It seemed too exaggerated. Yu Tianming was finding it harder to believe. It's really a coincidence, said Yu Qingshan while smiling and nodding. The fact that we met here at the great competition of Shuiyu is fate. You and Yu Tianming should become friends, you can exchange a lot. He has lots of experience. Mr. Yu is very strong, you are not a young man anymore. Yu Tianming is also extremely talented and very strong. Neither of you have anything to learn from me, said Lin Feng modestly. Yu Tianming understood what Lin Feng meant and said, alright, we're not going to bother you anymore. Then Yu Qingshan and Yu Tianming left and walked away. However, Lin Feng's silhouette kept appearing in Yu Qingshan's thoughts, especially his face and eyes. Lin Feng was so young but looked so deep. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 628, Enemies and Friends. Chapter 628, Enemies and Friends. Lin Feng was following the Qi Xia horses, not too close, not too far as they arrived next to the statues. He looked at the 81 statues, especially at their mouths. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling, he was wondering what kind of treasures were hidden in them. During the first round, in the vast evil area, there had been temples with incredible skills, techniques and memories inside. The second round was taking place in the Flood Dragon Cave. It was probably going to be very difficult too, at least more so than the first round. The rules had to be different as well, so there would probably be no temples this time. How would the candidates be selected if it wasn't more difficult? This time, the battle would determine everyone's specific rankings for the battles of the last round, so nobody would spare any effort. Everyone wanted to be ranked amongst the first ones so that they wouldn't have to fight against the strongest cultivators. If they had to fight against one of the 8 most outstanding geniuses, they would immediately lose. An ice-cold chi spread out into the air and crashed onto Lin Feng's body, making him frown. He turned around and saw Shui Sha. Shui Sha. Lin Feng was surprised and staring at Shui Sha. Die! Shouted Shui Sha. Everybody was speechless, looking at Lin Feng. Shui Sha released some monstrous deadly energies but didn't attack him. With that word he wasn't saying that he was going to kill him right away, he was telling him that sooner or later, he would die. It seems like Shui Sha knows about what happened yesterday, thought Lin Feng. He had to be very careful. At the great competition of Shuiyu, too many people wanted to kill him already. UMO, Shui Sha. The crowd looked at Lin Feng with empathy in their eyes. Shui Sha wanted to kill him. He was doomed. He had only broken through to the 5th Xin Shi layer and he was acting so recklessly. Last time, he had already infuriated UMO, this time Shui Sha. Against all expectations, Lin Feng looked calm and serene. He just calmly stood there. It seems like many people want to kill you, said someone mockingly. It was someone from Tianfeng. Of the 7 envoys from Tian Feng, 4 were dead already, so there was now only 3 left. Lin Feng smiled strangely when he said, "Indeed. During the first round, you all wanted to kill me, but now I am still alive. Unfortunately, I see that 4 of you are already dead. I wonder if any of you will make it to the 3rd round." "Ha ha," said Lin Feng, silencing them. They were coldly glaring at Lin Feng. Already 4 of them had died. That didn't leave them in the best position. 4 people at the scale of the competition wasn't such a large number. They were initially 144 people. More than half of them had died during the first round, so the fact that 4 people from Tian Feng had died was unsurprising. "They may have died, but don't think you are exempt from death," said the first envoy of Tian Feng, Nya Yun. Lin Feng was making fun of Tian Feng and knew what their tender point was. "Let's hope so, for your sake," said Lin Feng indifferently. "His name is Lin Feng." Many people were trying to remember his name. He was courageous, brave, and audacious. He had so many enemies but still managed to survive the first round. And in the end, with the strength of the 5th Xian-Qi layer, had managed to move on to the next round. However, he would probably end amongst the last ones in the rankings and end up fighting against the strongest cultivators. "You have many enemies," someone said. A silhouette flickered and appeared next to Lin Feng. That person looked cold and elegant. Lin Feng smiled resplendently. "Long time no see." "Ha?" Tang Yu was surprised. They had seen each other just the day before. "Let's say I missed you," said Lin Feng, smiling shyly. "What an awkward situation." "You guys arrived," said Jun Emoshi to Tang Yu and Lin Feng. He looked at them and said, "This time, you really have to finish amongst the first ones. Then you won't have to fight against the strongest ones till later." "I know that I will finish amongst the best ones," said Lin Feng. Against all expectations, he had absolute faith in his own abilities. Didn't he know that with his strength of the 5th Xian-Qi layer, he was easy to defeat? He surprisingly thought he was going to end up high in the rankings. The crowd was surprised when they saw Jun Emoshi and Lin Feng. They seemed to be good friends. Besides, only he was friendly to such people. The other 7 geniuses were extremely arrogant and solitary. They looked down upon everybody else. Jun Emoshi was the only genius who was standing with ordinary people. The 7 other geniuses were sitting or standing on the heads of the flood dragon statues, while Jun Emoshi was calmly standing amongst the crowd. And he even seemed to be friends with the cultivator of the 5th Xian-Qi layer. Jun Emoshi was quite strange. "I'm late." "Sorry," said Yunfei Yan while sluggishly walking over to them. He looked calm and unrestrained. "So what do you think? Do you think you will manage to finish amongst the first 20 best cultivators?" asked Yunfei Yan to Lin Feng. "No idea," said Lin Feng, shrugging. He adding, "What about you?" "Me?" asked Yunfei Yan. He shrugged and said, "I survived the first round, I'm happy already. If I manage to move on to the next round, that would already be incredible." Yunfei Yang then stretched himself. The sky was particularly blue on that day, making him feel extremely free, unrestrained, and carefree. The second round would start soon. "Do you think I believe you?" whispered Lin Feng. Yunfei Yang was always like that, since the selection rounds at the Shangjian Lake. He had always acted sluggishly. He was also quite frivolous, looking like he cared about nothing. Lin Feng was starting to understand him. "I'm here." In the air, someone suddenly appeared, and it was Shui Wuchang. He had arrived. It meant that the second round of the great competition of Shuiyu was about to start. Shui Wuchang looked down at the crowd from the sky. "The rules of the second round are extremely easy. You all have to enter the Flood Dragon Cave from a different entrance. Then you have to go through as fast as you can. On the other side there are some jade medals with numbers on them. When you pick one up you will see a number. That number will be your ranking," said Shui Wuchang. The participants then all nodded one after the other. The rules were simple indeed. It was all about getting ranked. "I would like to remind you of something. Don't procrastinate because of other things. The best plan is to pick up a jade medal as fast as possible. If you finish amongst the first ones you will be able to choose your opponents. The most important thing for most of you is to choose your opponent after all. It is worth mentioning that if you finish amongst the first ones, you cannot challenge someone else from the top 10, said Shui Wuchang. Everyone was in an uproar. The first ones would be able to choose their opponents. They would have to make great efforts to finish amongst the first ones. But Shui Wuchang was worried to see the most outstanding geniuses of the competition challenge each other immediately. So he added an extra rule: they simply weren't allowed to. Such battles were better saved for the end of the competition. Interesting rules, thought Lin Feng. The extra rule was fair. The strongest cultivators wouldn't be the only ones to decide everything. It was quite equitable. If I manage to finish amongst the first 10, nobody will be able to challenge me, thought Lin Feng. His eyes were twinkling with determination. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629, The Flood Dragon Cave. Chapter 629, The Flood Dragon Cave. Of course, when Shui Wuchang finished talking, Lin Feng wasn't the only one thinking that. The others were all thinking that they had to finish amongst the first 10 cultivators. Even if they weren't as good as the 8 most outstanding geniuses of Xueyu, they still had 2 free spots to finish in the top 10. They must leave no effort wasted if they wanted a chance to move forwards. Now, there are 68 people. Please all move to different entrances and get ready for the beginning of the second round, said Shui Wuchang. In a flash, silhouettes started flickering and the participants appeared in front of the mouths of different flood dragons. They were all releasing pure qi and condensing it. The second round of the great competition of Xueyu was actually a race. They had to cross the flood dragon cave in the shortest time, then they could end up in a better situation for the final stage. There were 81 statues, so 31 of them had nobody in front of them. It seems that nobody went missing the night before. And who would have dared to be late? The great competition of Xueyu only happened once every 10 years. That competition would maybe enable them to have a great future. Go! Said Shui Wuchang, raising his hand. Everybody released a monstrous amount of qi and delved into the flood dragon cave. Nobody wasted time. They had to get the first jade medals. And then they would be able to choose their opponents. They could survive the onslaught of the top 8. Lin Feng didn't hurry that much though. He released some monstrous amounts of energy and then entered the cave. His silhouette looked blurry at that moment, but he actually was moving very slowly. Actually, Lin Feng didn't believe that it was a race at all. Otherwise, the second round would have been way too slow. From outside he had noticed that only a few steps were required to walk from one statue to the other end of the cave. Shui Wuchang watched as they entered the flood dragon cave. He then rolled up his sleeves and made a step towards the other extremity of the cave. He was going to wait at the exit. The audience did the same and moved towards the exit. In a short time, the exit of the cave was surrounded by people and the entrances were left completely barren. Everyone was remaining silent. Some pedestrians were passing by the entrances sometimes. They had the feeling that the silence was too oppressing. It didn't take long for the exit of the flood dragon cave to become a boiling cauldron of voices. People were close and numerous. Everybody was watching the exit, calmly waiting. I wonder which of the 8 most outstanding disciples will finish first. Various comments were spreading in the crowd. Indeed, which one of the 8 most outstanding disciples was the strongest? Those crowd could only guess randomly at that moment. There was no way to predict what would happen. Several were guessing that Dilong was the strongest, while some others thought it would be Duan Wu Dao. They had heard about Duan Wu Dao and just how monstrously strong he was. His sealed door's spirit could seal anything. His spirit was too terrifying. Nobody could stop him. Of course, others were betting on Jun Moshi as he was extremely enigmatic. Everybody was guessing one of the 8 amazing geniuses. Obviously it had to be one of them. But who would be the first one out? Even though people knew that they wouldn't come out too fast, they were still staring at the exit. They were impatient to see who it would be. Lin Feng entered the cave and saw a valve. A huge water valve. Lin Feng could see himself in the water of that door. Lin Feng moved forward and crossed the water valve. Some ripples and waves appeared, but then the door disappeared into a spiral. Around the door there were lights that looked like pure qi. His silhouette flickered as he moved forwards and looked around. In front of him several people appeared as rumbling sounds spread in the air. Gigantic monoliths were moving out and transformed into a wall that obstructed his way. Are they people? Lin Feng was baffled. Were those people made of stones? They could move by themselves and create obstacles to obstruct Lin Feng's way. Lin Feng smiled coldly and made a step forwards. Those were only stone puppets, nothing more. Even though they had human shapes, they probably couldn't rival with human beings. Boom, boom, boom. Several stone fists launched towards Lin Feng. They were allowing him to come closer. Lin Feng could clearly sense their physical strength. Those stone fists had the physical strength of the 5th Qian-Shi layer. Like me? Lin Feng raised his hands and a golden light suddenly appeared. It looked dazzling, pure and holy. Boom boom. Those stones immediately broke. The stone puppets were indeed as strong as Lin Feng, however, Lin Feng could easily crush people of the same level as him. After he destroyed the stone puppets, Lin Feng continued to walk forwards when another water vortex appeared in front of him. Lin Feng frowned but didn't stop. He was about to get through that door when a silhouette came out of it. Lin Feng immediately stopped because he was surprised. It was him. The silhouette coming out of the door was him, exactly the same person. That silhouette was even wearing the same mask as him. They were absolutely the same, just like clones. Ha! Lin Feng frowned and stared at the silhouette. That person was himself. How was that possible? Did the first water door clone me when I crossed it? Thought Lin Feng. That was the only explanation. He couldn't think of anything else. I knew that the Flood Dragon Cave would be extremely complex. I'm not the only one experiencing this, it should be the same for everybody else. This is a battle, I have to fight against myself and surpass myself. Change my state of mind. Lin Feng made a step towards that silhouette, but the silhouette copied him. Boom! A collision sound spread in the air. That counterfeit and him moved back to where they were. Their movements were exactly the same. It has the same strength as me too. Thought Lin Feng, stupefied. How come? He couldn't figure it out. Die! Lin Feng jumped forwards and released some killer energy which was ice cold. At the same time, the counterfeit also released the same killer energy. Lacerate! Some tearing sound spread in the atmosphere. Lin Feng was staring at the counterfeit. Lacerate! As Lin Feng had expected, the silhouette said and did the same thing. The two killer chi collided and made the cave shake. Then the sword energies collided and disappeared together. I have to stay calm and cool-headed. Thought Lin Feng. He slightly closed his eyes and then opened them again. He was smiling resplendently. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards, very calmly. He wasn't releasing any energy or using any tricks. He was absolutely calm and serene. The other Lin Feng also walked towards him until they touched each other. See you. Lin Feng slightly inclined his body. The counterfeit did the same and they passed next to each other, slightly brushing the other's arms. Bzzz. The sound of their clothes rubbing could be here, and then the clone evaporated like steam and disappeared. Almost as if it had never been there. I'm so stupid, I've made a huge mistake. But I'm sure all the others will make the same mistake and think that they have to defeat themselves. Thought Lin Feng. Actually, Lin Feng was right. Most of the other people had the same idea as him and thought that they had to defeat themselves to get past the clone. The harder they tried to fight, the further they were from victory. That was just a water illusion set there to test their hearts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 630, Rushing Through the Flood Dragon Cave. Chapter 630, Rushing Through the Flood Dragon Cave. In order to defeat one's own self, strength wasn't key. It is their heart and state of mind. In order to break through to higher cultivation layers, one's heart and state of mind were extremely important. Otherwise one's cultivation could start stagnating at some point. The tests of the Flood Dragon Cave couldn't only be related to strength, it wouldn't be that simple. Lin Feng then crossed the water valve and was left speechless again. There was a passageway in front of him, but it was made of magma and filled with monstrously scorching hot fire chi. From outside, Lin Feng could already sense the horrible heat. He had even started sweating profusely. How hot! Thought Lin Feng, staring at the flames. The entire passageway was filled with flames. They were diffusing a light which looked almost illusory. The physical strength contained in that fire has the strength of the 6th Qian-Shi layer. It seems like the Flood Dragon Cave is adapting to my cultivation level as I progress further in. Thought Lin Feng, smiling. It was just adapting to his relative strength, nothing more. In fact, his cultivation level and fighting abilities were incomparable. That fire of the 6th Qian-Shi layer couldn't be a problem for him. Lin Feng jumped forwards as he released some fire chi which surrounded his body. Then he penetrated into the fiery passageway. Roar! A fire dragon emerged out from the flames and darted towards Lin Feng. But when it collided, it suddenly became much weaker. His cosmos burning sun was a sun skill and required sunfire. It was much stronger than a normal and ordinary fire. Let's swallow the fire. thought Lin Feng. Then his cosmos-burning sun started revolving and a terrifying vortex of strength appeared all around his body. The fire surrounding him started moving towards his body. Instead of stopping Lin Feng's own fire, it was being swallowed. It was becoming a part of Lin Feng's fire. Roar! Another roaring sound spread through the air. In front of Lin Feng appeared several terrifying flames. They looked like fire beasts that were made of fire. Lin Feng made a move and his banner appeared in his hand. It was his spiritual fire banner. Go! Lin Feng shook his head and the banner moved forwards with a terrifying strength radiating from it. The fire beasts were enveloped by the banner and disappeared, swallowed by it. To add, the fire of that banner had become denser and more powerful. The entire passageway could make me stronger, thought Lin Feng. He kept walking forwards. Around his body a fire was burning. It was even more violent than before. The banner continued swallowing fire along the way. Now and then, some terrifying lights would appear. But they couldn't affect Lin Feng at all. Instead they became part of Lin Feng's strength. After a few kilometers, Lin Feng sensed that he was arriving at the end of the passageway. The fire had disappeared. Lin Feng was disappointed because he didn't want to stop. He had the impression he hadn't swallowed enough fire yet. He then left the passageway and saw a passageway. On the right and the left of the passageway there were tunnels which were crisscrossing. Those tunnels should have led to the other tunnels where the other participants were. But Lin Feng couldn't see anyone. How strange. If I maintain this speed, not only will I finish amongst the first 10 best, I will finish first, thought Lin Feng determined. He saw that there were many tunnels and holes everywhere. The one in front of him was probably the best one. The problem with all those tunnels crisscrossing was that it reminded him of a labyrinth. A maze that you could get lost in. Lin Feng started forwards and without hesitating started running. Since he didn't know the way, his best idea was to trust his heart. Hesitating was only a waste of time anyways. There was absolutely no sound in that passageway, only an eerie silence. Welcome, said a mysterious voice suddenly. Lin Feng stopped and looked in front of him. There was a light beam that stopped when a human silhouette appeared. That silhouette had the demeanor of a transcendent being. It was floating in the air like a celestial being with pure and holy qi. The silhouette slowly walked towards Lin Feng. It was an old man. The old man smiled at Lin Feng in a warm and gentle way and said, "You're the first one to arrive here, so I will grant you a wish. Don't be shy." "Anything? I can ask for anything?" said Lin Feng, sounding a bit suspicious. "Indeed, anything," replied the old man. "Are you sure that you can grant any wish?" said Lin Feng. "Trust me," said the old man in a warm and gentle way, smiling warmly. Lin Feng nodded indifferently, walked next to the old man, and smiled resplendently. "Are you done thinking?" asked the old man in a gentle voice. "My request is..." "Piss off," said Lin Feng with the same smile on his face. He then turned into a terrifying sharp sword and attacked the old man. The old man was surprised. Now he looked like an illusion even more. Then he slowly disappeared. Lin Feng looked behind him and then continued running forwards. He had only one thought: move forwards. Lin Feng didn't believe that there were celestial beings who could grant people any wish. The only thing people could realize were those with which strength and cultivation enabled them to do. Being able to grant any wish was just ridiculous. Who could do that? If Lin Feng had said that he wanted to become the strongest cultivator of the continent of the 9 clouds, what would the old man have done? Nothing. On the path of cultivation, there were some miracles, but no miracle could enable you to make gigantic progresses in the blink of an eye. That was simply impossible. Therefore, Lin Feng had immediately attacked him with his sword-like body. He had already crossed 2 water valves and now all Lin Feng wanted was to obtain the jade medal, nothing else. He wanted to be able to choose his opponent for the upcoming battles. Now, nobody can be faster than me, thought Lin Feng, convinced. He hadn't seen anyone in that maze before, which meant that they hadn't arrived yet. Finally, Lin Feng stopped after running for a while. In front of him was a gigantic flood dragon illusion. It opened its mouth and inside was a bridge. It seemed like it was becoming more and more narrow as you went down. That is the other side of the flood dragon cave, thought Lin Feng, raising his head. He could see something on the other side, but he wasn't sure because there were still many other tunnels. Those might be where the previous tunnels lead. He looked pensive for a few seconds and then immediately continued running forwards. On the bridge, 9 silhouettes appeared. They were all wearing flood dragon gowns and had their hands behind their back. They looked fake and real at the same time. Lin Feng stopped and inspected them. Their eyes were all closed and they weren't looking at Lin Feng at all. The fifth one abruptly opened his eyes, cold lights were twinkling in them. He was fixated on Lin Feng. They were obstructing Lin Feng's way on the bridge. Lin Feng continued running faster and faster. On his body appeared a terrifying, whistling sword energy. His entire body was surrounded by a sword light. The fifth person frowned when he saw Lin Feng's sword chi. They then also released some monstrously powerful chi. That person had only broken through to the fifth Xin Chi layer. "Get lost!" shouted Lin Feng, and his terrifying sword chi dashed to the skies and enveloped the enemy's body. Boom! The sharp sword chi crashed onto the enemy, and the fifth person disappeared. As expected, they're fake, thought Lin Feng, but he still looked calm and vigilant. Die! Lin Feng's sword energy kept shooting upwards. He arrived in front of the sixth person but didn't stop. The sixth one had the strength of the sixth Xin Chi layer, but just as quickly, they disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631, The Ninth Person. Chapter 631, The Ninth Person. The sixth person disappeared, but Lin Feng didn't look so happy. He looked solemn. The seventh silhouette had the strength of the seventh Xin Chi layer. There were still the eighth and ninth ones. Their respective strengths were of the eighth and ninth Xin Chi layers surely. As expected, the last thing that matters here is strength, thought Lin Feng, releasing even more sword chi and attacking the seventh person. The seventh person was staring at Lin Feng and looked surprised, just like a real human being. Lin Feng had only broken through to the fifth Xin Chi layer and already possessed such a monstrous sword intent and energy. CRRRR. CRRRR. Lin Feng's body was spitting out monstrous sword light. It looked tangibly sharp, like it could cut through anything in the world. Sword intent kept emerging. In Lin Feng's hand appeared a whistling sword. Level 3 sword intent, lacerate, shouted Lin Feng. He rose up into the air and his sword streaked through the air, separating the sky. Under that energy, the seventh person turned into an illusion and became seemingly ghost-like. Boom! The seventh person disappeared. Lin Feng landed on the floor and continued running towards the eighth person. But he finally stopped and took a deep breath. The two remaining had the strength of the eighth and ninth Xin Chi layer respectively. They would be hard to defeat. How strong, said the eighth person. You are so young. If the great competition of Shuiyu had been a few years later, you definitely would have been the most dazzling young genius. Unfortunately, you were born a few years too late. Lin Feng had only broken through to the fifth Xin Chi layer and had managed to make it there. He had already crushed the first several people while running across the bridge. He defeated the fifth, sixth, and seventh ones with a single sword attack. Lin Feng could be proud of himself. If you were a little stronger, you would be able to defeat me. Then you would obtain the 11th jade medal because you're the first one to arrive here. If you were even stronger and managed to defeat the ninth person on the bridge, you would obtain the first jade medal likewise. However, you have already reached your limits because you cannot defeat the one after me. At best you will only be able to obtain the 11th jade medal, explained the eighth person. Lin Feng was shocked. As expected, strength had always been a limit. He was the first to arrive. If he managed to defeat the eighth person, he would obtain the 11th medal. Defeating the seventh one would have enabled him to obtain the 21st jade medal. If he had been even weaker and had only managed to defeat the sixth one, he would have ended up getting the 31st jade medal. Even if he had arrived first. That Flood Dragon Cave challenge was extremely difficult. With his incredible natural abilities and determination, Lin Feng had managed to make it there. But in the end, he might move further. All he needed was more strength. Now, give up. If other people arrive, things will become difficult for you. Getting the 11th jade medal is not bad already, said the eighth person. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling, his mouth moved as he asked, I just need to pass behind you, right? I don't need to kill you, right? Indeed, even if you pass next to me and manage to move further, that's enough. You don't need to kill me, said the eighth person, nodding. However, even if you manage to run further, you will only get the 11th jade medal. All right, said Lin Feng, nodding. He looked calm and solemn. His lips shivered as he chanted a mantra in Sanskrit. Small, dazzling, golden Sanskrit letters were moving out of his mouth. Lin Feng's body started shining, there was a golden aura around his body. A moment later, Lin Feng's body was completely golden and dazzling, just like a Shakyamuni Buddha. Ha! The eighth person frowned. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng could do such a thing. Lin Feng's corporeal body had the strength of the seventh Qian-Chi layer now. 1,000 Buddha hands! Shouted Lin Feng in Sanskrit. 1,000 golden hands emerged and darted towards the eighth person. He raised his head and released some monstrous pure chi in front of him, which turned into a wall. Boom, boom, boom. The golden hands bombarded the pure chi wall, over and over again. The space was shaking unceasingly. It was then that Lin Feng began moving forwards towards the eighth person. His lips kept moving as he continued chanting mantras in Sanskrit. It seemed like he was never going to stop. Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to the eighth person, though he wasn't scared. He jumped forwards and released some physical strength which aimed at Lin Feng. Go! The eighth person bent the air with his hand and a terrifying transparent wall moved towards Lin Feng. He started feeling very oppressed. Fury! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng joined his hands together and gigantic golden hands continued bombarding the transparent wall. Lin Feng's body was trembling from the effort. The pressure was even worse because the bridge was narrowing. The narrow bridge was the only thing that could stop Lin Feng from moving further. The angle to pass and dodge the eighth person was too tight. Besides, the cultivator of the eighth Qian-Chi layer was extremely strong. Gotcha! Small fissures were appearing on Lin Feng's golden body. He began chanting mantras faster, and his body became even stronger. His entire body was covered in incredible golden light. Get lost! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Terrifying golden Sanskrit letters kept flowing in the air. At the same time, he was making the strength of the Haruka rotate in his body. Then, Lin Feng's body turned into a beam of light as he moved forward like an arrow. You shall not pass! Shouted the eighth person as he attacked. Lin Feng's golden body started cracking under the pressure, but he ignored it. He opened his mouth and spat out some terrifying sword chi, catching the eighth person off guard. Some terrifying pure chi enveloped his head, but the sword chi pierced through it. Subtle sounds spread in the air. Editor's note: I slightly tweaked that first sentence. I hope it raised no offense. Burn! Shouted Lin Feng when suddenly fireballs emerged out of his mouth and enveloped the pure chi surrounding that person's head. There was no way the eighth person could have been ready for that. It's time now! Shouted Lin Feng. He suddenly moved like the wind above the eighth person and landed behind him. The eighth person turned around and looked at Lin Feng while smiling. Congratulations! You did it! Now you can obtain the 11th jade medal. No, it's not enough, said Lin Feng, looking determined. He didn't want the 11th jade medal, especially seeing how others could choose him as an opponent. Shueisha and Yuemo wanted to kill him. Those two would obtain one of the first 10 jade medals, so they would be able to challenge him. They would kill him outright. Therefore, Lin Feng needed a better medal than that. Now, he had to fight against the ninth person. The eighth person was at first speechless, but then replied, I wish you good luck. Lin Feng slowly turned around and walked towards the ninth person. Defeating him or crossing that barrage wouldn't be easy. But he would be able to obtain the first jade medal if he did. He'd practically be guaranteed to finish amongst the best ones in the end then. Lin Feng needed to keep everything under control if he wanted to finish in the top 9 at the great competition of Shueyu. The last one was of the 9th Qian-Chi layer. How strong! That ninth person sensed Lin Feng approaching. He slowly opened his eyes and extremely sharp lights twinkled in his eyes. They penetrated into Lin Feng's heart. In Shueyu, the 9th Qian-Chi layer was already incredible. Such cultivators were considered as monstrously strong. Only past that was there the Tian-Chi layer. Go! Said Lin Feng, looking ferociously fierce. Lin Feng would have to fight against other cultivators of the 9th Qian-Chi layer later during the competition. So he had to see how strong they really were first to find a way to defeat them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 632, The First Jade Medal. Chapter 632, The First Jade Medal. Outside of the Flood Dragon Cave, everyone was still waiting. Nobody had come out yet, so who would be the first one? They were all so impatient, with their eyes were twinkling. Let's not talk about the first one, let's talk about the first 5 ones. Who will they be? Said someone suddenly. It's not easy to guess, but Di Ling, Duan Wudao, and Shueisha will probably be the 3 first ones. I don't think so at all. I think that Jun Mo Shi will be one of them. He's going to give his best, so he should be one of the first 3. Said someone else. However, everybody in the crowd was convinced that the first ones would be some of the 8 most outstanding geniuses. They weren't considering the other cultivators at all. Shui Wuchang was standing on the fighting stage, facing opposite to the exit of the cave. He looked calm and serene. He was just as impatient to see who the first one would be. Di Long was good, Duan Wu Dao was also extremely strong, Jun Mo Shi was enigmatic. Then there were the 5 others. They were all extremely strong. Apart from those 8, there were other extremely strong geniuses. Each time during the great competition of Shuiyu, there were some exceptions, some unexpected winners. This time probably wouldn't be an exception. Until the very last battle, nothing was sure. Shui Wuchang knew that there were some variables which always affected the final rankings, astonishing everyone. In fact, Shui Wuchang was delighted to be in charge of the great competition of Shuiyu this time. To see such amazingly talented young cultivators was inspiring. Not far from the exit, Lin Feng was inside of the Flood Dragon Cave on a bridge. He was facing the 9th person with his bloodthirsty sword held firmly between his hands. A red, dazzling light was illuminating the atmosphere. "I couldn't believe that when you fought against me that you didn't use your full strength," said the 8th person behind, watching Lin Feng. He was excited. Lin Feng's real strength was unfathomable. Pure qi whistled as it penetrated into the bloodthirsty sword. It was becoming more and more dazzling as it was releasing a terrifying blood energy. In that blood qi, there was also some sword energy. Lin Feng slowly walked towards the 9th person with his sword held obliquely. Die! Lin Feng jumped and released some sword intent. A terrifying red light twinkled like thunder and in a flash rain as he arrived in front of the 9th person. The 9th person looked perfectly calm and serene. He raised his hand and released some pure qi which turned into a wall. It then slowly engulfed the blood-red light which quickly disappeared. Lin Feng knew that his only chance to defeat that cultivator of the 9th Xin Qi layer would be with that sword. He jumped again and moved closer to the 9th person, attacking with his sword again. The 9th person just slightly pulled in his stomach and Lin Feng's sword couldn't reach him. But when the bloodthirsty sword passed by, Lin Feng suddenly made it rotate and move back. It was a perfect change of trajectory, a weak opponent would have never been able to dodge it. Some wind blew and the 9th person moved backwards. Third sword. Lin Feng moved like the wind and his red sword twinkled again. Destroy! Said the 9th person who was angry. He was pushed back because of Lin Feng's trick, obviously he wasn't happy. He released some terrifying pure qi and destroyed that sword light. He didn't want to move backwards again. A terrifying strength then oppressed Lin Feng's body, leaving him dazed. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His sword streaked through the atmosphere horizontally, the entire atmosphere was filled with the red light of his sword. In the air appeared a word, blood. That was the 7th sword attack. Lin Feng was moving his sword at full speed, just like lightning. All his sword attacks were monstrously powerful. What nice sword play! The 8th person was astonished. Lin Feng's sword attacks were perfect, he showed no flaw with any movement. Each of his sword attacks were extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be enough to defeat the 9th person. 11th sword. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The gigantic word blood turned into a blood cage. It was filled with an infinite quantity of sword energy as it moved towards the 9th person. The 9th person immediately moved backwards with his pure qi whistling in the air. On his clothes appeared the word blood as well. Lin Feng had just attacked him for 7th time and all of them had reached him. Get lost! The 9th person released a monstrous quantity of pure qi which launched towards Lin Feng. Some rumbling sounds spread in the air as his pure qi attacked the blood word. The pure qi kept being destroyed by the blood energy. However, the pure qi finally managed to make the blood word disappear in the end. Ha! The 9th person raised his head and saw Lin Feng in the air. His bloodthirsty sword was diffusing an extremely bright red light. Lacerate! Lin Feng seemed like he was in fusion with his bloodthirsty sword. That was Lin Feng's 12th attack. With his bloodthirsty sword he had a special attack which consisted of 13 strikes. CRRRR. The sword seemed like it could annihilate anything, it passed through the 9th person's pure qi. Sword light surrounded him as Lin Feng's sword started falling down, on top of that person's head. How terrifying. The 8th person's heart was pounding, he was speechless. A group of people were arriving. There was an extremely beautiful woman in the group, she was stunning. Apart from her, there was another man closely following her. They're coming, the 8th person wasn't ready. The 7th person couldn't stop them and was immediately destroyed. The illusions were appearing and getting destroyed immediately each time. Boom! The eighth person suddenly couldn't see anything anymore, only blackness. It was as if he had turned blind. Then several silhouettes passed him. "Get lost!" shouted the ninth person furiously. He used all his strength to project Lin Feng backwards. But while Lin Feng was being projected backwards, he abruptly stopped. He had crashed against someone behind him. They surprisingly had a soft chest. Lin Feng turned his head around and saw Tang Yuyu. Tang Yuyu had arrived second and just in time. Her beautiful eyes twinkled, she looked surprised. But then she said, "Let's go, quickly." Then her body shook and a group of shadows appeared and attacked the ninth person. It didn't take long for him to be buried under those silhouettes. "I forgot that she had the 1,000 shadows technique," thought Lin Feng. It wasn't surprising that she was the second one, with her 1,000 clones she was obviously faster. "Where are you going?" There was something even more terrifying than the ninth person at that moment. Lin Feng turned his head and saw Duan Wudao and Di Ling Tangyu was trying to make them lose time. The ninth person was constricted by the silhouettes. Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu rushed forwards and ran towards the exit. They were using all their strength for this final dash. Boom boom. Tang Yuyu's clones disappeared and some terrifying chi emerged in the air. Lin Feng could sense the chi, it came from Duan Wudao and Di Ling. "Another 100 meters!" shouted Tang Yuyu. They still had to run for 100 meters, were they going to fail at the very last minute? "1,000 clones!" shouted Tang Yuyu furiously. Blood splashed out of her mouth as she increased her speed. Her clones were moving backwards to obstruct the way. Boom! Her 1,000 clones were destroyed in a flash, but that short time had been enough for Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu to reach the exit. In front of them there was a jade medal labeled from 1 to 68. "Take the first one!" shouted Tang Yuyu. Lin Feng didn't have time to hesitate. He immediately grabbed the very first jade medal and left the Flood Dragon cave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 633, Drinking Alcohol on Stage. Chapter 633, Drinking Alcohol on Stage. The crowd outside the Flood Dragon cave was still waiting for someone to appear. And finally, a silhouette appeared. He jumped and immediately landed on the fighting stage outside the cave. Who? People were staring at the silhouette. Who was the first one? What they saw was a sick-looking person who was rather worn out at the moment. Ha! People were astonished. They had never thought that the first person wouldn't be one of the 8. It wasn't Di Ling, it wasn't Duan Wudao, it wasn't Jun Imoshi. And it wasn't Shui Sha either. They actually weren't any of the 8 most outstanding disciples. Surprisingly, it was Lin Feng, a cultivator of the 5th Shin Chi layer. How's that possible? How could he be the first one? The crowd was astonished, that was way too strange. Shui Wuchan was astonished too. Even if Lin Feng had managed to pass all the tests, at best he should have finished 11th or maybe even 31st. But in the end, he had come out first. It meant that he had arrived first on the bridge. The first to come out was usually the one with the first jade medal, but Lin Feng should have the 11th or even the 31st jade medal. It was impossible for him to have the first jade medal. Phew, the crowd saw another silhouette appear and they were astonished again. People were constantly surprised. That competition was insane. The second person wasn't one of the people they had expected to see either. It was a beautiful girl, however, she was much stronger than Lin Feng. Even though they were surprised, they were still less surprised than when they saw Lin Feng come out. "Are you alright?" asked Lin Feng to Tang Yuyu. He didn't pay attention to anyone else. At that moment, he only cared about Tang Yuyu, who was looking pale with blood flowing out of her mouth. She had used the 1,000 clones too much and was suffering the kickback. "I'm alright, it was worth it anyways," said Tang Yuyu while smiling. She raised the second jade medal. Lin Feng had arrived first and Tang Yuyu had arrived second. Those two would be able to select their opponents. "You made great efforts," said Lin Feng to Tang Yuyu, his heart felt warm. If Tang Yuyu hadn't been there he wouldn't have been able to pass through the 9th person's barrage. But Tang Yuyu had been able to block him. And even worse, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to compete with Duan Wudao or Di Ling in the passageway. He wouldn't have finished it all without her. After all that, Tang Yuyu still gave him the first medal. Even though the first and the second jade medals were the same in terms of advantages, the meaning was different. Boom boom. Some terrifying chi spread in the air and the crowd looked at the exit again. This time, finally, some people they had expected came out, Di Ling and Duan Wudao. Di Ling and Duan Wu Dao looked furious. They glanced at Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu coldly. They had stolen the first and second jade medals. But immediately after, they relaxed again. They both walked towards the edge of the area and sat down cross-legged, as if the outside world had nothing to do with them. In the end, they had also won. Even if Tang Yuyu and Lin Feng had arrived first and second, strength was the most important thing now. They weren't going to drive themselves crazy for such a futile prize. Nobody could defeat them and nobody dared to try. Shui Wuchang was extremely curious. He looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Is your jade medal the 21st or the 31st? Lin Feng was stupefied. He looked surprised. 21st? 31st. Even without Tang Yuyu, he had managed to defeat 8 people and could have finished 11th. Of course, Shui Wuchang didn't know about that. So the fact that he was asking was normal. When the crowd heard him, they were confused. Was there a rule that they couldn't understand? You probably abandoned after the 6th or 7th person, right? Or did you get the 11th jade medal? Asked Shui Wuchang again, when he saw that Lin Feng wasn't saying anything. Abandoned after the 6th or 7th person. The crowd was astonished again. Lin Feng had come out first, but he wasn't necessarily the first one? How come? Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu glanced at each other and laughed. Tang Yuyu looked amused. They looked like they were close friends. Lin Feng looked at Shui Wuchang, raised his hand, and slowly opened his hand in which appeared a jade medal. On that shiny jade medal, there was one number. 1. First? Shui Wuchang was absolutely astonished. He was staring at Lin Feng's jade medal. Lin Feng hadn't arrived 21st or 31st. Not even 11th. Lin Feng had taken the first medal. The crowd felt normal again. Indeed, he was the first one to come out and had taken the first medal. I knew it, said Xiaoya in the crowd while giggling. Pajun and Han Man clenched their fists. He was the first one. Lin Feng was astonishing. Even though it was only the second round, Lin Feng could really be proud of himself. Interesting, thought Yu Qingshan while looking at that strange and mysterious young man who had said he was from Shuiyu. Surprisingly, he had finished first. Everybody remained surprised. I wonder where Yu Tianming is and which medal he will get, thought Yu Qingshan at that moment. Besides, Yu Lushui and the people from Tianfeng were upset. They were furious. That Lin Feng was too lucky. After the competition they would strip him of his luck. Your name is Lin Feng, right? Asked Shui Wuchang. Lin Feng nodded. He was surprised that the old man knew his name. Lin Feng, that jade key is extremely useful. You have to want to it dearly, said Shui Wuchang. Lin Feng realized something, that jade metal had incredible advantages? Could it be used for anything else? Shui Wuchang was, on top of that, talking about a jade key now. But before the second round, he had talked about jade metals and not jade keys. A key? Those were keys? Actually, they did have the shape of keys. I will, said Lin Feng nodding. Shui Wuchang didn't add anything else. Lin Feng glanced at Tang Yuyu and they both moved aside. Will your injury affect your fighting abilities? Asked Lin Feng to Tang Yuyu. She looked calm and serene. From outside, one couldn't see that she was severely injured. I'm a member of the Tang clan, do you remember? Said Tang Yuyu smiling resplendently. Lin Feng was surprised and smiled. Indeed, he had forgotten, Tang Yuyu was a lady from an incredible clan. A few bottles of alcohol suddenly appeared. Do you like drinking hot unit? Asked Lin Feng, with a devilish smile. He then opened and chugged some hot unit. Very quickly his pure qi started flowing at full speed in his body. He was moaning with pleasure. The hot unit was flowing in his body and increasing his body temperature. He felt great as his face turned red. How comfortable and pleasant, said Lin Feng, breathing heavily. His qi felt like it was burning. Is it that good? Said Tang Yuyu in a low voice. She opened one too and immediately drank a bottle. Her face turned red as well. Cough cough. Tang Yuyu coughed while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was speechless, he hadn't forced her to drink. Hot unit was good for him but it didn't seem as good for Tang Yuyu. If it had been good for her, the Tang clan would have made her drink it before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634, The 11 Best. Chapter 634, The 11 Best. Hot unit is for men, said Lin Feng when he saw that Tang Yuyu's face was red. He found her very beautiful at this moment and his heart started beating faster. He was starting to have some feelings for her. Maybe, replied Tang Yuyu, lowering her head. The crowd looked at them both speechless. They looked really relaxed. Some of the most important and decisive battles of the great competition of Shuiyu were about to start and they were just sitting together and drinking alcohol. However, Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu had finished first and second. They had much less pressure now that they could choose their opponents instead of being targeted. That way, with her strength, Tang Yuyu might finish amongst the 10 best ones. However, Lin Feng's cultivation level was too low. He had only broken through to the 5th Xin Qi layer. Weak cultivators wouldn't be able to finish high up in the rankings against cultivators of the 8th and 9th layers. Lin Feng had the possibility to choose his opponent, but they were going to be stronger and stronger during the competition. Eventually being able to choose his opponent would be useless. At that point, no matter who he chose, he would lose to. Of course, if people had seen Lin Feng in the evil area and then on the bridge in the Flood Dragon Cave, then they wouldn't have thought the same way about him. Even though Lin Feng had been lucky in the Flood Dragon Cave, would someone so weak have been able to arrive first on the bridge? Besides, he had also managed to defeat the first 8 cultivators on the bridge and move on to the 9th person. Although Tang Yuyu had helped him at the very end, the rest of the challenges were passed by himself and only himself. You are drinking alcohol and not inviting me? Said a voice in the distance. Lin Feng, who was drinking a cup, raised his head and saw Jun Emoshi slowly walking towards them. Jun Emoshi had come out 5th and had obtained the 5th Jade Key. He was very surprised to see that Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu had managed to finish in the top 5. Amongst the 5 best, there were Lin Feng, Tang Yuyu, Duan Wudao and Jun Emoshi himself. He was very happy to see that Dragon Mountain was dazzling this time. Just invite yourself, huh? Lin Feng said while laughing. Jun Emoshi sat down with them, grabbed a flask of hot unit and started drinking. Boom! A terrifying qi emerged in the air. It was Shueisha. Shueisha was the 6th one, but he was releasing some terrifying qi and was glaring at Jun Emoshi. Ha! The crowd was confused when they saw Shueisha stare at Jun Emoshi that way. It didn't seem like he was joking, it seemed like something had just happened. It seems like Shueisha is angry at Jun Emoshi, thought the crowd. Jun Emoshi looked unperturbed and serene. He didn't look surprised either when Shueisha came out looking furious and ice-cold. His hair looked extremely messy and his pale face particularly cold. It seemed like Jun Emoshi made him angry. But the crowd had a strange feeling. Jun Emoshi wasn't weak and gave people an enigmatic feeling. He didn't look arrogant or conceited. He was always free and unrestrained, walking around as if he had been having a leisure walk. What did you do to him? Asked Lin Feng, looking amused. He was very curious. I attacked him and Umo by surprise, said Jun Emoshi while laughing. As expected, Umo then came out too and he looked furious. He also glared down Jun Emoshi. He had obtained the 7th Jade Key. When Lin Feng heard Jun Emoshi, he was speechless. The crowd was also astonished. He had attacked them by surprise. That guy, Jun Emoshi, was openly admitting such a thing. The crowd was in disbelief. Jun Emoshi was really a strange person. You did what I wish I could do, let's toast to your good health, said Lin Feng while laughing wholeheartedly. Shueisha and Umo were astonished as they watched Lin Feng. What was going on? Lin Feng had come out before them? He got one of the last jade medals though, right? Asked Shueisha while looking at Shui Wuchang. He got the very first one, replied Shui Wuchang. Shueisha's face suddenly drastically changed. Lin Feng had obtained the very first jade medal? Shueisha and Umo were astonished. He would be able to choose his opponents, which meant that Lin Feng wasn't going to fight against them. They wouldn't be able to kill him at that stage of the competition. If not now, we will get him later. Both Shueisha and Umo didn't understand how Lin Feng had obtained the first jade key. I hope you won't run into me later on, said Shueisha again, coldly. He then moved aside and sat down. Umo did the same. It's so boring to wait, we're lucky to have some drinks, said Jun Emoshi, smiling. Lin Feng and Jun Emoshi seemed to be even closer than before. Perhaps it had to do with the results of the race. In Dragon Mountain, Jun Emoshi was the most outstanding young man of the country. He didn't stay with the masses, but now he was always with Tang Yuyu and Lin Feng, and they even seemed to be very good friends. It's true that he is more open to other people than most, but he didn't need to think meticulously about his behavior when he could do as he wished. Unfortunately, we don't have enough drinks, whispered Lin Feng as if he had been talking to himself. Tang Yu turned her head and glanced at Lin Feng. She then threw her ring at him and said, "There are all sorts of liquors inside. Just help yourself." He. Lin Feng scratched his head and smiled, looking embarrassed. That alcohol was expensive. He was feeling a bit embarrassed. Jun Mo, she glanced at Lin Feng. He found him funny. In a flash, many bottles appeared, making people drool. That alcohol smelt invigorating. "Lin Feng, try and guess who the 8th one will be," said Jun Emoshi at that moment, drinking more alcohol. "I guess Qi Chengling Xiao." "Why?" "Just a feeling, it won't necessarily be him though." "I'm not really sure," said Lin Feng and then drank another sip. "Maybe," said Jun Emoshi before adding, "it doesn't depend on strength anyways. Everyone has their own strengths. For example, Qi Chengling Xiao is an expert at using swords. Even though I came out before him, he might still be stronger than me and could defeat me. You came out after Ling, but maybe he's not stronger than you either," said Lin Feng, which surprised Jun Emoshi, and then they laughed together. At that moment, an extremely sharp qi emerged in the air. The crowd saw two silhouettes come out of the Flood Dragon Cave. Just like Lin Feng had guessed, one of them was Qi Chengling Xiao and the other one was Lu Yuqing Yu Xiao Xiao. "Are they lovers?" asked Lin Feng. "It is said that Qi Qing Jianling Xiao is interested as Yu Xiao Xiao, but that Yu Xiao Xiao is ice cold and expressionless. Of course, I don't know the precise details," replied Jun Emoshi. "Oh." Lin Feng nodded. Qi Cheng Jianling Xiao had obtained the 8th Jade Key and Yu Xiao Xiao the 9th one. Very quickly, the top 10 appeared. Ku Yaotong the Dead Tree was the 10th one out. The 8 most outstanding geniuses of Shuiyu had all come out, but they were not first or second. The first and the second had been really unexpected, Lin Feng and Tang Yu. "The next one will be from Dragon Mountain," said Jun Emoshi confidently. Lin Feng was surprised. He then watched the entrance to check if Jun Emoshi's guess was right. After a short time, a person with a magnificent smile appeared. It was Cheng Meng Xin. She looked beautiful as she could make men's hearts shake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635, The End of the Second Round. Chapter 635, The End of the Second Round. Lin Feng was surprised. Jun Emoshi had guessed right for the 11th person. It was Qing Mengxing. "How could you be so sure?" asked Lin Feng. "Because Qing Meng Xin is like me, she knows the 1,000 dream shadows. So with her strength I was convinced she would come out now," said Tang Yu, not giving time for Jun Emoshi to reply. The 1,000 dream shadows, Lin Feng was surprised. Indeed, in Celestial River he had already seen a woman use it that used to stay with Lan Jiao. That attack not only belonged to the Tang clan but the Cosmic Pavilion as well. "Are the 1,000 shadows technique and the 1,000 dream shadows different?" asked Lin Feng. Generally speaking, asking other people about their skills and techniques was impolite, especially during the great competition of Shuiyu. Tang Yu and him might end up as opponents at some point. Lin Feng knew her and was making friends, but he didn't know much about her. However, Lin Feng was still asking that question. That was a bit audacious and rude. However, he didn't seem to realize that his question was impolite. He was the type of person that didn't care about formalities. Of course, not caring about those things meant that he considered her as a good friend, and that he trusted her. The 1,000 dream shadows creates illusions which invade the atmosphere. You don't know which ones are true and which ones are fake. The 1,000 shadows creates clones with real bodies. It uses the power of the soul and belongs to my clan, the Tang clan. You need to have the blood of the Tang clan to be able to use it," explained Tang Yu. She wasn't hiding anything from Lin Feng. However, he felt extremely sad for her. "What you mean is that when you use it, if your clones get destroyed, you get injured?" whispered Lin Feng. A moment before, Tang Yu had used her clones to open the way on the bridge and she had done Lin Feng could pass. She even used the attack twice. They had all been destroyed, so Tang Yu must be injured. Tang Yu didn't reply. That silence was proving that Lin Feng was right. "And then you say you're fine. Your soul got injured, your alcohol won't be enough to cure you," said Lin Feng, blaming her for telling him that she was fine. Jun Emoshi was looking at them and asked, "Are you guys dating?" Lin Feng was speechless. That guy thought he was funny. Blood soul grass. Lin Feng suddenly remembered something when he looked at Jun Emoshi. He then shook his hand and some red and shiny grass appeared. That was very beneficial for people's souls. "Ha!" Jun Emoshi looked at Lin Feng and was stupefied. The first time he had seen Lin Feng, Jun Emoshi's servant had fought against him over that grass. Many people looked over at them. Lin Feng had some blood soul grass. That stuff was extremely precious and it was very beneficial for people's souls. A lot of people around Lin Feng looked greedy all of a sudden. "What are you doing?" said Tang Yuyu. She obviously knew what Lin Feng was holding. "It will make you feel better," said Lin Feng while giving it to her. "I still need some, so I can only give you half of it. Have a try." Tang Yuyu's eyes were twinkling. She remained silent, but then Jun Emoshi said, "He's giving it to you, just take it." She stretched her beautiful, slim hand and took the grass. Her beautiful eyes were twinkling. She then put the grass in her mouth, chewed and swallowed it. Immediately her soul felt better. That grass was indeed very useful for people's souls. "You really obtained some?" said Qing Meng Xian at that moment while walking towards them. Last time, she was the one who had told Lin Feng to go to the cosmic market to get some. Chang Meng Xian's sentence also proved something else. She was telling Lin Feng that she knew his secret, that he was the real Lin Feng. "Indeed, thank you again," said Lin Feng, smiling again. "Tang Yuyu and Qing Meng Xian were really nice. You surprisingly gave her some of the most important ingredient of the pills you want to concoct. I am jealous," said Qing Meng Xian jokingly. When Tang Yuyu heard her, she looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What pills do you want to concoct?" "Divine water pills. I need to save one for my friend." "Don't worry, I gave you half of the grass so I still have enough for my pills, no problem," explained Lin Feng while shaking his head. Divine water pills to save someone. Tang Yuyu was stupefied. Lin Feng wanted to concoct some pills to save someone's life and she had eaten one of the main ingredients. She lowered her head and remained silent. Qing Meng Xian sat down with them and asked, "What jade keys did you guys get?" Lin Feng opened his hand and Chang Meng Xian was flabbergasted. "The first jade key. It actually belongs to Tang Yuyu, but she gave it to me. She took the second one instead," said Lin Feng. Chang Meng Xian was even more astonished. Lin Feng had taken the first and Tang Yuyu the second one? She was extremely surprised by the results of the race. "As expected, the Thousand Shadows of the Tang clan is monstrously powerful," whispered Qing Meng Xian, and then she looked at Jun Emoshi. "I got the fifth one," said Jun Emoshi smiling. Qing Meng Xian was more and more surprised. The first, the second, the fifth. Duan Wu Dao had also finished in the first ones. The results of the race were great. "Don't choose me as your opponent, guys," joked Chang Meng Xian. She looked so beautiful. She didn't want to fight against the 8 most dazzling geniuses, and especially not against Lin Feng or Tang Yuyu. But she was very surprised by the results. The first time she had seen Lin Feng she hadn't thought that he was that strong, but here he is holding the first key. She didn't think that Lin Feng had been lucky though. Luck might have played a certain role during the second round, but that key also required strength. Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to obtain the first key only relying on luck. "Maybe Lin Feng will surprise us even more later on," thought Chang Meng Xian. The great competition of Shuiyu was always full of surprises. This time, Lin Feng might become an unexpected winner. Therefore, she didn't want to fight against him, especially that early. Time was passing slowly as more people finished. The first thing people were wondering when they came out was that they would have to be careful. So many others had come out before them, so they would end up being chosen by strong cultivators. Lin Feng also paid attention to the people who were coming out. Yu Tianming had finished 21st, Nieyan from Tianfeng had finished 18th, and the 2 other people from Tianfeng had finished 40th and 50th. Lin Feng wouldn't care about those two. Jian Shen had finished 24th. Lin Feng was astonished by Yun Fei Yang though. After the 50th came out, Yun Fei Yang walked out of the cave slowly. He didn't look ashamed at all as he walked towards them, sat down and drank alcohol. He looked natural, free and unrestrained. Lin Feng was speechless. Finally, after the 64th candidate finished, nobody else came out. The 4 others would never come out, they had died in the Flood Dragon Cave. Since the beginning, 80 people had died already. Some people were sad about that, of course. But their sadness was mixed with excitement. The second round was over. This time, the third round would be different from the 2 previous ones. This time strength mattered most, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636, Immobile Like a Mountain. Chapter 636, Immobile Like a Mountain. Shui Wuchang looked at the group of geniuses. There were 64 all standing on the fighting stage. Some stood alone while others had joined groups. Surprisingly, the biggest group was the one composed of Lin Feng and his friends. There were 5 people drinking and chatting. The others were different, they looked serious and solemn. They weren't as relaxed as Lin Feng and his friends. "Congratulations on making it so far," said Shui Wuchang. In a flash, everybody's attention was on Shui Wuchang, even those who were usually sluggish and negligent. The last round of the great competition of Shuiyu was about to start. Real battles. "Now everybody, let's climb out Flood Dragon Cave," said Shui Wuchang while pointing at the exit. Even though there was only one exit, at the top of it, there was enough space to accommodate 64 people. Silhouettes flickered and they all climbed onto the tail of the Flood Dragon Cave. Then they sat down cross-legged. "Let's go," said Jun Emoshi to Lin Feng and their other friends. Lin Feng downed a flask of hot unit and sharp lights twinkled in his eyes. The last round of the great competition of Shuiyu was about to start. Lin Feng shook his arm and the bottles of alcohol on the floor disappeared. Lin Feng and his friends stood up and jumped onto the Flood Dragon. They were waiting for Shui Wuchang. "Now, show your keys so that everyone can see them," said Shui Wuchang, and everybody obeyed. Shui Wuchang wanted to see the numbers at first glance. Even though those numbers didn't reflect people's strength, it still gave everybody an indication about their potential. "Who's the first one?" Many people who had come out after didn't know who the first one was. They were curious to find out who it was. "Ha!" Several people frowned. They first looked at Di Ling but it wasn't him. Then they looked at Duan Wudao, Jun Emoshi. They were third, fourth, and fifth. Where are the first and the second? Some of them asked, getting impatient. "There!" Someone shouted as they found Lin Feng. They were astonished. Everyone looked at the key and then raised their heads to look at the face of the person holding it. Most were astonished, but some looked particularly excited though. "Lin Feng?" Lin Feng was full of vitality but had only broken through to the 5th Shin Qi layer. When the crowd saw that people were looking at Lin Feng mockingly, they also burst into laughter. How could they not be amused? What a lucky guy! Such a piece of trash surprisingly managed to obtain the key, said someone who was laughing mockingly. Lin Feng turned his head and saw one of the 7 envoys. He had the 58th key in his hand. But he was still making fun of Lin Feng because of his cultivation level. He was trying to make himself look better by making fun of the first place to make up for his near last place key. "End of the rankings. 6th one from the bottom," said Lin Feng indifferently, and then he didn't pay attention to that person anymore. People from Tianfeng were astonished, especially the 3rd envoy. Lin Feng had just humiliated them. "Piece of trash. If you're brave, choose me then," said the 3rd envoy from Tianfeng coldly. He was the 6th one from the end, but he wanted to prove to everyone that he was strong. Lin Feng was the first one, so if he killed Lin Feng he would prove to everyone that he was strong. But Lin Feng ignored him, he despised him. After the crowd got over their surprise that Lin Feng had obtained the first key, they looked for the second one. There was a beautiful woman on his side, Tang Yu. People were astonished again. Surprisingly, the first and second positions weren't held by the 8 most outstanding geniuses of the competition. All right. Let's start the 3rd round. I would like to remind you that it is here where you will be able to dazzle. Even if you didn't get a good key, you can still finish as a dazzling participant. You will also be able to obtain some treasures from Shengong if you live. If you die, then you won't obtain anything, said Shui Wuchang slowly. Everyone looked even more impatient. Indeed, being able to be on the fighting stage at the great competition of Shuiyu was an honor, a glorious moment. But knowing that they would also obtain some kind of treasure from it, Shengong would be good to them. If you finish higher up in the rankings you will obtain even more amazing treasures, added Shui Wuchang, making everybody feel even more determined. Alright, let's start now. Lin Feng, you're first, said Shui Wuchang, nodding at Lin Feng. In a flash, Lin Feng jumped in the middle of the stage. Lin Feng, you obtained the first key, so you are the first one to choose. You can challenge anyone except for those that finished in the top 10. The crowd was focused on Lin Feng. They were impatient to see who he was going to choose. With his strength, he was probably going to choose one of the worst ones. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd. There weren't many people who were afraid of him. Actually, many people hoped to be chosen. They all wanted to defeat the one who had obtained the first key. That would be a prestigious victory. Finally, Lin Feng looked at the 3rd envoy who was also staring him down. The 3rd envoy wasn't weak at all, and he took the initiative to stand up. He was smiling coldly. He was already getting ready to fight. So many people want to fight against me because I have the first key, right? Said Lin Feng upset. He then looked at the third envoy and said, "Since you really want to fight, just come over then." The third envoy smiled and jumped forwards. He would face Lin Feng. "You piece of shit. You're really a piece of trash. I will show you how a real man fights," said the third envoy coldly. Lin Feng slowly raised his head and looked at Shui Wuchang. "Mister, can we start fighting?" "No need to look at me. You are on the stage, just start," said Shui Wuchang. Lin Feng slightly nodded. The third envoy looked prouder and prouder each second. The third envoy immediately jumped into the air and threw himself at Lin Feng. There was an illusion around his body that looked like an elephant. That third envoy was a member of the Wanxiang sect. He had the 10,000 elephants skill as well and was releasing a monstrous amount of wild energy. He looked furious, staring at Lin Feng in a bestial way. "You will not withstand a single attack. The strength of my 10,000 elephants will crush you." "First one? Ridiculous, you piece of shit." A terrifying energy flowed out of his mouth. He was moving towards Lin Feng with the appearance of an elephant. Around him were strong winds making Lin Feng's clothes flutter in the wind. Lin Feng looked like a leaf about to move in the wind. Die! Boom! The strength of 10,000 elephants crashed onto Lin Feng's body. A monstrous wind invaded the entire atmosphere. The crowd already had the impression that they could see Lin Feng crushed under that strength. However, a monstrously loud buzzing sound spread in the air suddenly. The third envoy's body abruptly stopped when it collided against Lin Feng. The strong winds were emitting whistling sounds, but Lin Feng was absolutely immobile, like a mountain. He looked calm and serene looking at the elephant-like third envoy. Boom! The crowd was astonished, especially the middle-aged man of the Wanxiang sect who immediately stood up. His heart was pounding while he watched Lin Feng. What was going on? Ha! The third envoy looked stunned too. He slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. His fists landed on Lin Feng's chest, but Lin Feng was still standing there, looking calm, serene, and peaceful, like a deity. That move made the third envoy's heart palpitate violently. He then started quivering with fear. His 10,000 elephants attack seemed like it had been useless. His heart felt like it was melting at that moment. He was terrified. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, One Death and One Coward. Chapter 637, One Death and One Coward. How's that possible? Thought the third envoy. He didn't understand what was going on. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 5th Xin Qi layer, but his corporeal body was already so strong. However, the third envoy had broken through to the 6th Xin Qi layer, performed an amazing attack. Even someone of the 7th or 8th Xin Qi layer would find it difficult to resist his 10,000 elephants attack. Some have already died by that attack. But Lin Feng resisted, not moving a single iota. Like a mountain, he was extremely calm and serene. His corporeal body was way too strong. Lin Feng's strength of the Haruka could rotate 6,000 times. With his body of the Haruka now and his indestructible golden body skill. Besides, he had other powerful skills too. Lin Feng's body was monstrously resistant and solid. He didn't know how strong he was himself, but what he knew was that the third envoy was extremely weak. "You are so weak," said Lin Feng calmly while looking at the third envoy. "Weak. If I'm a piece of shit, what are you?" asked Lin Feng to the third envoy, who was speechless. He had thought that with his 10,000 elephant skills, he would manage to crush Lin Feng instantly. What would he do now? Lin Feng was a piece of shit, a piece of trash? What about him then? Lin Feng hadn't moved of a single iota after his strongest attack. Being able to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu is an honor, a privilege. Besides, we have the opportunity to receive some treasures from Shingon which will help us improve our understanding of cultivation and thus our strength, explained Lin Feng slowly, which puzzled the third envoy. Why was Lin Feng telling him that? Unfortunately, you will not have the chance to enjoy that glory and those privileges. You are too weak and now so I will kill you, continued Lin Feng slowly, which made the third envoy's heart start pounding violently. Lin Feng was going to kill him. Lin Feng put his hand on the third envoy's shoulder. He wouldn't be able to escape, that hand was way too powerful. Lin Feng's hand became extremely hot as several flames appeared on it. Quickly the third envoy looked terrified as a gigantic fire appeared all around his body. He started burning alive. I will burn you to death, that is what someone with an ice-cold heart like yours deserves, said Lin Feng while slowly pulling his hand away from him. The third envoy started shouting blood-curdling shrieks. He was going to burn to death. He wanted to extinguish the fire, but it didn't work. That fire seemed like it had become a part of his body. It continued burning without interruption. Then, he turned into ashes and disappeared with the wind. Lin Feng had killed him. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng had burnt the third envoy to death. That battle had been amazing. Boom! A terrifying energy surrounded Lin Feng's body. He slowly turned around and looked at the crowd, more precisely at the middle-aged man from Tianfeng. "You dared kill him. Moron," said Lin Feng, then he turned around and ignored him. He went back to his seat. People from Tianfeng wanted to kill him, but it wasn't so easy. Previously, the strong cultivators from Tianfeng had almost killed him. After that, Lin Feng had promised himself that those people were the first ones he would kill. Now he was just keeping promises. Now that middle-aged man dared get angry at Lin Feng for having killed the third envoy. What a moron! Moron? The strong cultivator of the Wanxiang sect was astonished. He wanted to slaughter Lin Feng. "All right. Get ready for the second battle," said Shui Wuchang, pointing at Tang Yuyu. Tang Yuyu jumped forwards and without hesitation, she pointed at the second envoy from Tianfeng. He had the 43rd key. "You," said Tang Yuyu. He was astonished and pulled a long face. Tang Yuyu was helping Lin Feng once again. She wanted to kill him. Tang Yuyu wasn't like Lin Feng. Even though she had obtained the second jade key, nobody was surprised because she had broken through to the very top of the 7th Xin Qi layer. The second envoy or even Nia Yun would have no chance against her. The middle-aged man of Tianfeng was speechless and furious. The second envoy was going to die. It was that simple. From the 7 envoys, only one would be left. Nia Yun? Tang Yuyu was Lin Feng's friend, so she wouldn't let them off. "Are you proud?" said Lin Feng while looking at the middle-aged man. Lin Feng found Tang Yuyu adorable. "If you are scared, you can give up, but you must give up all the treasures," said Shui Wuchang when he saw that the second envoy was terrified. If he fought, he would lose everything and he would be humiliated. But if Tang Yuyu wanted to kill him, he would probably die there. His thoughts were chaotic at that moment, and after a while he decided, "I give up." He looked extremely weak and terrified. Being able to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu was an honor. It would have been prestigious to go back to Tianfeng and brag about it, but now he had given up. He wouldn't be able to tell anyone about the battles of the competition. Because he had been too scared and had given up. He wouldn't enjoy the glory of having participated. "Coward, piss off then," said Shui Wuchang despisingly. He had managed to make it so far and was now giving up. Such people were cowards. When the second envoy heard Shui Wuchang, he was astonished. The old man despised him. And everybody else did. What a horrible humiliation. He then started walking away and left. Lin Feng looked at the second envoy in a calm and serene way. The second envoy had acted so aggressively and arrogantly before, but now he was giving up so easily. Tang Yuyu moved back next to Lin Feng. During the first battle, one of them had died. And the second battle had never taken place because a coward had given up. People were really surprised. The third battle was extremely fast. Dealing had crushed his opponent in one punch. All the battles of the 8 most outstanding geniuses of Shuiyu were that way. They could easily crush the weakest ones. Lin Feng paid particular attention to Yu Tianming and Wu Qing, who won though. Those two people had broken through to the very top of the 6th Xin Qi layer and were about to break through to the 7th. They had all become much stronger since they left for Dragon Mountain. Yu Qingshan and Tang Wuyao felt gratified and were smiling resplendently. Once in a while, they were glancing back to the other as if they had been battling too. Yu Qingshan was finally convinced that Yu Tianming was stronger than Wu Qing. His grandson would also surpass him. He would only need a few years. But Tang Wuqing was also convinced that Wu Qing was as strong as Yu Tianming and would soon become stronger than him. Lin Feng didn't care about those things. He knew that Yu Tianming and Wu Qing would lose against him at some point. The one who had obtained the 28th Jade Key challenged Yun Fei Yang. Lin Feng glanced at him. The one who had the 28th Jade Key had broken through to the 7th Xin Qi layer. Many people had died during the first rounds, but he had survived. In Shuiyu, a cultivator of the 7th Xin Qi layer was already considered strong. However, at the competition, he had only managed to obtain the 28th key and everybody was extremely young here. Yun Fei Yang had broken through to the 6th Xin Qi layer after the first round in the evil area. He had probably obtained some incredible treasure that had helped him. Yun Fei Yang might surprise everyone once again. He took out a flask of alcohol and downed it. Then he walked towards the middle of the fighting stage sluggishly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638, Cosmic Force. Chapter 638, Cosmic Force. The opponent was surprised when he saw how sluggish Yunfei Yang looked. It seemed like Yunfei Yang was acting different. He wasn't like those who had obtained the last jade keys, they usually looked weak and scared. They lacked self-confidence. However, Yunfei Yang was different. His eyes were twinkling, he looked calm and unperturbed, almost peaceful. He had ranked 50th this time and didn't look scared at all, he just looked calm and unrestrained. The opponent looked at Yunfei Yang in a strange way and said, I am stronger than you by 1 cultivation layer and during the second round I finished 28th. You will not have a single chance of touching me if we fight. I suggest you give up. The opponent was trying to discourage him, he didn't want to fight. The great competition of Shuiyu was getting more and more complicated, so not fighting was a good way of reserving strength and energy. Why are you not giving up then? Asked Yunfei Yang. The other was stupefied, my cultivation level is higher than yours, why would I give up? The cultivation level doesn't necessarily mean everything, said Yunfei Yang indifferently. Immediately after, he jumped forwards and the atmosphere started shaking. What's going on? The crowd was astonished. Their hearts started palpitating, things looked dangerous. Yunfei Yang's opponent was astonished too, his heart was shaking at the same pace as Yunfei Yang's steps. The sensation was becoming more and more intense. The cultivation level is only one aspect of your actual strength, physical strength is also important, said Yunfei Yang. Then he started running, his feet were bombarding the floor of the fighting stage. Some chi emerged out of his body, it seemed like lights were appearing all around. At the same time, some chi moved towards his opponent. The force of the planet is amazing. When practicing cultivation you can condense force, borrow it from the earth to perform energy attacks. Your kind of force is only a little help, said Yunfei Yang slowly. He then slowed down too. He was using his feet and force to make the opponent's entire body shake violently. The opponent felt extremely oppressed. Yunfei Yang's voice was resonating in people's brains and hearts. Everybody's hearts were beating faster and faster. Yunfei Yang's chi was gaining in intensity, there were massive amounts of forces all around him. Lin Feng was watching Yunfei Yang, now he looked much stronger than the last time in Dragon Mountain. Yunfei Yang's chi was becoming terrifying, it seemed like it was becoming a person in itself. Force can be very beneficial, enough so to make the difference, said Yunfei Yang. He had a very deep understanding of cultivation. Yunfei Yang was facing an extremely strong cultivator, that opponent didn't feel like fighting anymore. It seemed like his confidence and determination had been crushed. His heart kept pounding, so loudly that he could even hear his own heartbeat mixed in with Yunfei Yang's voice. Force is an aspect of cultivation, it belongs to the planet. One's own body, strength, etc. can become force, and then it can turn into the abstruse significance, continued Yunfei Yang. The abstruse significance was the step after level 9 intent. Everybody knew about that. Yunfei Yang was able to explain intent and the abstruse significance quite well. Shui Wuchang looked surprised, sharp lights were twinkling in his eyes. He was fixated on Yunfei Yang. What a real genius, thought Shui Wuchang at that moment. Yunfei Yang was surprising. Yunfei Yang's words helped everybody understand those concepts better, however, they knew that being able to walk in perfect cadence with those forces was extremely hard. It was terrifying. He was in perfect harmony with cosmic waves. Yunfei Yang had reached such a deep level of understanding, he was indeed very talented. As expected, there are real geniuses here, thought Shui Wuchang, smiling. Yunfei Yang had to keep living, people like him were extremely rare. Everyone's opinions were changing. They didn't think that Yunfei Yang was going to lose anymore, he looked like a winner. Even if his cultivation level was lower than that of his opponent. Of course, force has limits and people's strength too. However, on the great path of cultivation, there might not be limits. Boom! Yunfei Yang's step made the entire atmosphere and everyone's hearts shake. Even though Yunfei Yang had only stepped on the floor very lightly. Each time Yunfei Yang walks, there is force. He tries to understand it better with each step. At that moment, his force was becoming more and more intense. There were even some strong winds surrounding around him. Yunfei Yang's opponent was already in the middle of those winds. Therefore, strength is good but it doesn't mean everything. Some other factors can influence your cultivation, finished Yunfei Yang. The cadence of his steps was becoming more and more intense. Boom! Everyone was hypnotized by Yunfei Yang's steps. Each time he walked, their body would start shaking. This time, Yunfei Yang didn't stop. The atmosphere was shaking more and more violently, it seemed like it was going to explode. Everywhere, there was only his force. Suddenly, the cultivator of the 7th Xin Qi layer was projected away in the air. Blood was splashing out of his mouth. He then crashed onto the ground with a muffled sound. The crowd was fixedly staring at that cultivator of the 7th Xin Qi layer he had lost. Yunfei Yang had broken through to the 6th Xin Qi layer, but with those steps he made his opponent fly away in defeat. He had only needed a few, very simple steps to make everybody's hearts pound, nothing else. Nobody would ever forget Yunfei Yang. That move had been too astonishing. Yunfei Yang looked calm and serene, just like a moment before. Nobody knew what he was thinking, but he didn't look arrogant at all. He didn't try to humiliate his opponent or anything, he just asked, "Do you want to continue the battle?" That person was crawling on the floor, with his blood flowing out of his mouth. He shook his head and said, "No need, you won. That was a very good battle and a great victory for you, I really need to practice more. Thank you for what you taught me. Don't worry. I'm off," said Yunfei Yang, nodding and then moving back to his original place. "What a mysterious and enigmatic guy," said Lin Feng while smiling. He was really astonished. Lin Feng also wanted to understand the concept of force even more. Lin Feng wanted to understand that cadence and harmony between Yunfei Yang's steps and the cosmic waves. Everybody was staring at Yunfei Yang in a different way. That guy was an authentic genius. "Am I mysterious?" said Yunfei Yang while shrugging and smiling. Yunfei Yang had won the battle, even though his key was one of the last ones. He had proved to everybody that it didn't mean anything. His victory had been dazzling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639, Astonishing Choice. Chapter 639, Astonishing Choice. Against all expectations, the following battles were extremely equitable because they were in the middle of the rankings. The battles were very interesting to watch. All sorts of people were winning and losing, from the middle of the rankings as well as from the bottom. In the end, 32 battles finished. 64 people had fought, 32 had been eliminated. Those who had been eliminated were extremely disappointed, but they knew that it was because they weren't strong enough. Of course, they were still alive, so there was still some hope. Amongst the 32 people who had been eliminated, 2 had died and 1 had escaped. There was no hope for them anymore. Fighting had taught the losers a lot. They had understood why strong cultivators were strong, what made them strong. They had lost, but Shingon would still honor their presence. That mysterious Shingon would probably grant people with incredible treasures which would help them increase their cultivation level. That's what the losers were hoping for. Of course, thinking that way was also a way of comforting themselves for having lost. After all, they had already been eliminated. Their dream of making it to the last battles had disappeared. Shui Wuchang looked at the geniuses, slightly smiled and said, "Have a rest for 12 hours and get ready for the next series of battles." The second series of battles would be everybody's second. Most people in the crowd closed their eyes or practiced some skills when they heard him. They either practiced cultivation, or were waiting for their pure chi stocks to be filled up again. Other silhouettes flickered and they landed in the middle of the common crowd to talk to people from their clans or sections. They were consulting their relatives to seek advice about who they should challenge for the next battle. Lin Feng and his friends surprisingly sat down and kept drinking. They looked quite relaxed. Lin Feng looked at Yunfei Yang, smiled and said, "Yunfei Yang, tell me, are you not hiding your real cultivation level?" Yunfei Yang seemed like he had some secrets. The first time Lin Feng had met him, he had only broken through to the 4th Xin Qi layer. But then he had very quickly broken through to the 5th Xin Qi layer. However, during the first round in the evil area, he had already broken through to the 6th Xin Qi layer. He was becoming stronger and stronger extremely fast, too fast to be true. Lin Feng was even more intrigued because Yunfei Yang had an extremely high power of understanding and monstrous strength, but he had ranked 50th during the second round. How strange. He only obtained the 50th key. Lin Feng didn't believe that Yunfei Yang had only broken through to the 6th Xin Qi layer. He believed that his cultivation level was even higher than that? "Guess," said Yunfei Yang. "I can't see it, but I have the feeling that you're much stronger," said Lin Feng, looking over to Jun Emoshi and Tang Yuyu. "I don't know," said Tang Yuyu. Jun Emoshi's eyes were twinkling. He was looking at Yunfei Yang in a strange way. Yunfei Yang and Lin Feng were very similar. They looked insignificant, calm, not arrogant, serene. They didn't draw people's attention too much, but in fact, each time they fought they were astonishing. You are both so evil. Joked Jun Mo Shi. It seemed like he agreed with Lin Feng about Yunfei Yang, however, Jun Mo Shi also had doubts when it came to Lin Feng. He doubted that Lin Feng was showing his full strength. What does that have to do with me? Teased Lin Feng. Indeed, it has nothing to do with you. You've only broken through to the 5th Xin Qi layer, but you obtained the first Jade Key. You finished even before those cultivators of the 8th and 9th Xin Qi layer. Whispered Jun Mo Shi. Lin Feng smiled from the corner of his mouth. He liked to tease his friends too. Half a day passed very quickly. All right. It's time to continue, said Shui Wu Chang. Everybody suddenly looked solemn and serious. They all moved to the Flood Dragon statue again. They were psychologically preparing themselves. It was about to start again. From those 32 people, only 16 would be left after this series of battles. Those 16 people would be able to continue. After those 16 people's battles, there would only be 8 left. Then the top 10 would appear, and more particularly the top 8. The most dazzling young people of the great competition of Shuiyu would finally be recognized. Being one of the 8 most dazzling cultivators of the competition would be an extreme glory and honor for them. They would go back to their country, one of the 13 countries of Shuiyu, and would be recognized as incredible cultivators. At the same time, the competition was a great way to become stronger. After competing, their cultivation level would be much higher. It would increase their self-confidence, determination, and willpower. Of course, it wasn't over yet, so it was useless to dream about those things. First they had to win their next 2 battles, which wouldn't be that easy at all. Apart from Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang and another cultivator of the 6th Xin Qi layer, all the others had broken at least through to the 7th Xin Qi layer, at least. Apart from strength and abilities, luck also played a role. For some people, being able to choose their opponents was really a great luck. Lin Feng, it's your turn, said Shui Wu Chang. Lin Feng was, after all, the first of them. Lin Feng slightly nodded and jumped forwards. He was facing 31 extremely strong cultivators. Who was he going to choose this time? Yunfei Yan was the weakest of all, but he was monstrously strong. On top of it, he was Lin Feng's good friend, so they couldn't choose each other. Apart from Yunfei Yang, there was only one other person of the 6th Xin Qi layer. Everybody looked at that person. Lin Feng had to choose him if he wanted to win. That cultivator felt tense when he sensed that everybody was looking at him. He had lots of pressure at that moment. Well, fighting against him would be my best option, thought that person. Apart from Lin Feng, the next ones would all be terrifying. Maybe the best option was to be chosen by Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him too, his eyes were twinkling. That person then said, "Let's fight." A terrifying battle energy then rose up in the air. However, what astonished him was that Lin Feng wasn't looking at him anymore. Lin Feng wasn't going to choose him? That person of the 6th Xin Qi layer was scared again. If Lin Feng didn't choose him, that person would lose for sure. He felt like he had been eliminated already, completely dispirited. The crowd was also astonished to see that Lin Feng wasn't choosing him. He had broken through to the 6th Xin Qi layer, so he was the best choice. Lin Feng was the first one to choose, so that was also a great opportunity for him, but it seemed like he wasn't going to use it. Lin Feng then slowly turned his head and looked at Nie Yun, then at Wu Qing. Lin Feng looked hesitant. Is Lin Feng scared to fight? Thought the crowd. Lin Feng seemed so irresolute. Some things need to be sorted, thought Lin Feng. Immediately after, he looked at Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming was speechless when he saw that Lin Feng was looking at him. Was he going to choose him? Lin Feng had no reason to choose him though. Come here, said Lin Feng indifferently. Yu Tianming was astonished. Lin Feng was really looking at him and was really choosing him. He didn't understand why though. He had broken through to the 7th Xin Qi layer and there were others that were much weaker than him. He had never had a conflict with him, why was he choosing him? Yu Tianming wasn't the only one who was astonished. Everybody else was, including Yu Qingshan. Why was that Lin Feng challenging Yu Tianming? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640, Insect. Chapter 640, Insect. Yu Tianming didn't understand. Yu Qingshan and the crowd were puzzled. But since Lin Feng had chosen him, Yu Tianming had no choice. Yu Tianming then jumped forwards and landed in the middle of the fighting stage. Yu Tianming was convinced that he was going to win the battle. He would then be part of the 16 best and would obtain some incredible treasures from Shingon. He would go back to Shuiyu as a glorious hero. He had no reason to forfeit, he could easily defeat Lin Feng. The two silhouettes were facing each other. Yu Tianming released some monstrous swift and fierce qi. He still didn't understand Lin Feng's choice though. During the last battle, with his strength of the 5th Xin Qi layer, Lin Feng had remained immobile like a mountain under the 10,000 elephants attack of the Wanxiang sect. His body was extremely solid, but Yu Tianming was going to be very careful for precisely that reason. But Yu Tianming still remained confident. Without self-confidence, how would he win? Besides, Lin Feng's cultivation level was also quite low. There was no reason for Yu Tianming not to win. I'm telling you, choosing me was your biggest mistake during the great competition of Shuiyu, said Yu Tianming. Then he continued with an ice-cold voice, you will regret that choice, and the price for it will be a heavy. Lin Feng looked at Yu Tianming and said, shaking his head, since it's my choice, I bear the responsibility for it and will not regret anything. I chose you and now that can't be changed, so there is no need to talk nonsense. Let's fight and see whom will regret. Show me your real strength and prove to me that I was wrong. Show me your real strength and prove me that I was wrong. Lin Feng's words were resonating in Yu Tianming's head. He suddenly looked calm and solemn as he released some terrifying energy. Pure qi was whistling in the air and enveloped Lin Feng's body. The pressure was strong. Yu Qingshan's white hair was fluttering in the crowd. He looked proud. Yu Tianming was starting the battle. Considering the opponent, he had to win. Tianming, use him as your stepping stone on the path of cultivation, you will reach the clouds, whispered Yu Qingshan. He will lose, said someone not far from him though, it was Xiaoya. Xiaoya looked convinced and she was smiling confidently. My brother will not lose, it's impossible, said Xiaoya with a resplendent smile on her face. Yu Qingshan was furious, how could she be so convinced? Indeed, our brother cannot lose, said Han Man, clenching his fists. He was also convinced by Lin Feng's abilities. Lin Feng had to win. Let's see, said Yu Qingshan with a smile on his face. But in his heart, he didn't feel calm and serene at all. Yu Tianming had gone through so many hardships, and suffered through many difficulties. Losing now would mean the end of his dazzling cultivation career. Let's fight, shouted Yu Tianming furiously. He then released some monstrous pure qi. He was using all the strength of the 7th Xian Qi layer without controlling himself. He was using all his strength. Boom! His pure qi seemed like it was going to explode. Yu Tianming's hands were emitting whistling sounds and moving towards Lin Feng at full speed. But at that moment, Lin Feng looked calm and serene. He just moved like the wind, looking natural, free and unperturbed. Lin Feng opened his mouth and started chanting some mantra in Sanskrit. It seemed like his mantras were thousands of years old. Magnificent golden Sanskrit letters appeared in the air after each word. There was a golden aura around Lin Feng's body. That golden aura was dazzling. He looked like a Shakyamuni Buddha, pure and holy, illuminating the world with his wisdom. What's that skill? The crowd wondered. Watch Lin Feng. He was finally using a real skill. Lin Feng then abruptly stopped, he looked like a statue. Buzz! Yu Tianming's hands landed on Lin Feng and the sound of a bell spread in the air. Lin Feng, with his indestructible golden body, hadn't moved of a single iota, just like a mountain. That's Lin Feng's authentic strength, the crowd was shivering. His Shakyamuni body was incredible. His body had turned into a real Buddha statue. Yu Tianming had broken through to the 7th Xin Qi layer, but just like Lin Feng's previous battle, he hadn't moved a single iota. Yu Tianming was astonished, he had the feeling that his hands had crashed onto an indestructible statue. Yu Qingshan was astonished. Was that Lin Feng? That cultivator of the 5th Xin Qi layer had turned into a Buddha statue and had felt nothing from Yu Tianming's attack. Die! Yu Tianming released some more pure qi and continued bombarding Lin Feng's body. The golden light was breaking apart, bit by bit. But would it break? Lin Feng was looking at Yu Tianming unperturbed. He then said, you will have no opportunity to hurt me. In front of me, you are a tiny little insect, you are a coward, you are absolutely incompetent. You can only look up at me, said Lin Feng calmly. Yu Tianming was astonished, he had very high natural abilities and had put so much effort into his cultivation. He had never stopped becoming stronger because he had always hoped to become one of the 4 best cultivators of Shuiyu. He wanted to dazzle. Yu Tianming had managed to become one of the 8 high officials of Shuiyu. He was respected and admired by everyone. For the Yu clan, Yu Tianming was a treasure. Now, he was standing on the fighting stage at the great competition of Shuiyu. He wanted to go back to Shuiyu as a glorious cultivator. He wanted to show to his aunt that apart from her, there was another genius in the Yu clan. But Lin Feng, with his Buddha body, was despising him and calling him an insect. Yu Tianming didn't want to admit it, but his pure qi had reached its limits. He couldn't do anything against Lin Feng, he couldn't injure him. Therefore Yu Tianming realized that even with his best skills, all he would be able to do would be to make Lin Feng's body shake a little bit. Breaking Lin Feng's body would be too difficult. Yu Tianming couldn't break Lin Feng's body, so how would he be able to defeat him? He started to get dispirited. His self-confidence was disappearing. Tianming, don't give up! Shouted Yu Qingshan furiously when he saw that Yu Tianming was starting to look dispirited. Yu Tianming shivered and raised his head. He suddenly looked furious and tough again. Arfa! In Yu Tianming's back appeared his celestial Feng spirit. There were 6 dragon heads on it, and those heads were looking at Lin Feng in a despising manner. Die! Shouted Yu Tianming furiously. The 6 heads showed their teeth and moved towards Lin Feng. Golden hands. Lin Feng's golden Sanskrit letters turned into a gigantic hand and moved towards the dragon, bombarding the atmosphere. Roar! The celestial Feng spirit roared and was projected backwards. Lin Feng looked at Yu Tianming again. In the same despising way he said, I told you, you are a tiny little insect in front of me, nothing more. You have no chance to win. The crowd was shaking. Lin Feng was really terrifying. Yu Tianming had broken through to the 7th Xianqi layer but couldn't do anything against him. Lin Feng had obtained the first jade key. Was it really only due to luck? Besides, Lin Feng was deliberately playing around with Yu Tianming, trying to crush his self-confidence. Yu Tianming was going crazy. Was he really only a little insect? He had managed to make it to the great competition of Shuiyu. That was an incredible honor, a glorious thing. But now Lin Feng was going to crush him, his heart, and his self-confidence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 641, Prove What? Chapter 641, Prove What? Yu Tianming hadn't used his entire strength yet, but he didn't feel like using it anymore. Since the beginning of the battle, Lin Feng had been crushing his mood. All of his attacks were useless. Lin Feng was just staring at him, humiliating him, making fun of him. Tianming, don't give up. You have to stay proud even if you lose. You are at the great competition of Shuiyu. Losing a fight is not a disaster, it's normal. Shouted Yu Qingshan. He knew what Lin Feng was doing, he could see everything. For a cultivator, losing one's courage, honor and dignity were the worst things. If a cultivator's heart was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to continue becoming stronger. Why was Lin Feng doing that? Did he hate Yu Tianming? Why was he so cruel to him? Yu Qingshan didn't understand, his thoughts were chaotic. It was the first time that he felt so confused, even though he was quite old. Yu Tianming was the treasure of the Yu clan. Yu Qingshan had faith in him. With all the efforts Yu Tianming had made in the past, he couldn't lose his motivation. Yu Qingshan's voice resonated and detonated in Yu Tianming's brain. He immediately roared violently and his terrifying celestial Feng spirit appeared again. Yu Tianming's blood seemed like it was boiling. He couldn't submit himself, he had thrived for victory. The strength of his blood spirit kept flowing at full speed. Yu Tianming was roaring like an animal, his hair was violently fluttering in the wind. He grabbed Lin Feng's body and created fissures in the statue. Yu Tianming was finally managing to break Lin Feng's body. Break! Yu Tianming was surprised and immediately delighted, finally. But Lin Feng said something else at that moment. The only way for you to crack my golden body is to use your full strength. For the first disciple of the Yu clan and second high official of Shuiyu, that's ridiculous. You're a real piece of trash. Joked Lin Feng. Yu Tianming couldn't do anything against Lin Feng, who was unknown. Ridiculous. It's only a fissure. Why are you so happy? Do you think that's enough to defeat me? Do you think you can be proud of yourself now? You're less than trash. Said Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng attacked and his golden hand crashed onto Yu Tianming's body. It seemed like it was going to crush him, blood splashed and Yu Tianming's body flew away. He couldn't even withstand a single attack. Lin Feng jumped and landed in front of Yu Tianming. He looked down at him and said indifferently, "Do you feel proud?" Boom! Another golden hand appeared. Yu Tianming raised his hand and just heard his bones break. Crackling sounds could be heard by the audience. Yu Tianming couldn't stand up, he was left on the ground. Yu Tianming raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot. He was fixated on Lin Feng, he had the impression that he was going to go crazy. And now? Are you still proud to be the second high official of Shuiyu? Said Lin Feng. Yu Tianming looked furious, his hair was extremely messy. That's enough. Why do you hate him so much and have to be that cruel? Shouted Yu Qingshan furiously. Yu Qingshan was glaring at Lin Feng. They didn't know each other and initially Lin Feng even looked warm and gentle. Why was he so cruel at that moment? Why was he humiliating him so much? Lin Feng turned around and looked at Yu Qingshan with a cold smile on his face. Why? Because of you, Yu Qingshan. Me? Yu Qingshan was astonished. I don't understand, how did I offend you? Oh, I see, said Lin Feng smiling, but it wasn't a happy smile, it wasn't pride either. It was a mockery, the situation was ridiculous. When you confronted your grandson, were you sad? What about my mother? What about my father? And what about me? Grandpa. Grandpa. Lin Feng had called him grandpa, Yu Qingshan's heart pounded violently. Yu Qingshan wasn't the only one. Yu Tianming was also shaken. Lin Feng was calling him grandpa. The crowd was also astonished, that old man was his grandpa. Lin Feng. Yu Qingshan was astonished, it was really him, it was the real Lin Feng. Unfortunately, his grandson was proudly standing on the fighting stage at the great competition of Shuiyu. He had obtained the first jade key, but his grandfather didn't benefit from that glory. He was just astonished. Words couldn't describe those feelings. It was Lin Feng. The real Lin Feng. Yu Qingshan looked extremely sad. So it was you. It's me. Said Lin Feng nodding. Some flames were burning in his eyes. In a flash, his face changed. He didn't look sick anymore, but his eyes looked just as resplendent as before. He was an outstanding young man. Lin Feng looked even younger than the sick Lin Feng, he had just been wearing a mask. At that moment, many silhouettes stood up. The people from Tianfeng, from the Wanshou sect, from the Yu clan, they all stood up. They were staring at him. They were starting to understand the situation a little better. The Yu clan understood why Lin Feng had killed Yu Jian and Yu Qin. The people from Tianfeng also knew why Lin Feng had been killing them one after the other. Lin Feng hadn't died, he was still alive. It's him. Wu Qing couldn't take his eyes away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng had become so strong, Wu Qing was starting to get scared. Besides, Lin Feng would try to exterminate the Wanshou sect if he remained alive. Wu Qing's heart started pounding. He felt terrified. If Lin Feng became stronger, he would kill them all. It's him. The people from Dragon Mountain were astonished too. Lin Feng hadn't died, he had disappeared but reappeared with a new face. Yu Qingshan was looking at the young man, he looked dazzling, clean, handsome. He didn't look furious, he just looked alive. Was everything Yu Qingshan's fault? He had always taken care of Yu Tianming and had hoped that Yu Tianming would become a dragon amongst people. But he had expelled his own daughter from the clan, and her husband and her son. Lin Feng and his father hadn't been able to live or come back to the imperial city. They had had to live in a small town. Lin Feng had come back to Shuiyu and Yu Qingshan had hoped that Yu Tianming would crush Lin Feng. He had even tried to make Yu Tianming steal Lin Feng's girlfriend, Duan Xin. He had told Yu Tianming to attack Lin Feng in front of everybody. Only a part of his dream was realized, Yu Tianming and Lin Feng were fighting during the competition. But the problem was the winner wasn't Yu Tianming. The result was astonishing. His grandson, Yu Tianming, had been humiliated and crushed by Lin Feng who only counted on himself. Lin Feng could easily kill Yu Tianming if he wished. For him, Yu Tianming really was a tiny little insect. Ridiculous, sad, tragic. That was only the beginning. Why are you doing that? Asked Yu Qingshan. To prove something to everybody. You said in the past that you hoped that Yu Tianming would defeat me in front of everybody at the competition. Now I have proven that my determination was stronger, I proved you that your grandson is not extraordinary. That your other grandson, who's your daughter's son, can accomplish great things. I want to be a source of pride for my mother, and I want to prove to everyone that she didn't make a mistake when she left the Yu clan. Said Lin Feng slowly. His speech had made Yu Qingshan's heart twitch. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642, 1 Attack. Chapter 642, 1 Attack. To prove in front of everyone that Yu Qingshan was wrong. To prove that my mother, Yu Menghe, was right. Yu Qingshan was speechless. Was Lin Feng wrong? He was right. Lin Feng was entirely right. Everything was Yu Qingshan's fault. He had supported Yu Tianming to put pressure on Lin Feng. He had even encouraged him to attack and offend Lin Feng. Yu Qingshan had done that even though Yu Tianming and Lin Feng should have been raised like brothers. Lin Feng and Yu Tianming were both extremely gifted. They could have been much stronger if they had grown up together. They could have supported each other on the path of cultivation. But in the end, nothing had happened that way because of Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He had really made a lot of mistakes. Kill me, said Yu Tianming. He was lying on the ground. He felt desperate and hopeless. Lin Feng had just crushed his entire life. He had always dreamed of defeating Lin Feng, and in the end, Lin Feng had stepped on and crushed his integrity. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at Yu Tianming indifferently. Kill him? We have the same blood. Even though I don't consider you as a brother, I cannot violate that blood relation. I have to respect your parents and my parents, so I will not kill you, said Lin Feng indifferently. Yu Tianming would live on despite the anger. That was also an endless humiliation for Yu Tianming because it meant that Lin Feng controlled his entire life, only because of a blood relation. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Wu Qing. Coward. You won't live much longer. If you don't die this turn, you will be my next opponent and your life will be mine, said Lin Feng indifferently. Wu Qing was scared. Lin Feng was going to kill him. Besides, Lin Feng could really kill him now. He was strong enough. Yu Tianming had broken through to the 7th Xianqi layer, and Lin Feng could easily defeat cultivators of the 7th Xianqi layer. Even if he had been stronger than Yu Tianming, he still wouldn't have been able to defeat Lin Feng. Wu Qing had always wanted to kill Lin Feng, but now Lin Feng had the power and strength to kill him. And you, said Lin Feng, looking at Nia Yun. He wouldn't let any of them off. People from Tianfeng were his enemies. Nia Yun was just as speechless. He was the first envoy of Tianfeng, and he was afraid because Lin Feng had glanced at him only once. After threatening those few people, Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at the crowd. People from Tianfeng, the Yu clan and the Wanshou sect. Lin Feng looked at each and every single one of them. I know that you all want to kill me and that you are all surprised. I changed my face because of you. You have always tried to humiliate me, always insulted and always tried to kill me, but I am still alive and now I am not scared of you anymore. Now I can tell you, I am alive, and if I don't die, you will, said Lin Feng indifferently. Those people were all speechless. Lin Feng hated them deeply and bitterly. They all perfectly knew how Lin Feng felt. They wanted to kill him, but he also wanted to kill them. If Lin Feng remained alive, he would definitely win. You will die here during the great competition of Shuiyu anyways, said the middle-aged man from Tianfeng coldly. Of course, if you don't die, I will personally kill you. Do you think that with your ridiculous strength, you will manage to kill me? Said Lin Feng indifferently yet mockingly. That person had broken through to the 8th Xianqi layer. Lin Feng could easily kill people of the 7th Xianqi layer. Soon, Lin Feng would also be able to easily defeat cultivators of the 8th Xianqi layer. Besides, Shui Wuchang had previously told Lin Feng that obtaining the first jade key would provide him with incredible benefits. Lin Feng had to cherish that opportunity. After the competition, he would never have to be afraid of a cultivator of the 8th Xianqi layer ever again. That cultivator of the 8th Xianqi layer was astonished, staring at Lin Feng. Indeed, after the competition he wouldn't be able to compete with Lin Feng anymore. Lin Feng was becoming stronger and stronger, and at an incredible speed. You won't have any opportunity. You will die on the fighting stage of the competition, said a cold voice. Lin Feng turned around and saw Shui Sha. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and was releasing an evil qi. Indeed, you will die here, said Umo. Those two had surprised everyone. Such strong cultivators wanted to kill Lin Feng. Some people in the crowd laughed when they saw that Umo and Shui Sha wanted to kill him. Indeed, Lin Feng was definitely going to die there with them. Shui Sha and Umo wanted to kill him. Would he die? Lin Feng was definitely going to die. If we ever fight, yes, said Lin Feng mockingly. He had the first jade key, he would be able to choose his opponents the entire time. Poof. The two others groaned coldly while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved back to his original position. He had wasted too much time and Shui Wuchang hadn't made any reproach. Lin Feng couldn't exaggerate either. Tang Yuyu was looking at Lin Feng coming back towards her. She then looked at him and said, I can kill one of them for you, which should I kill? Tang Yuyu was pointing at Nieyun, the first envoy of Tianfeng, and Wu Qing of the Wanshou sect. Nieyun and Wu Qing were astonished, they had forgotten that Tang Yuyu was his friend. Don't worry, you can kill one and I will kill the other one, said Jun Mo Shi. Wu Qing and Nieyun were even more furious. Tang Yuyu and Jun Mo Shi wanted to kill them? The competition is getting more and more interesting. It will have to end soon, thought the crowd laughing. A moment before, Yu Mo and Shueisha had threatened to kill Lin Feng, but now Tang Yuyu and Jun Mo Shi were proposing to help Lin Feng. After that series of battles, there would be 16 people left. Those remaining would be authentically strong cultivators, the Titans. Just choose one as you wish. Give him the strongest ones, said Lin Feng to Tang Yuyu while laughing. He was telling her to leave the strongest opponent for Jun Mo Shi. Tang Yuyu and Jun Mo Shi wanted to help him. He was happy about and wasn't going to refuse. Jun Mo Shi laughed. Lin Feng really knew how to talk to beautiful women, surprisingly telling Tang Yuyu to choose the easy opponents. You, said Tang Yuyu to Nieyun, which made him feel tense. He still came out and faced her. It was much better than fighting against Jun Mo Shi. After all, Tang Yuyu had only broken through to the very top of the 7th Xin Qi layer. She wasn't as strong as the 8 most dazzling geniuses of the competition. When Tang Yuyu saw that Nieyun was coming, she immediately attacked. Her face was filled with murder. Killing me won't be that easy, shouted Nieyun furiously. The chi of his spirit then invaded the atmosphere. Nieyun was about to release his spirit, he was immediately going to deploy his entire strength. Really? Said Tang Yuyu coldly. She then immediately disappeared from her initial position and a hand appeared on Nieyun's shoulder. Ha! The crowd was stupefied. What was happening? In the blink of an eye she had appeared on his side. How was that possible? Then her hand crashed onto Nieyun's head. What? How's that possible? Nieyun asked as he slowly collapsed. At the same time, like a celestial being, Tang Yuyu moved back and landed next to Lin Feng. She had killed Nieyun in one simple attack. From that moment, the 7 envoys of Tianfeng were dead. All of them had died. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643, The 16 Best. Chapter 643, The 16 Best. The people from the Wan Xian sect who had just sat back down stood up again. The imperial tutor also stood up. Nieyun was dead. Tang Yuyu had killed Nieyun in one single and simple attack. How horrible! Last time, Feng Chen and the envoys had died in Shueyu. This time, all the new 7 envoys had died again. Joining the great competition of Shueyu was supposed to be an honor, a glory for them, but now they had lost all their fighters. The 7 envoys were all dead. What a humiliation! Everything was because of Lin Feng. Almost all of their most outstanding fighters had died. That night when Lin Feng had almost died, he had killed all of them, cruelly. If they had managed to kill Lin Feng, it would have been worth it, but Lin Feng was still alive. The consequences were terrible for Tianfeng. He must die. They were all furious, they all wanted to kill Lin Feng. Put the corpse away, demanded Shui Wu Chang, glancing at the middle-aged man and the imperial tutor. The middle-aged man then moved to Nieyun, grabbed his body and pulled it to the side. Then Shui Wu Chang looked at Di Ling. It was his turn. Di Ling jumped forwards and arrived in the middle of the fighting stage. Di Ling then looked at someone. Nobody was surprised. Come, said Di Ling indifferently. That person raised his head and looked furious. He was insulting Di Ling in his heart. Even though he had broken through to the 7th Xin Qi layer, he couldn't rival with Di Ling. The result of the battle was obvious. As expected, Di Ling defeated him in one punch, crushing all his bones. Di Ling let him off though and didn't kill him. Duan Wu Dao's battle was the same, one punch and he defeated his opponent. The 5th one was Jun Mo Shi. Of course, when Jun Mo Shi came out, Wu Qing and the people of the Wanshou sect were terrified. They hadn't forgotten what he told Lin Feng. Tang Yuyu and Jun Mo Shi were going to kill Lin Feng's enemies. Tang Yuyu had already killed Nieyun, so Jun Mo Shi was going to kill Wu Qing. As expected, Jun Mo Shi looked at Wu Qing, which made his face turn deathly pale. Was he going to try and run away like the second envoy? It would be normal if he decided to run away. He couldn't compete with Jun Mo Shi. He wouldn't even have the opportunity to hit him once. Jun Mo Shi and Tang Yuyu were the same. With one punch they could kill people. But if he gave up, he wouldn't benefit from the treasures of Shingon. Nobody knew that during the first round of the competition, he had already acted like a coward. He hadn't obtained precious treasures in the evil area because he hadn't gone and hunted people. He only tried to survive and stay hidden the whole time. This time, he wouldn't be able to hide away. Tang Wuyao looked as ugly as Wu Qing at that moment. Why? All of this was because of Lin Feng. Jun Mo, she was going to kill him because of Lin Feng, otherwise he wouldn't have the idea to pick him. Give up, said Tang Wuyao, looking like a coward. There was no chance. If Wu Qing fought, he would die. Jun Mo, she was one of the 8 most outstanding disciples. If he hadn't been one of them, maybe then Tang Wuyao would have allowed Wu Qing to fight. Wu Qing was shaking. He glanced at Lin Feng and said, I forfeit. Then he left and moved into the crowd with the people from the Wanshou sect. The competition had nothing to do with him anymore, but Wu Qing still hoped to see Lin Feng die during the competition. The 6th person was Shueisha, he won. The 7th one was Yu Mo, he won. The 8th one was Qi Qing Jin Lingxiao, he won. The 9th one was Ling Xiao Xiao, she won. The 10th one was Ku Yao Tong the Dead Tree, he won. The 11th one was Cheng Meng Xin, she won. The 12th one was someone with a silver sword on his back. He fought against another sword cultivator. And the person he challenged was Jian Chen. Their battle was terrifying, just like Lin Feng had anticipated. Jian Chen understood sword intent. Unfortunately, the challenger also understood sword intent. In terms of sword intent, they were both level 1. Besides, the challenger was extremely strong. He had broken through to the top of the 7th Xin Shi layer. Ultimately Jian Chen was eliminated. How unfortunate. The 13th person was a girl with an Eye Soul skill. That Eye Soul skill was monstrously powerful. Everybody had had the impression that they were going to freeze standing during her battle. She had challenged Ling Shui from Dragon Mountain. Ling Shui had lost after a few attacks. The 14th person had a monstrous strength and a body like steel. He challenged someone with a black left hand, Chui Wuming. In the end, Chui Wuming had lost. In terms of strength, the challenger had been stronger. The 15th challenger had won, no exception and no surprises. But the 16th person had had no choice. The only person left to challenge was Yunfei Yang. Yunfei Yang was an exception. Usually, such a thing never happened at the great competition of Shuiyu. Yunfei Yang had finished 50th during the second round but had defeated the 16th cultivator during the second round. Dragon Mountain had 6 people left: Lin Feng, Tang Yu, Duan Wudao, Jun Emoshi, Cheng Meng Xian and Yunfei Yang. That was exceptional. The 3 other empires together only had 10 left. One more round and the competition would finish. Many were impatient to see the last battles. The last 16 people were all monstrously strong. The clash of titans would start. Apart from Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang, all those people had broken at least through to the 7th Xin Shi layer. However, Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang were extremely strong. Many wished that they wouldn't have to fight against them. Lin Feng had scared everybody when he had defeated Yu Tianming. Yunfei Yang was also able to easily defeat cultivators of the 7th Xin Shi layer. Now, there were 16 people left. There were no weaklings, only extremely strong young cultivators. Have a rest for 1 hour, said Shui Wu Chang. He was giving them 1 hour to retrieve some pure qi. Now the atmosphere was particularly silent. Many people were anxious or afraid to distract the 16 geniuses. Lin Feng took out a small round thing. Then he looked up at Jun Emoshi and Tang Yu and asked, "Who do you want to fight?" "I don't know." Lin Feng rubbed his hands together. All the people left were extremely strong and had all broken through to at least the very top of the 7th Xin Shi layer. "Same," said Tang Yu. "You have the choice, I don't." "I'm doomed," said Yunfei Yang, smiling. There were only 16 people left. So only the first 8 would be able to choose their opponents. "Same for me," said Cheng Meng Xin. Immediately after, she looked at Lin Feng and said, "Choose me, I will let you win." Lin Feng looked at her beautiful face and shook his head resolutely. "No need to try and tempt or seduce me." Cheng Meng Xin looked at Lin Feng angrily, then she lied down and put her head on Lin Feng's legs and closed her eyes. Her cleavage was directly in Lin Feng's field of vision, like 2 mountains. His eyes started peeking at the sides. "It seems like I'm doomed," sighed Cheng Meng Xin in a cute way. She wouldn't be able to finish in the top 8. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644, A Blood-Like Sword. Chapter 644, A Blood-Like Sword. Lin Feng sighed again when he heard Qing Meng Xin. It was a good thing that he had obtained the first Jade Key. Qing Meng Xin had obtained the 11th Jade Key, so she would end up fighting against the strongest geniuses of the competition. Indeed, the first one to choose was Lin Feng, and the second one was Tang Yuyu. So the 8 strongest geniuses would probably challenge her and she would probably get eliminated. After 1 hour, the battles were about to start again. Shui Wuchang looked at those 16 geniuses, their pupils were all twinkling. The real battles were about to start for real. Shui Wuchang looked at those 8 people and announced, the 16 last people won't be eliminated easily, the rules will change. We want a precise ranking list in the end. Huh? The crowd wasn't ready, the rules were going to change? Indeed, they needed a precise ranking in the end for the competition to be fair. It seems like things won't be as sad as I thought for myself, said Qing Meng Xin, who was lying on Lin Feng's legs, smiling in a seducing way. Lin Feng was a bit surprised when he said, you already knew that it was going to end up like this, right? Qing Meng Xin looked at him and smiled, every round is like this, how could the last 16 cultivators get eliminated that easily without any rule? What about the 8 last ones? And 4 last ones? Only morons like you cannot understand such things. A's. Lin Feng scratched his head, she was making fun of him and he didn't know what to say. But Qing Meng Xin was right, would people get eliminated endlessly? That didn't sound credible. Alright. You need to understand the rules now, said Shui Wuchang. First, those who have the best Jade Keys can take the initiative, just as before. But this time, if you choose someone and lose the battle, you must give it to your opponent and you'll obtain the very last one. Lin Feng was smiling wryly. He had obtained the first Jade Key, but if he lost he would end up last. And everybody else would raise up in the rankings. Lin Feng had no choice, he had to win every matchup. After the 8th battle your Jade Keys will have new numbers, but those numbers won't be your final ranking. I will bring you to another place where you will have wonderful opportunities, if you are talented enough, your cultivation level will increase. As expected, some more opportunities, thought the crowd shakily. They looked full of hope. This time, they would have some great opportunities again, Shui Wuchang would bring them to a place where they could increase their cultivation level. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling, he would always keep in mind Shui Wuchang's words. He couldn't waste the first Jade Key because it would mean even more at that moment. Keeping the first Jade Key would guarantee him the best treasures. The treasures were probably different depending on which key you possessed. The first one was probably the best one. Keeping the first key wouldn't be impossible, but it would be difficult. But now, he had to do it. After coming back from this special place with your treasures, everybody will have to fight again. Then, we will see who the strongest ones really are. I will tell you the new rules then, and afterwards we will know the precise ranking of the 16 winners of the great competition of Shuiyu. Finished Shui Wuchang. He then looked at everyone again and said, do you understand? The crowd nodded, Shui Wuchang's explanation was easy enough to understand. Alright. Let's continue the fights then. Don't forget to protect your keys. It seemed like Shui Wuchang was looking at Lin Feng specifically when saying this. Lin Feng was serious and solemn now. That battle was going to be decisive for him. If he lost, he would miss a great opportunity and would miss incredible treasures. If he lost, he would obtain the 16th key, the very last one. He couldn't lose. Lin Feng jumped in the middle of the fighting stage and looked at the other fighters. He had to choose one person out of those 15. They were staring back at Lin Feng, they were all hoping that Lin Feng would choose them. They all considered him as the weakest cultivator of the group. Finally, Lin Feng looked at the 15th person. That 15th person had ranked 16th, and during the last series of battles he relied on some simple agility techniques to win. You, said Lin Feng. That person looked a bit tense but immediately smiled. Fighting against Lin Feng was the best thing that could happen to him. He then jumped forwards like a swallow and landed in front of Lin Feng. Thank you. He gestured towards Lin Feng. He was thanking Lin Feng for having chosen him. Are you sure that you want to thank me? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. That person nodded and said, I saw you fight, even though your golden Buddha body is a strong attack. And even though you can defeat cultivators of the 7th Xianxi layer, you are extremely slow. I can do whatever I want with you, I can't understand why you chose me. You think that you will win and thus thank me, right? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed. Thank you for choosing me. I will cripple your cultivation, said that person, leaving Lin Feng speechless. I choose you so you and you thank me jokingly. Now you plan to win and cripple my cultivation, eh? But I'm also saving you from getting humiliated. It means that if anyone else chose you, you'd have absolutely no chance," said Lin Feng. The other nodded and said, "You're smart, but you did something stupid too." "All right. Since you're so confident, I will give you a chance now. We will see if you can thank me again after the battle," said Lin Feng, slowly raising his hand and grabbing the sword on his back. The crowd was stupefied. Apart from his Buddha attacks, Lin Feng also used swords. A metallic sound spread in the air when Lin Feng unsheathed his sword. That sword was red like blood and particularly dazzling. On that sword there was blood and sword energy. Ha! The crowd was astonished, since when could Lin Feng use a sword? A terrifying sword energy then emerged out of his body and emitted whistling sounds. In a flash, Lin Feng was surrounded by a sword light. "So I'm too slow when I use my golden body? Did you wonder if I could use anything else?" said Lin Feng indifferently. Immediately after, a terrifying sword energy started rolling out of his sword and into the air. That person was astonished. What a terrifying blood sword! That chi was really frightening. "You made me use this sword," said Lin Feng. Then he jumped forwards and threw himself at his enemy. It seemed like his terrifying sword energy was about to lacerate the enemy. That person then started moving incredibly fast. "I don't think that your sword is faster than my agility techniques," said the person coldly. Lin Feng then rose up in the air as well. He was surrounded by sword energy and sword intent. Die! The sword intent and blood energy fused together. That person only saw a terrifying light. The enemy wanted to dodge, but it seemed impossible. He lowered his head and saw some blood dripping. "Your agility technique is fast, but I am faster," said Lin Feng. That person's heart pounded violently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645, The Holy City. Chapter 645, The Holy City. "Are you faster than my sword?" asked Lin Feng. The crowd was astonished as they watched the silhouette in the sky, more precisely his abdomen. His abdomen was covered with blood, and then incredibly, some blood arrows started emerging out his abdomen and moving into Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's sword was drinking blood. "His sword drinks blood," thought the crowd stupefied. Lin Feng's opponent raised his head and asked, "Lin Feng, what is your sword?" "It's a bloodthirsty sword," said Lin Feng indifferently. "We are 16, losing here is not dramatic. Originally, I just wanted to fight and stop when one of us had lost. We would have both benefited from amazing advantages and would have both become much stronger. We would have been seen as amazing and dazzling cultivators. Unfortunately, you wanted to cripple my cultivation, so you have to die now, and you have only yourself to blame," explained Lin Feng while his sword continued drinking his opponent's blood. Then he stopped at his opponent and moved back to his original position. "The moron offended the dragon. And the moron will die," said that person with a sorrowful smile. He could have had a beautiful future, but now he was going to die now. He then slowly collapsed, crashing onto the fighting stage. Shui Wuchang raised his finger, and in a flash the body burnt to ashes and disappeared. Shui Wuchang looked absolutely calm and serene. He glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng really had incredible natural abilities. He really had benefited from the temples at the beginning. When the crowd saw the corpse burn to ashes, they then glanced at Lin Feng. They were unable to calm down. Lin Feng had understood the golden body. So people couldn't break him? Lin Feng could use one sword to threaten everyone. That infuriating the possessor of the first jade key was dangerous. What astonished those who knew Lin Feng was that he was able to crush cultivators of the 7th Xin Shi layer easily. He had even despised and humiliated Yu Tianming. For someone like Yu Qingshan, the situation seemed unreal. His grandson was dazzling on the fighting stage of the great competition of Shuiyu. But at the same time, he didn't recognize him as his grandson. Like a tiger, Meng He's son is an incredible successor. If she were here, she would probably feel very gratified. Thought Yu Qingshan. He looked sad as he closed his eyes. Lin Feng's natural abilities were higher than that of his parents. "He's amazing, our brother has become so strong," thought Han Man. Under his bronze mask, there was a magnificent and resplendent smile. He was clenching his fists so hard that blue veins appeared. Lin Feng's strength was astonishing. Everyone's hearts were pounding. That young man on the stage was Han Man's great friend. They were like brothers. If Lin Feng goes back to Shuiyu after the great competition of Shuiyu, apart from Duan Wudao, nobody will be able to compete with him anymore. Thought Pajun impatiently. After obtaining the great treasures of the academy, and with his bloodthirsty sword, who would be able to rival with him? His goal can't be Xueyu. He will become famous in the empire, or even in the holy city. Said Xiaoya while clenching her tiny fists. She looked excited. The holy city? What is that place? Asked Pajun unknowingly. He had never heard that name. Xiaoya looked at him, and when she saw that he looked confused, replied, "The incredible geniuses of the great competition of Xueyu are considered as ordinary people in the holy city. Ni Chang or even Shingon are considered as tiny little spheres of influence in the holy city. Besides, in the holy city, there is only one sect." Pajun and Han Man were astonished, their eyes were twinkling. The geniuses of the great competition of Xueyu were ordinary people in the holy city. The mysterious sphere of influence called Shingon was also small there. Was it a gigantic city? Where is the holy city? Asked Han Man. He was extremely curious. Pajun shook his head and said, "We don't need to know that, we are tiny little insects. We will know when the right time comes." Ha ha ha, you will. Big brother will leave Xueyu, will even leave Xueyu. He will become an extremely strong cultivator on the continent of the Nine Clouds. Said Xiaoya. She was full of confidence for Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked like her real brother, like the one her grandfather sung of, a young hero reaching the clouds who would step on mountains and rivers someday. Unfortunately, her real brother had died. He couldn't take care of her anymore, but now, Lin Feng had become like her real brother. He was taking care of her and loved her like a real little sister. Han Man and Pajun nodded. Indeed, Lin Feng would become a monstrously powerful cultivator on the continent of the Nine Clouds. He had to leave the tiny little country of Xueyu, and even the small region of Xueyu. Tang Yuyu then moved to the middle of the fighting stage. It was her turn to choose. Just like Lin Feng, she had to win not to lose her jade key. She had the second one, so losing it would be a catastrophe because she would end up at the end of the rankings. She then looked at the different potential opponents. Amongst those in the top 10, she didn't feel like fighting anyone. Apart from Lin Feng, she couldn't defeat any of them anyways. Shangmeng Xian and Yun Fei Yan couldn't fight, they had become friends too. "I choose you," said Tang Yuyu, looking at the 13th woman with the Isoul skill. That girl looked at Tang Yuyu and remained emotionless. Her chi was ice cold, just like her skill. She jumped and landed in front of Tang Yuyu. "Let's see who can win in one attack, what do you think?" asked Tang Yuyu. The other glanced at her and said, "All right." It didn't matter if she lost the battle or won. That girl had nothing to lose, that's why she didn't refuse Tang Yuyu's proposition. Participating at the competition was already amazing for her. "Be careful," said Tang Yuyu, and suddenly turned into 1,000 dream shadows, which then turned into real clones. They were everywhere. That girl suddenly moved backwards and abruptly, the atmosphere became ice cold. Snowflakes started falling in the air. Absolute zero, freeze. Gotcha. The temperature was ice cold, piercing to the bones. Even the crowd felt ice cold. Surprisingly, a layer of ice appeared on the fighting stage. Besides, in the middle, there was a blizzard. It seemed like Tang Yuyu's clones were going to freeze and turn into statues. What a terrifying coldness, thought Lin Feng, speechless. He was also feeling the cold. That coldness actually froze Tang Yuyu's clones. Ha! Something moved. In the ice, a silhouette moved and attacked the girl. She turned around and in a flash, she knew what it was. She moved backwards and raised her head, spitting out ice and snow. It shot out towards Tang Yuyu. "Break!" shouted Tang Yuyu. Her body broke the ice, her black hair was moving in all directions, and then she suddenly disappeared. But quickly, she appeared in front of that girl. "Destroy!" said the girl, attacking Tang Yuyu again. The ice and Tang Yuyu's fists collided. In that flash, her body was frozen again. Had Tang Yuyu lost? Immediately after, a crackling sound spread in the air and the girl moved back of a few meters. There was still blood on her hands, but blood was splashing out of her mouth. "I see," said the girl sorrowfully. Tang Yuyu's strength could surprisingly cross ice, that must be a particular aspect of her skill. "You win," said the girl while moving back. Some cracking sounds spread in the air and Tang Yuyu appeared in the open air again. She had managed to protect the second jade key. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646, Titans Battles. Chapter 646, Titans Battles. Phew. Tang Yuyu took a deep breath, that battle hadn't been easy. The next cultivators were all monstrously strong. They had all broken through to the 7th Xin Shi layer or above. Every battle would be monstrous. Tang Yu moved back next to Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw that her body was still surrounded by a layer of ice, he released some fire qi and heated her up. The ice melted away quickly. "Thank you," said Tang Yu, smiling resplendently. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the stage again. The third battle was Di Ling's. Di Ling had chosen the person who was ranked 14th. It was a cultivator whose body was as solid as steel. However, Di Ling defeated him in one punch. The third battle was Duan Wu Dao's. He chose the person who ranked 12th and used a sword. Just like Di Ling, Duan Wu Dao defeated him in one extremely brutal punch. "Those two are extremely brutal," thought the crowd after watching Di Ling and Duan Wu Dao. Everybody had already forgotten that Duan Wu Dao came from a country under the jurisdiction of Dragon Mountain. They only knew that he was monstrously powerful. Nobody dared belittle him, he could definitely compete with Di Ling. They also heard about Duan Wu Dao's sealed doors blood spirit, they could seal other people's cultivation. The fifth battle was Jun Emoshi's. Jun Emoshi frowned and then smiled wryly when he arrived in the middle of the fighting stage. "I'm the fifth one." Jun Emoshi looked at his jade key, thought for a few seconds. From Lin Feng to Duan Wu Dao, they had chosen people who weren't part of the top 10. There were only 2 people left amongst the weakest cultivators: Cheng Meng Xian and Yun Fei Yang. He felt really embarrassed, he couldn't choose them. Thus, he could only choose someone from the top 10. There were Shuisha, Yuemo, Ling Xiao, Yu Xiao Xiao and the Dead Tree. "Ha!" The crowd was astonished. "Come," said Jun Emoshi. Yuemo was astonished. He looked to his left, there was Shuisha. And then he looked to his right, there was Ling Xiao. Immediately after, he looked at Jun Emoshi again and realized that Jun Emoshi was really looking at him. He was astonished. Yumo's eyes were twinkling though. How interesting, Jun Emoshi had chosen him. The crowd was stunned as well. Jun Emoshi was choosing him? Really? Everybody was looking at him, Jun Emoshi had chosen him. Jun Emoshi was a genius from Dragon Mountain and was one of the 8 most outstanding young disciples of the competition. During the second round he had obtained the 5th Jade Key. Yuemo was a genius from Firmament and was also one of the 8 most outstanding geniuses of the competition. During the second round, he had obtained the 7th key. Now Jun Emoshi was challenging him. Phew. The crowd looked terribly excited, they were shivering. Finally, 2 monstrously strong cultivators were going to fight. They were both one of the 8 most outstanding disciples at the competition. Who was the strongest one? Jun Emoshi or Yuemo? "You chose me?" asked Yuemo. He was slowly standing up and staring at Jun Emoshi. "I think so. I find you and Shuisha the ugliest, but since you are weaker, I chose you," explained Jun Emoshi. Everybody was surprised he said that, some people were smiling wryly. With that kind of reasoning he must not care about his jade key? "All right. Very good," said Yuemo looking more and more evil. Then he jumped forwards and landed in the air above the fighting stage, where a monstrously cold energy invaded the atmosphere. He glared at Jun Emoshi and said, "Very good. No matter what you think, I am curious to see if you will be able to keep your 5th jade key. Let's see how strong you are then," said Jun Emoshi indifferently. He didn't look aggressive at all, he only looked calm, serene, maybe relaxed. He definitely looked like he didn't care. Maybe that his self-confidence enabled him to despise Yuemo. However, Jun Emoshi didn't look conceited either, so it was difficult to know what he was thinking. "You will see," said Yuemo. Immediately his eyes turned white and gray, his 8 trigrams eyes had appeared. He looked like Spider with those eyes. "Die!" shouted Yuemo furiously as several illusional trigrams started moving towards Jun Emoshi to oppress his body. "They're going to fight now," thought the crowd, they were all shivering while watching them. 2 of the 8 most outstanding geniuses of the competition were going to fight against each other for the first time. Boom! Jun Emoshi's body was completely surrounded. His long hair was fluttering violently. But still, Jun Emoshi remained calm and serene as before. He slowly moved his head to look at Yuemo. The crowd believed Jun Emoshi looked like a holy man, his chi was pure, elegant and holy. Boom! The 8 trigrams in the air soared to the sky and were suddenly surrounded by a golden light that detained them. Those golden lights were gigantic, like skyscrapers jetting up. Boom! That gigantic pure and holy golden light turned into a hurricane as the 8 trigrams were destroyed. Jun Mo's chi was incredible and oppressive. How strong? Thought the crowd speechless. They had never seen Jun Mo's release any chi before. What powerful energy! What skill was he using though? Umo was surprised. His 8 trigrams had been destroyed by Jun Mo's golden chi. How? Vital energy of the world, said Jun Mo while jumping forwards. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as his chi abruptly became even more imposing. Down the mountains and through the rivers, a gigantic hand made of golden chi emerged and rolled in the atmosphere towards Umo. That chi was altering the entire space. The vast fighting stage was suddenly covered by a vital chi. It was the vital chi of the earth and the sky. Break! Shouted Umo while releasing some pure chi. His white and gray pupils looked colder and colder. Whistling sounds were increasingly strident. It seemed like it was going to be difficult for Umo to block the vital chi of the earth and sky. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying chi suddenly rolled and tossed over in the atmosphere. That chi was terrifying and oppressive. How terrifying! Umo had the feeling he couldn't condense energies or strength anymore. He was just being oppressed violently. Illumination of the heavenly bodies, said Jun Mo. In the air there was the vital chi of the earth, of the mountains, the rivers, and of the heavenly bodies. The air was filled with purity, holiness, and righteousness. The crowd was shivering, everybody became solemn. They were feeling guilt build up in their hearts. That vital chi was filled with righteousness which made sinners feel guilty. Umo's heart was filled with poison and evilness, so it was difficult not to be affected. His strength was being completely oppressed. He had no determination to fight anymore, he just stared at the pure and holy chi which was becoming even more magnificent in the sky. His facial muscles were twitching. How come? Jun Mo's strength was really terrifying. 8 trigrams. Shouted Umo, his eyes were radiating evil. His chi moved towards the vital chi in the air. Vital chi of righteousness, destroy evil and sinners. Sung Jun Mo. Each of his words were releasing pure vital chi which attacked and collided against the 8 trigrams. They vanished. Umo was unable to release his 8 trigram spirit properly. Boom! Some spirit chi emerged in the air, the 8 trigrams appeared behind Umo, his eyes were bloodshot. That's enough! Shouted Shui Wu Chang at that moment. He sounded furious. Umo was astonished. It's the end of the battle. No need to continue, said Shui Wu Chang indifferently. With Jun Mo's vital chi of righteousness, continuing the fight was useless. Shui Wu Chang already knew how the battle would end if they continued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.